Okay. Wow. Sorry about that, everybody. Um, the technical problems that were here have been sort of, yeah, sorry about that. So I just came back to end this show. I'm sorry. I fell asleep. I know I'm supposed to come up with a better thing for it, but I am so sorry. I fell all the way asleep. So that is terrible of me. That's the problem that comes when you wake up in the middle of the night to to do a show, and then it's a weird time for you and you shouldn't be up anyway. So I do. Is that correct? That cannot be correct. Is it really saying that there are people in the house watching? That doesn't sound right. If you're there somewhere, could you just put a one so that I don't think that I'm being pranked by the algorithm? So please go ahead and announce your presence. So where were we? I lost it. I think when not lost it. I think the last I remember was when we were talking about what was it? We were talking about human. Okay, no, I won't go there. But we were talking about using our products to to make um, to make things. I know that we were talking about using recycling waste to make it into a viable product. We were talking about making it useful for human beings. So yeah, if you're wow, 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 wow. Okay, I'm so sorry, everybody. I don't know if we can get back to the swing of things, but so to get back to what we were talking about earlier about this whole thing about leadership, unfortunately, it will take the people who did not create the mess to clean it up. It will take the people who did not create the problem to solve it, and so that's going to be the young people. That's going to be the the people who are growing up today who maybe not understand the problem completely, but they are the ones who are going to end up with the debts. They're going to um, end up with the earth's pollution. They're going to, end up trying to live together in a world with increasingly fewer resources. And so, how are we going to prepare them for that world? We lived in a world where, we think that we are, you know, that we are. I do appreciate you. Thank you so much, Jovis Explore. Thank you so much for joining us. Uh, Greetings, Joseph. Yeah, so these problems that we're getting, not just the economic, but also when you look at the land, the air, the everything right now is being slowly depleted. Not the natural resources, the fresh air, the water. There's going to be a time in human development when we are going to have to, you know, tighten our belts. We won't have the same luxuries that we have, and not just in developing countries, but in what they call the first world as well. It's going to be something that we're not going to be able to feed everybody. We're not going to be able to you know give everybody what they need. There's not going to be enough petrol for all the cars right now. As we know, the prices of pretty much everything has gone up, but when it actually, pro-black, Oni. I did fall asleep right now. I terribly fell asleep and I left my people hanging, and it was a bad thing. So I'm back to sort of make up for that. But I was talking about African leaders, the youth being, um, the ones who are going to have to figure out all these things that we're doing. They're going to have to figure it out how to, to work together, how to bring peace amongst themselves. And the more we run out of resources, scarcity really brings about a very desperate mindset. It it makes people fight. It makes people descend into a very winner takes it all mindset. Hey, pie. Kaiser was here earlier. He was here. It was part of a wonderful, wonderful discussion that I am not quite sure how it ended. So, okay, so this is what happened, right? Yesterday, I had a show at 1 o'clock my time, 1 a.m. California time, right? So I was all happy, rara, all about, energetic. So I put the laptop there, and my laptop was on like 25% or 10%. I can't remember. So I put it there to charge for just a second, just a second. Next thing I know, I am awake and the laptop is dead, and here we are. But if you guys get a chance, please go back and listen to a very riveting conversation that we had earlier. And it was about the future leaders. It was about the what we are going to do to prepare the next generation. And we were talking about, Kaiser was saying about having a leadership course, a plan where people, when they go to college, young people, when they go to college, or when they go to study, they're not just going to study their chosen fields. They're also going to learn how to become members of society. So we talked about politics, and we talked about leadership. And there's a difference between politics and leadership, a very important one, because politics is that ability to be able to get through oil the machine, so to speak. You have to be able to talk with different sectors of your community. You have to be able to weave in and out, and really be a charming snake. That's for what politics is. You have to know how things run, how the system works, and how to take advantage of it. When you get into politics, it's more about learning the system and taking advantage of it. When it comes to leadership, however, leadership is about not just mastering the system, but becoming, the master of it. So that means that your actions actually have impact on how things run. If you are a good leader, if you have discovered all the different ways, the strengths and weaknesses of your corporation or your company, then you know how to use those, and to improve, to make things more streamlined, and you know how to make things more, if profit is the key, if production is the key, whatever it is, you know what your goals are and you work towards them. Whereas, when you're simply an employee, or you're simply a politician, you're more like you're simply following what the plan is, instead of actively creating one. So, when we look at the changes that come about in a society, it usually comes, generationally. It comes from the people who first encounter the idea, let's say, and then the people who are converted into it, and then the people who are born into it. So, the third generation who are born into it, they usually just accept things and go along, because they don't know any other way. Or they might be the ones to say, no, we want something different, because maybe they might have experience, or maybe they just might have to question it, because also when you live under something for a long time, when you live under a system or a situation, you come to a point where you're saying, oh well, things could be different, or you look beyond your neighbor and you see that they have things that you don't have, and you start to think how you can you know how you can also acquire those same things. So that's what happens to young people when they go off to college. Is it a place that they are they're nurtured, that their intelligence and intellect is um, you know is forwarded towards progress, or is college or university or higher learning just a place to incubate, or just to house the young minds before they're let off into the employment world? Sometimes that's how we look at education, as just a way to prepare people to go to school, and that's one of the ways. But also, if you want your society to either improve or change, that would be your best place to find the minds, to find the people who are actually going to effect that change. So our future leaders, they might not necessarily come from the universities, that's true, but the colleges, the universities, those institutions of learning is where the environment is best created to foster that kind of innovation. It's where people meet people from different parts of the world. um, it's where you get introduced to new ideas, and you know it's where people really start to find themselves. They are exposed to a different world. That also happens in the army as well. It also happens when people meet people from different parts of the world. So your worldview is challenged. You see things from a different perspective, and you get to really flex your intellectual metal against a fellow people. So that the education systems has always been looked at with some suspicion, because if you don't contain them, that those kinds of ideas might foster into rebellion or into anarchy, or there's young people might have the passion and the enthusiasm, but sometimes they might not have the logic or the wherewithal to plan something. So it's also you can't just let students run free. Not free, they should run free, but it's also a place that you have to keep your eyes on. In I remember even here in America, there was the Kent State protest. There was a time, I think in the 60s or 70s, when the students were really at the forefront of the hippie movement. And I don't know, they were fighting for weird things. They was fighting for love or freedom or something like that. But it was a really a deep movement. It garnered a lot of support from young people in the colleges. There was a movement to drop out and drop in. I can't remember the phrase, but it was literally a rejection of society by this new crazy. They seem crazy, but that's what they were simply rebelling against societal mores at the time. And for a while it caused a lot of panic in the society, because it seemed as if they were breaking away and trying to destabilize society. So there was a great push against the so-called hippies and that whole free love movement. But yeah, that's the power of students. Those are the people who can affect a country. The Iran movement, it was also student led, or at least led by young people, and they are the ones who galvanized the country. They're the ones who would go out there and do the protests and so on. So when you look at progress, or when you look at societal changes, it usually starts from the young people. It starts from a feeling that with some dissatisfaction with society, or some demand that they want met, or they might have seen a different way of living that they might want or admire. So it's all it's all relative, but at the same time, the power of student involvement is something that most governments are usually very wary of. So the other thing that the government can do is they can also, quell that sort of feeling. They can violently put down the student protests. They can say, these kinds of things that are allowed. They can put harsh, strict measures into place, curfews, that sort of thing. That's one way. But there are also peaceful ways of putting things down. And one of the most peaceful is giving people something else to worry about or to play with. So in terms of students, how can you distract young people? Young people are easily distracted. And what you do is you give them something to play with. You give them, music or partying or fun or something else that might make them forget, that might make them, be content with their life. And so it has seemed to work that if you give people something else to think about, they'll forget about what they were worried about in the first place. So the culture of partying or of having fun or of just having a wonderful time in universities or college and higher learning has also been one of those things that indirectly quelled the fever of activism, that need for politicizing the youth. That also quells them a bit, because when they are involved in more hedonistic pleasures, then it's harder for them to maybe get politically involved. Not all, because even you see that in a lot of countries where there's always a rebellion or a resistance, it always comes, not always, but most of the time, it has to have the support of the young people. They're the ones who are going to go out into the street and actually do the marching and the hard work and so on. So the involvement of young people in resistance cannot be, it can't be downplayed. And also, even in terms of the future leadership, sometimes the powers that be at the time are afraid of being overthrown or being put out into power, but power eventually will have to be handed over. And if you don't prepare your young people to be in power, what happens is that, just like if you're denied something for a long time and then it's suddenly given to you, you will just go, mad with the prospect. You'll just go crazy. So if we don't give people access to power, access to, economics and mobility and these opportunities in life, then if they do take them by force or by resistance, when they get them, they will not be ready for it. They will not be able to handle themselves. Even when you look at money, for example, if somebody is deprived all their life of money, and then you give them a whole lot of money all at once, you say you give them like, $1 million, let's just keep it, that's sensible. You give them $1 million. Most of the time, they will probably not spend it very well. They will go and buy, trinkets, useless things, or just go spend it on one big thing. And in a few months or in a few years, sometimes months, that money will be gone. It will be gone because if you don't have a plan for it, if you don't have a way to make money out of money, then you end up losing your money. So that is the unfortunate thing. So the same thing with power. If you're not prepared for power, if you're not prepared to take the reins of power, and especially if you're not if you're not pro if you're not taught what to do once you have the reins of power, you may get rid of the person in charge, and then what happens like in governments and in drug wars, there's a power vacuum, and then eventually the strongest will fight their way to the top, and then they'll be, they might be there for a while until they are also kicked out. But if they don't know how to, if they didn't have a plan, if they didn't have the connections and the politics and the wherewithal to continue what was going on, then all it will result in is anarchy and chaos. They won't be. It will take the society a while and a lot of bloodshed usually before things get back to normal, and that's usually when either democracy or a system is restored, or a really, really powerful leader emerges that can effectively put down any opposition. So the only time that that happens is through force and violence. So if you're planning on maintaining some stability despite the passage of certain members, you have to have a way to continue the power. You have to have people always being in place. It's like soccer, a theatrical play. When you go to a play, the lead character always has what do they call them? They call them I can forget, but there's usually like another person in training who knows your part, who, especially if you're the first lead in the play, who knows your part by heart and who can step in at any time to to take your part if you fall sick or something like that. So the same thing with leadership. If you're a leader, if you're the head of a corporation or a company, or any significant enterprise, you should have in place a way that even if you're not there, you shouldn't just be full of hubris and think that your presence is so important that it will always be needed. It will, but if you're not there, there should also be something in place that you can continue with. When it comes to the familiar, if you're if something happens to you, if let's not just say the worst, let's say you have an accident and you have to stay home for a while. Well, how is life going to continue? How are you going to eat? How is how are you going to manage if something happens, basically? So when it comes to leadership, that's also an important consideration. No matter how good of a leader you are, the best way is to prove it is to have that leadership continue through somebody else, to be able to not just be a great leader, but to be able to teach leadership. I think that would be the greatest demonstration of leadership, because when you lead yourself, that's you have some natural talents, inclinations, and so on, and that's usually a fluke. It's something that just happens. But to actually teach somebody to lead, to take somebody in and say, well, this is how you do it, this is how you deal with this and that and so on, that takes patience, that takes a certain amount of wisdom. It takes humility, and a lot of people, especially people in power, they really don't. They're not familiar with humility. Power makes you arrogant and full of yourself, but to hand over that power to give to the next generation, that's the hardest part for a lot of people, even the great people, even the good people, because even if you're good, you don't want somebody to be better than you. If you're the most saintly person, the best nun that you are, the best monk and the person of virtue, you still want to be the best at that. You don't want to teach somebody else how to be as good as you are. You want to be the only one who does it. So even people who are naturally good and wonderful leaders, they do have that fault, that they have a problem handing continuing that their legacy through somebody else. So we were talking about in leadership in Africa, and young people, they have not really been given the keys to power as much. A lot of African countries, even African companies, they are still in the hands of the previous generations who believed. There was a time when they still believed in job security and people it's just, once you get a job, that's your job for life, and you just sit there until the day that you retire. But that's not very practical in this modern era, where there's jobs change, the nature of industries change, very quickly, and there's a great output, and so you can't really just be in the same job that you are. You have to constantly be changing, you're looking for new things, and so on. So the people who are still holding on to positions that were, almost defunct years ago, they seem to be in the way of progress for the young people who may have different ways of doing things. So, what can the young people in Africa do to start preparing themselves also for these positions? They can't just wait for the older people to leave or drop dead or something, because in the meantime it's going to be a slow disintegration. So it should be cooperation between the generations where it passed on, but for now it seems as if it's a more of a conflict and a struggle. Only Pro Black says, yeah, need a way to make money out of money. Yeah, if we had that magic uh, way to do it, where you have money, and then I used to wonder about magicians. So I was like, if you had all that magic, why can't you use that magic to make more money? If you can make, something appear and disappear, why don't you just take a whole stash of money and double it up and become rich? I never knew why magicians were not the richest people in the world, but that's because it's a trick. So um yeah, it's the future leaders who have to figure out, firstly, how to take the power, how to take control of the economy, and really what to do when they do get that power. um, I don't know whether it's going to be an easy and peaceful thing for some countries with more stability. I think that the young people have been more involved, maybe not as directly, because to even get into politics, like we were talking about with Kaiser earlier, you do need money, you need capital, you need to campaign. You're not just going to go there and people are going to vote for you based on your good word. It has to be, you have to be rich to be in power. That's the truth. So for a lot of young people, it takes them, ages to even get to a position where they can take care of their family, let alone try to run a campaign. So it makes it very difficult to get into politics or into any positions of leadership. Well, you may be able to get into leadership, but politics requires money, and that's everywhere. If you get into politics, you know that you are going to have to get some sponsors. You have to get people who back you, and most of the time, if they back you, you have to do something for them. Oh, welcome, Neo Mfax. Good to have you in the building. um Yes, good to have you. So, one of the reasons why young people may not be able to become leaders, political leaders, is just because they don't have the means to run a campaign. They don't have um, the money. They don't have they're not in the position in their lives to assume those roles. And increasingly, you have to be in politics in order to be a leader. So how do we prepare our youth to be leaders? The first thing is that they have to learn politics. They really do, because while we look at the leader as being this beacon of morality, as being this wonderful person, this wonderful person has to be able to navigate the dirty world of politics, internal politics, and they also have to be able to talk to people from all different walks of life. They have to be able to move around and and deal with corporate interests. They will have to deal with tribal interests. They will deal with people, corporations, moguls, people who want things in a certain way. So everybody has is something that they want, and some of the times those things do not coincide, and a politician really has to know how to shake both hands while promising them, all of them, the same thing. So yeah, that's the that's the trickery, that somebody who wants to be involved in politics has to be able to do, unfortunately. So in training leaders, you also have to train them with the reality of the situation, that this is, if you go into a different environment, you have to you have to know how to deal with different people. you know you have to know how to talk with individuals. You have to know how to negotiate, and that's also a very important thing. You have to know how to talk to people. Politics is not just about money and capital and theories, abstractions, and this. Ultimately it comes to being able to deal with different people who want things from you that you can't give to them all, and navigate tricking them into all believing that you work for them is the difficulty. But being a leader involves making difficult decisions that benefit everyone, even if it's not popular. Sometimes to be a leader, you can't be popular, unfortunately. But to be a politician, you always want to be popular. Um, so, oh yeah, thank you on your emphasis. I'm glad you came back. These are the diehards. I don't know you know how long we were out, but we were out. We were out. So I do appreciate you coming, being here. So so that's the thing that, and the reason why I wanted it to be around this time is because um a lot of times when we come online, we talk about Africa this and so on. We talk about how we want to improve things and solutions, and but we have to remember that the people that we're talking about, they are the ones who have to live the life. They have to wake up every day and figure out how to get back, how to eat, how to feed their children, how to take their children to school, and so on. So we want to reach the young people of Africa. This was unfortunately a time when it was in the middle of the night for me, but we want Swahili nation to reach the young people of Africa, so we can listen to their voices, we can hear their concerns, we can hear directly from the people, because so it's easy to dismiss and to come up with educated ideas and things that we have theorized and learned and so on, and to come with solutions to problems that we don't fully understand. I think it's very important to go into the villages and talk to them and find out, not just what do they want, what would be an immediate thing that would help them, not just in terms of the big projects, structures like, the railways and roads. Those ones are still important. There are people who can figure out those, the larger areas, but when it comes to, let's say, just helping, building a well, for example, or toilets, latrines, or recycling. We talked about that earlier when you talked about using what people have, and then helping them to benefit from it. You can have people give you some of the waste products that come from their farms, and you can turn that into products. So there are many ways of helping people from the ground. Sometimes you don't always have to wait for the government, and the government should be involved, but they're not always for me, I would think that if you're going to do something, if you really want to change the situation of people on the ground, you start with the children. If you can help a few children, that's a good start. Whether it's that just feeding them or helping them, with schoolwork, or helping them, with a sports team or something. If you can start with the children, that's always a good place to to go from. So figure out, in the community, what do the children need, what do they immediately need at this moment. Um, and, and that will give you an idea of where to start. So with the children, you have to talk to the parents, you have to ask the parents what are your immediate concerns. If it's food, if it's what the walking distance. Sometimes it's also a matter of safety. It could be a long distance from home to school. It could be, you know maybe dangerous terrain. It could be, a lack of shoes or things like that. So when people see that you are really involved in their life, and you really do care about what they do, then that makes them more, you know more open to talk to you, and it makes problem solving 10 times easier, because now you can cut to the meat of the problem. Thank you in your emphasis. Thank you. So it makes things a lot easier to solve problems when you are involved with the people who you're claiming to be solving for. And so whenever we want to embark on any project, we have to first ask, who are we doing this for, and how is it really benefiting them, but also how is it benefiting us. It's easy to be, the savior, to have the savior complex, or you're going to do things for people. But they don't do a charity where you go, patronizing. You ask yourself, I'm not it's not a charity thing. If you go into something, go into it with something that will help you as well. Go into it with a business arrangement. If you're going to say, make a deal with somebody, you don't say, oh well, I'm just going to help that person. You're not going to just give your money away for free. You're going to negotiate, you're going to haggle, you're going to get the best deal. So it's not enough to simply say, oh, I'm going to help these people. That whole idea of helping people, while it is noble in itself, it's not very laudable, because it only makes you feel better that you're doing something good, but you're not really doing helping somebody, because you're making them dependent on you. A lot of the times when we help people, you're just creating dependency. For example, let's say you give children, some sweets or candy or something. And so what that they may appreciate it the first time, that's great, and the next time they see you, they'll expect you to give them the same, and so on and so forth. So you're creating this expectation in them that every time they see you, you're to give them something. So the same way with charity or aid or these things. And that's why we as Africans, as young people, the young people shouldn't be thinking of how they can go get aid. They shouldn't be thinking of what they can get from other people. They should be thinking of what they can create, or negotiate. So when it comes to aid, or to dealing and interacting and having relationships with people from different places, the best way to look at it is to go into it saying that we are going to make a deal. Everybody is going to benefit, and we are going to walk away, everyone a winner. So instead of thinking that you're going to help somebody or somebody is going to help you, that's also another faulty mentality, that you're going to put your hands up out, and because you're maybe in a disadvantaged position, that somebody has the somebody should help you just because, that's also another thing that we have to stop. um, yeah, we have to stop thinking that other people have the obligation, or that they have any reason to help you out of the goodness of their hearts. No, nobody has that, and it's not even realistic to imagine that, because I mean, you would help a stranger if maybe they fell down and you want to, or something like that, but you wouldn't sell everything in your house and give it to a stranger. That's not realistic. You wouldn't, for example, go hungry so that somebody else can eat, or you wouldn't let your children starve so that other children could eat. So you also have to think about human nature. Don't expect people to go out of their way to do something for you, and also don't go out of the way to do something for people at the expense of your own comfort and security. So when it comes to dealing, interacting with people, you have to look at it on a fair basis, whether it's a friend, whether it's an ally, whether it's somebody that is a stranger. You have to look at it from, am I getting a fair deal out of this? um, we have sold our resources for quite cheap. We have, you know um, we have let people come into our countries, into our homes, into our places, and just take things without adequate compensation. That includes, the diamonds, the oil, the minerals, cobalt, all of those things. And we haven't really, stood by the value of our people, of our land, of our resources. So this is one of the things that I would hope the next generation will be a little less naive about, that they'll be able to work in confidently, knowing the terms and knowing the terms that they want. That when you go into a room, you're not just going to accept the first offer that comes to you, that you have to actually negotiate. You have to, you know, um, be you have to be aware. You have to read the fine print. You have to know what it is that you're signing over and what it will take to meet the terms. It's not just something that you're signing and you get money and you walk out and everything is good. When you go to business school, you should learn how to almost stand your ground. You should know how to do how to be able to carry yourself amidst other people. And that's something that requires a knowledge of psychology. It requires a knowledge of business, a knowledge of human beings. It requires experience and wisdom. It's not something that you can just you can learn elements of it, let's say in a class or in a course, but it's something that you have to really practice in order to hone that skill. So people, like when people go to business school, it shouldn't just be learning the rudimentaries of making a profit, adding one, two, three, and so on. Business should also be almost like human psychology, because everything in business involves human beings. Even when it comes to producing things, what kind of things do people like? How are you going to market it? And how are you going to do all of this in an ethical manner? I know that ethics in business seems like an oxymoron, but even those things should be taught. It doesn't come easily, but it shouldn't just be the cut and dry, here's money, make it. It should also be teaching responsibility, saying, how are you going to give back to the community? How are you going to make the best of what you have? And what impact is it? Corporations, unfortunately, they simply operate without conscience. They figure that, oh well, as long as we make a profit, that's all that matters. But they, unfortunately, if they, let's say a chemical company, they use the local resources and they dump the waste into the water. They're not taking into account the financial, the health obligations and the health risks of that, of that action. For them, once the profit is in, that's all that it is. But when business people, it has to be a balance between profit and 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 altruism. It's not always about just making money. There also has to be a social cost in involved. And the corporations not just should be made to pay the taxes, they should also be evaluated. What impact are they doing? How are they helping the community? Are they just simply taking, or are they actually improving things? So we have to look at all the ways that that these things affect us, and how to empower the youth and make them look at things in a different way, make them see that uh, that negotiation is a key factor in business. It's not just knowing the terms, it's also being able to manipulate them in a way that helps your people. It's being able to, go in and understand the terms, not just right now, but how it will impact the country later. If it's, debt, interest rates, the impact on the economy, inflation, things like that. This is a necessary thing for anybody who's getting into, even if in personal business. If you're going to get into business for yourself, you have to know your customers, you have to know the area that you're working with, you have to know what your customers needs are, how to provide it, how fast, what kind of uh, people you're dealing with. So it goes just beyond the simple making of money and counting, dollars and so on. And this still falls to it falls to our young people. It falls to the people who are going to be affected by this the most. They're the ones who are going to take the reins of power once we are gone. And if we don't prepare them, it's they're going to be even in a worse situation than we were before. So so i i I'm hoping that our new group of young people, that they're going to be more progressive, that they're going to be more concerned about their place in the universe, that they're going to be competitive with other people in the world, innovative, that they can take charge, not just of themselves and their families, but take charge of their countries, because Africa really needs a new fresh crop of minds. It needs a new people who are going to see the mistakes that were done and rectify them. It's going to see the wounds that were inflicted and heal them. Is going to see the cracks and repair them. And we have to trust that our young people have that kind of, metal, that they have that resilience, and that they also see the need for change. They see that they can effect change, and they can change this world to be something better for their own children, because it doesn't end with just us. We talk about the ancestors, but they have done their part. They have done what it takes for us to be here, and we need to do what it takes to continue this process for quite a long time. So, with that, I just wanted to get back and let everybody know that it's okay. Everything was all right. I'm sorry, I the time was maybe not the best, but I promise that next time it will be, yeah, we'll be on for quite some time, and we'll continue this discussion. I think it's a discussion that we need to have. It's a discussion that it's just the beginning. Um, we have to give the young people a chance to go further, a chance to change things for the better, and a chance to rethink a lot of the things that we thought that we knew. Prepare them to be future leaders, to prepare them for politics, to prepare them to take over. We can't always yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you, Pro Black. Definitely, we'll have a part two next week. I am hoping during the course of the week to bring some of the students from the university in Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. They usually come in on Tuesdays at my old time. They usually come in at 11 a.m. But I'm hoping that we can bring them on next week. And the last time we had a very good discussion about, education and employment, and they, oh, there was a young lady who was talking about how even if they go to school, they're urged to go to school, and they do, and they do well, but at the end of it, when they come out and there's no jobs, it's very discouraging when they see some of their older companions who are still jobless, who are still struggling, and yet they were good students. They did what was expected of them, and even above and beyond. So it really is a letdown for society when we ask the young people to do what they need to do, which is work hard and go to school, and then society doesn't do the um, doesn't keep its deal in terms of providing jobs for those who do. So what do you tell the young people in that instance? They're not lazy, you know um, they're not just sitting around, they're not idle, they actually hardworking, and they want to work hard. They take free internships, which sometimes they're not paid, but they gain the experience. And so it's not from a lack of desire to work. Sometimes we just think, oh, young people, they just want. No, actually, young people are very eager to work. They have ambition. They have, they drive, a lot of them, and they want to put that into action. So yeah, okay. Well, thank you all so much for those people who came back. I'm glad we had the program. Thank you, Oni, at Pro Black Perspective. Um, oh yeah, definitely check out the Oni's channel. It's the Pro Black Perspective, and he has very good readings. I missed the yesterday's, but I will get to it. We were reading Nyerere, and before that it was Chinweizu. And tonight we have the Bitter Medicine podcast. So yeah, we do have a good group of creators who, yeah. So thank you all so much. I look forward to having another session next week, and we are going to talk more about the role that the young people have to play in leadership and in creating innovative solutions to society's problems. Um, so with that, I would give gratitude to the ancestors, and thank you for this and the previous one. If there was a problem, that was mine, not theirs. So with that, I give thanks and I bid you adieu. Oh, do you really want me to stay here a few more minutes? Okay, I guess I will. Okay, wow. You know what? Since I was bad on the time earlier, this has never happened before. I'm sure it has, but it hasn't. So I was here earlier, bravely woke up at 1 a.m. California time, right? And we had a nice, good, heated discussion with Africans on the continent. We had Kaizo, Tezi, Marie Antoinette was here, and yeah. And then my laptop was going, yeah, it was low, so I said, okay, I need to go charge it. I go charge it, I put it, no, I didn't even get to the charger. I put it down, and then I sat down for a bit. Before I knew it, it was, I don't know how it was, but I woke up and the laptop was dead, everything was dead, and yeah, so that happened. That happened. I dozed off online and just left things hanging. So I definitely urge you. It was a very good discussion. Well, parts of it were good, parts of that I remember. But if you have a chance, do please go back and listen to the first part, which was about African leadership and battery low. What is the battery low right now, or you're talking about the previous one? Well, the previous one, my battery was pretty low, and So it was pretty low, and then I went off, and it died on me, and that was it. And I worried a lot of people. I do have to personally apologize to Marie Antoinette because she did wake up. I think it was, I don't know what time it was on her end, but she woke up and she joined us. And so to just doze off like that, like a total novice, amateur, rookie, all of that, that was pretty shady, pretty dusty, as Kaiser would say. But things happen. I'm still going to have the program at this time, and that's because we we want to reach the people on the continent. We want to reach them at a time. It was when it was 1 a.m. and it was 11 a.m. Kenyan time, East African time. So it's the middle of the day for them. While it's an unholy night time for me, but I was happy we did get a new person. I think I don't think it was from the continent, but um, this is the best time. This would be the best time to try to reach those who are on the continent, and this is the best time for me because I can sort of stay up on the weekend. So let's make this a habit. Let's start next week. Next week, we will continue the discussion of youth as leaders, as future leaders. It's very important that we give them this responsibility and not just look at them as inconveniences or as rebels or as louds or as just um, just barely grown children. We should, yeah, that's 4 a.m. Yeah, you're correct, Focus. That's 4 a.m. on the East Coast and 1 a.m. on mine. So imagine that. And I was trying to do this thing where I tried to go to bed like really, really early at around 7 o'clock so I could wake up at midnight. But that doesn't work because if your body's not used to 7 o'clock, my body's like, come on, you think we're going to sleep at 7 o'clock? Am I a child? So I did not fall asleep. So I just stayed up until like around 1 o'clock. So 1 o'clock, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go on whatever happens. And that's what happened, unfortunately. So, well, Forecast and Oni, if you guys want to come on for a second, that's cool. I know you probably not because you're always scared to come on SNN, where you know we're nice people. We are actually very very nice and polite. We don't bite. We just have gentle conversations, no controversy, a bit of dust, but yeah, no fire, no fire. So if one of you wants to come on, so I don't have to say that it was just me talking to myself, which is still okay because I think on the last one we had a long talk, so that's okay. Um, so if you want to come on, we can, but just in preparation for next week, it's the emphasis and focus will be on what kind of educational environment we're creating for. Talking to myself sounds good. No, it's not good. Oh, yes. Okay. I'm going to be joining you then soon, Oni, because I missed yesterday's. I might just go and catch up on yesterday's reading. Oh, and Oni, before I forget, now that I have your time, this is how you pronounce Nyerere. It's pronounced Nyerere. You hear Nyerere. It's not and Nyere. It's not. You just say Nyerere, like Kenya. Yeah, that NY sound. That's it. Because I hear you saying it, and I just want to instinctively correct you. Like, okay, it's Nyerere. So if you're later on when you're reading it, just remember it's Julius Nyerere. So but yeah, that was a very good book to read. If anybody is listening right now, go check out the pro-black perspective. What are you saying? I don't know what you're saying. You say it in a very funny way. I think let me try to you say something like inyere. Ah, okay. Don't worry. I'll tell you, but it's just nyerere. It's simple. Forecast says I can come, but I'm not home. And yeah, you can come on. We're not going to be long. If your phone breaks up in 2 or 3 minutes, it's okay. We'll just end it in 2 or 3 minutes. No. You never say that. Okay, okay. If you don't say that, then that's cool. That's cool. But your pronunciation of the West African names, Chinwezu, was way better. I think that's because you guys have a West African bias. I know you do. Yeah, listening to other people, no, I don't. I only listen to Pro Black, but you know what I find funny that this thing with the ask. Black Americans could never say ask. They always say axe, like it's an axe with the AXE. And I had, who did I hear saying axe? I had Mr. Untouchable on the last program. He was like, and then we're going to axe you. We're going to axe you. And I was like, wow, Caribbeans also say the axe thing. So it must be a very deep linguistic marker because I have heard it from West Africans, I heard it from Black Americans, but yeah, I also heard it from Caribbeans saying ask instead of ask. So that's just an interesting verbal thing. But yeah, we don't have it in East Africa. The problems that people usually have is replacing word sounds like, with the R and the L. So somebody will say lake instead of rake, or the other way, or somebody will say rive instead of live. So things like that, but not axe. So that's just interesting. It shows how, how connected the people are and how those things, you still find them even linguistically. So yeah. So so that's the what we're going to be talking about next week. And then I'm hoping at the same time next week we might also talk about how we can how young people can connect all around the world. um, while it's important for young people, to talk and be leaders and all that, I think that one of the ways that the university gives them an advantage is they get to meet people from different parts of the country, of the world, and so on. So that also, oh, hey, Forecast, you actually called in today. That's awesome. How are you
Hey,
doing?
what's going on, Tanzan? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I'm chilling. How about you?
Yeah, I'm just chilling too. I was trying to take care of some stuff.
Oh, cool, cool, cool. Yeah. So, we won't be, I know that you have to be going, but so we're just talking about how to empower young people to to be leaders, to not just be into, oh yeah, young people can have fun, party, do all of that stuff, but in reality, when it comes to changing society and actually making things happen, it's going to be the young people who are going to have to take it into their hands to do something about it. They're going to be the ones who say, we're tired of how things are and this is how we want them to be. And so it's the duty of the older generations to prepare them and to be able to peacefully pass on the power. And what's happening in Africa right now is that there's almost like a power tension, not a struggle as such, but a tension between the older generation who are still holding on to power. Because in the old days, power was security. If, for example, if you had a job and that job was yours for life, so you are not giving it up. But in the new, in the new system, jobs change. Sometimes 5 years you're lucky if you can keep a job. So young people are not getting the opportunities that they had before. So yeah, do you have thoughts on that, either here or back home, about the role of young people in leadership?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I say all the time, well, for me, not to sound pessimistic or nothing, but I'm in my 30s, and I feel like if you're my age or older, you might as well like not give it up, but like understand that it's going to be the generations that come after us, the people that's probably being born today. Well, maybe not even today, but the people who haven't been born yet. And it's important not to pass down your trauma to those generations. I was listening to something like this Russian dude. He was talking about how to infiltrate America, but he made a good point though. He was like, in 3 generations, the children they'll be able to do what they have to do in 3 generations of children being educated without question about a certain type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
How
Mm-hmm.
the difference from the 60s to now, and then like during the 70s with the like the feminist movement and stuff like that, it changed the way that men and women react. And now, some people would say women
Oh, we lost you there for a bit. I guess the phone
you
did
can
go
hear me?
off. Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I don't know where it dropped off at, but I was saying like how generational stuff changes, like how like how it's much different from it was during the 60s and 70s, how they say like today they try to say women are more masculine and men are more feminine, and stuff like that can change in generations, so it can be reversed. I believe everything can be reversed, so in the next 2 or 3 generations you can have the children thinking or whatever mindset you have, as long as you educate yourself and determine what you want to do, and then educate your children and don't pass down the trauma. But
Yeah, as well as prepare them for leadership. One thing that I was saying earlier, that even the best leaders, it's not just about maintaining power. It's not just about being an effective leader. It's also about knowing how to pass that torch of leadership, preparing somebody. While you're a leader, you should be thinking about what happens when you're gone, or if something happens to you. Nobody prepares for it, but if you're a good leader for any organization or company, you're supposed to be having somebody that you're training or mentoring or preparing to take over in case you're not there. Even in the political system, there's a chain of I don't know what is called, the chain of power. If the president is not there, the vice president, the speaker, and so on, there's always a contingency plan. But sometimes, even with the best leaders, they don't seem to realize that something can happen at any time, and it's in your best interest to have somebody there. So, and that also helps you in avoiding some of the traitorous people who are sent to sort of take out the people at the top. If you have somebody that you can trust and groom and prepare for leadership, even if somebody comes at you, there's going to be somebody to take over once that you're gone. And you can see even in religious movements, Jesus, I don't know whether he did appoint somebody officially, but it's always a good idea to have somebody that the movement should not die with the person. It should always be contingency, that it continues even if the person there. Everybody should be replaceable, is what I was trying to say,
yeah, I agree with
including
that.
the leader.
Yeah, I agree with that. And what I say is like, they said they want to stop the Black Messiah, but the Black Messiah is not a person. It's
Mm-hmm.
it's unity. It's a certain kind of energy. And I would say this though, not every person, and I'm had to learn this the hard way. Not every person is a leader, and sometimes people just want to follow, and then not everybody, a leader has to be a visionary. Like you have to see like not only what could come ahead, but what happens as a result of all the different possibilities, and
Mm-hmm.
being prepared ahead of time. And not everybody is like that, but a leader should also be able to distinguish who he can pass his thing down to. But no leader should be asking somebody to do something that they couldn't or wouldn't do themselves. You know what I'm saying? And I think a good leader, instead of telling people that they have to follow me, take the power out of them, a true leader, puts the power into the people and shows them how that they are the creator of themselves. Because like even if you do have a leader, guess who has to pick that leader? You are the person who picks your leader. So at the end of the day, it's still you making that decision. And a real leader would encourage and help you develop your skills and
If you come back, you were at develop your
so to
skills.
be able to delegate and to remove your ego from certain situations, learn how to take losses as well as learn how to, share wins. Sometimes they get all the credit and none of the glory. Sometimes they get all the glory and none of the credit for the bad things. But as far as a leader, you have to be willing to, you know, um, I mean, it's a sacrifice to be that, to sometimes you may get somebody may do something that you have to let go. Sometimes you have to make a decision that you don't want to make. Sometimes you may have to punish somebody who you love dearly, but it's what is the greater good, but I believe, in my personal opinion, I don't know about a one person being a leader. I think it's more of a collective thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, because to me that's a dictatorship, and I've never met nobody I agree with 100% on anything, you know what I mean? But
Hmm.
I do think, there's a hierarchy, but I don't believe in somebody who doesn't trust the people, because at the end of the day, a government or a leader can only be the leader if enough people are willing to follow them, and the moment they're not willing to follow them, they'll be overthrown anyway. So
Hmm. And Kagoma says African leaders must be differentiated with dictators that force themselves to power to overstay for more than 12 years. Museveni, Kagame, Djibouti President Ali Bongo, Ngwesa, Debi, all criminals. And that's the difficulty there when it comes to leadership. Now leadership without politics, because if you are a good leader, then you should be in power for a long time, not a long time, but it takes quite some time to get the nation and things in order. You have to stabilize it, you have to have a plan, an economic plan, which takes years realistically. So for you to be a good and effective leader, you almost have to be not quite, but almost tyrannical. You have to really rule with a very heavy hand, it seems. So a lot of the times when you encounter leaders who do have a vision, and it has to be something that they have that conviction, and they seem to be tyrannical. Like the Gambian president Ali Jammeh, I know he was very passionate about wanting the best for his country. But there's also the other flip side, is that once you have that strong leader, then the slide into dictatorship is very easy, and so you get into people who want to hold on to it forever, and they don't want to let go, even if that at that time it was required, it was needed for a strong leader. It's very difficult to hand over power. The only person who voluntarily gave up power was once again Nyerere. Nyerere was he was in power for some time, and then he said, well, I think it's time to give somebody else a chance to. I've tried my best. Things didn't work out exactly as I planned, so it's time for somebody else to try their plan. And that was exceptional. That was not the norm. Most of the time, if you can, you will hold on to it forever. So that's an example of a good leader who knows not only how to lead, but when to stop leading, or when to give it up.
yeah, I agree. Yo, you know exactly when to give it up, and yeah, and like JB, I'm not really saying that I get what you're saying. We're not ready for democracy, but you have to the people have to feel involved. That's not telling them to make every decision or whatever. Certain things I do feel that maybe if it comes to a vote or whatever, but I do also think that each whatever it is, each particular group can nominate their particular leaders to represent their thoughts, you know what I'm saying? But when people feel like they don't have any role or say in the government, and they're just taking their money, their taxes, that's where that kind of oppressed thing come from, you know what I'm saying? And that's
Hmm.
the thing, it does take time to and I know, like, because a lot of us think that tomorrow everything is going to be like different, but it's not. There is not one um there's not like one thing that could happen where tomorrow everything will change. Like we can change our mentality and begin tomorrow, and that'll make a world of difference. But it's still going to take the work and the years and time to build all this stuff up. You know what I'm saying? But I do think that I do think it's dangerous to have. I do think dictatorships to a certain degree is um it could end up bad. You know, in my opinion. You know.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I can see the need for a strong leader, especially during the the first years of independence, because it was a time when different factions, tribes, and so on, pre-independence, there was a unity in the struggle, but it was not really a unity in identity. So during the post-independence years, it was imperative that people focus on building the country rather than fighting for political power. So for the first years, having a strong leader was actually a good thing for the young countries. But in terms of getting people involved, that was actually, they went hand in hand. For example, I know that in Kenya we had two presidents who were in power for quite a long time, but they were also very involved with the people, like from the level of school children to adults to young people and so on. Everybody felt that they were, part of the government. The children were involved in singing and dancing and competitions and things like that. There was a youth group that were, tried to employ young people after they finished those, training and courses and things like that. So I think that if you show them that you're in power, not so that you can acquire, but so that you can help people, that goes a long way also in gaining the trust of the people. So while you can still have a strong leader, you also need the people's involvement. So unfortunately, sometimes success is also a curse, because if you get too successful, you might think, well, I'm doing such a good job, nobody else is capable of doing it, and so they will just stay and stay and stay, and they won't give somebody else a chance. Or you might be afraid of, well, if I let it go, somebody else is going to come in and destroy all this work that I have done. But that's why, as much as you have a strong leader, the leader is not there to strengthen the position of the person at the top. He's there to strengthen the institution. So the strong leader should be the first step, but he should be, while in power, he should be making steps towards almost weakening his own office, making the next person be more a servant of the people. Because especially if you create a system of dictatorship, the first person will get there by force or by his own strength, but the next person who gets there will get into a system that's already in place. So for them, they won't see the necessity of fighting to get there, only of maintaining their position. So that will be the priority. Instead of building the country, it will be staying at the top. And well, once you do that, once politics becomes a way of business, then it becomes less about leadership, and it becomes, just a way of self enrichment. And so you can't have leaders emerging from that situation. All you'll have is, tricksters and politicians. Oh, okay. Let us welcome the masses is here. Mondatezi, welcome. How are you?
Yeah, hello, my brother and my sister Tamazan.
Hello, hello, brother. So
Yeah, oh,
focused, I
focus
think.
rate.
Yes, the
Yeah, yeah,
focus.
yeah, yeah. Yeah?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, no, 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 no. What are you going to say? I was going to say something, but maybe let me not interrupt the.
Oh, okay. No, we were just talking about the leaders, that even if you're a strong leader, you're supposed to actually weaken your own position so that you prepare the country to become from a dictatorship to a more involved
Democracy.
democracy. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. This is what I heard, and I was eating, and I almost choked. Focus has left.
Oh wow. Why would you always talk
You
about
know?
that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's because the when you say a strong leader, what does that mean? You know, this is the language. This type of language is
Mm-hmm.
implies, you know, that a strong leader, an African or a strong leader in Africa is requires you know, the African cannot lead himself, or the African is just some sort of savage or blind mass that requires a dictator. Otherwise, it will be chaos. You know that he needs to be put down, and this is why that's why when you talk about a strong leader in Africa, those the features of a strong leader in Africa are not the same features of a strong leader outside Africa. You know, because here you see strong leader is practically a dictator, somebody who can might as well picture him with a whip, you know. I, that is just the who can whip these lazy masses, these low IQ masses into shape, and this is
Oh
the type of
man, that is not even how I was envisioning it. For me, a strong leader is somebody who has a strong sense of purpose, somebody who actually has a plan where they're taking the country. Because to me, I see a lot of, influential politicians, and those are people who just get into office, to continue the work that was there before. They don't really have an aim and a vision of where to take the country. So I'm talking about, people, I don't know if they still make them anymore, Magufuli, yeah, Sankara, people who actually have a mandate and they hold the people accountable. So that's what I mean by strong and unwavering, somebody who is committed to their ideals and is not going to, yeah, somebody who actually, for me, the strongest leader, if I could come to mind, recently would be Magufuli. He had a plan, he wanted to implement it, and even though sometimes it might not be popular, but he shows the results.
uh,
So strength of
what was
purpose.
Magufuli's plan?
Magufuli's plan was to fight corruption, to improve the living conditions of Tanzanians. It was to make people self-sustainable, to have Tanzania depend less on foreign capital, and improve infrastructure, and yeah, to try to be sufficient.
And in those things, did he succeed?
No, not completely. Yeah, I think he made great steps towards it, but no, I didn't think he succeeded completely.
Yeah, like you know, this is why I keep saying in Africa, our definition of a strong leader is totally different from what it should be, what it should be. A good example is Magufuli, right? You can compare me. I can compare Magufuli, and you can compare Magufuli and the Rwandan president is who Paul Kagame,
Kagame.
right?
Hmm.
Yeah, Kagame. If you look at corruption, Kagame kind of has false Kagame probably has better statistics. I have yet to see how corruption was fought, you know, in Magufuli's time, because all I know is that there were a lot of roadside declarations, but actual convictions, I have yet to hear actually big government officials getting convicted in his tenure as president. So you know, sometimes we as Africans we fail to even hold our own leaders accountable because of charisma, right? But you can look at the corruption. What is it? Is it? I think there's an index, right? And
Hmm.
you'll find that you'll find maybe Rwanda. Rwanda probably has better statistics in terms of putting people out of educating, free education for all, and corruption. Maybe yeah, it's minimal corruption. So I think if Magufuli became popular because of his declaration against, he hit a people's trauma. There was like a trauma, and he talked about it and he addressed it, and I think that's why a lot of people resonate with him. But I
What
feel
trauma
like
are you talking about?
yeah,
What trauma are
the
you talking?
the the trauma of the Mzungu's trauma, the trauma against the Mzungu. That is where I think he hit the nail on the. That's where he was like, really, that's what made people, oh, who's this guy talking against Mzungu? You know, I think that is what made him quite popular. But I feel like in other things, he was outperformed by his own neighbors. When we talk about Rwanda, I don't think, but you don't see, you know, people talk the way they talk about Kagame, the way they should, they talk about Magufuli, right? Because Kagame literally now in Rwanda, he has provided a lot of free education in Uganda, but there is no free education in Tanzania during his 5 years. You know, but these are just other things that I'm just trying to indicate that we don't, when it comes to like on paper, like comparing leaderships, if you're going to mark, you know, on paper,
Yeah, but
you will
Kagame is
find that.
also a strong leader. He's very strong too. You know, he's one of those strong silent, and in terms of speaking to, you know, to the Westerners, he's actually even more, I would think, more forceful than Magufuli. Like if you see him in those press conferences, he holds his ground. So I
Now
would put
you
him
see, yeah,
amongst
yeah,
the
that's
strong
a
ones
good.
as
You
well.
see now, that's what I was trying to say. That was that's actually a good point that you're trying to say. That Kagame was actually a strong leader. But now,
Mm-hmm.
if you look at who now, if you look at, you know, this perspective, if you look at like, Uhuru Kenyatta, let me give you name for, I've forgotten his name for a while. The
Mm-hmm.
outgoing president of Kenya, right? He is not even in Kenya. We can just be honest, right? We don't see him as you can't even put those words in the same sentence with his name. But right?
Mm-hmm.
But in his when it comes to infrastructure, right? He is one of the
Mm-hmm.
presidents that has been highest infrastructure spending in the history of Kenya. You
Yes.
know, it's him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I saw these interesting statistics that in more Kenyans got out of. Although I don't think this is true, I think this is it depends on what perspective. I think they was playing with numbers, but you see, you can see each leader. My point is that each leader has his own point. You know, has his own strength and stuff like that. But me, the best leader for me, I don't think any of them are strong leaders. By the way, my point is a strong leader to me is a leader who can make a country function without him. You know, and that is
Mm-hmm.
why, like, if he's gone, can the country, if you can make a country function, that you have made the systems in the country, the institutions of your country, that if they are gone, if you're gone today, me, I'm gone, I step down the way they should step down, that those the countries that doesn't, you know, it doesn't, the country functions without you. And you can see this even in, maybe now, I hate putting Europeans in the what, in the pedestal. But if you see the Europeans in the pedestal, the Europeans, how their leaders come out, you will see that they change leaders every year or every now and then. Even when the leader just does something wrong, is changed easily, and the systems, they still continue and provoke, and as they are unbothered, you know, because the systems and the institutions are strong. It's not the, you know, and that is what a strong leader is. A strong leader puts in strong institutions. That's what I'm trying to say. That you don't become the king of the country. You know, you don't have become that the country. Oh my God, they can't even imagine the country without you. You know, that to me is a huge sign of a bad leader. To me, that's like, oh, like if you can't imagine this country without this person, then that leader he is selfish. That's what I feel. That you have put everything on your what, you are is a narcissism that you have put everything, you have designed everything in a way that it's just going to be dependent on you being there, you know. And when you're gone, all these things can end up in the wrong. Next leader can be the wrong leader, and there is nothing, and it's just too powerful, you know. I don't know if you're understanding what I'm trying to
No, I
say.
understand. And that's I think I agree with you, especially with that point about that. If you're strong enough, you should you shouldn't almost be needed. You should create something that even if you're there can continue to function. And that's what I was talking about also with even the corporations, the businesses, that you find that most of the successful companies were actually started as family companies. They may have changed obviously, like Disney and so on, in time, but they usually start out as either, you know, business associates or family corporations and things like that, because even if one person is gone, there's going to be somebody to take over. But what I was saying also with the strong leader is that even in order to create those strong institutions that are going to persist after you're there, you still have to be strong enough to create them. Even when you look at Kagame, Magufuli, and all this, they still had to strong arm their way into making people conform, because people are not, you know, just going to go with new laws just because, especially if it's taking something from them. But if you're, that's the part of strength. It's not to say somebody is a strong leader, it's not to say that they are, you know, just overbearing or dictatorial, or it's just to say that there's a mission, there's a path, and this is what is going to be followed, and deviations from it will be, you know, will be dealt with severely. So you do have to create, while you're in power, before you leave, you have to create those institutions, and you really have to almost bulldoze people into taking positions. So when you leave, now everybody knows their position, but in the beginning, I think it's important to be less democratic and more, you know, tyrannical, you know, in a
Now,
way.
now you see, I disagree. I'm now disagreeing with you. This is,
Mhm.
but it's not. You know, that's the thing. That is the thing that, like, you know, the whip, the leader with the whip. You know, that is what you are. That is the picture you're trying to.
Not
I'm seeing
whip,
when you say
just discipline, being able
yes.
to get people to do things, to work hard, to go further, to put in, you know, that
But
extra.
do you need to
Mhm.
be a tyrant to do those things?
No, you do not, but you have to be tyrannical to some extent. You do have to take a strong hand. You can't just let people, you know, uh be easy and free. The people, you know,
You see,
deal with consequences.
now, okay,
Man,
okay.
when you say the word
Nah,
consequences, it almost, I just see it. I see a black and white uniform with a Nazi. No, discipline is just one of those bad political words. But in any case, it is required of everybody in the land to be disciplined.
you see, that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes you need to look at where these terms are coming from. Where do this this description of the great leader, or you know, sometimes it comes from a place of maybe we just don't like, Africans cannot govern themselves. Africans are naturally indisciplined, so we need a strong discipline to leader to whip us into shape. I don't think that's true. In a good example, I'm going to again talk about another person who is running for president
Mhm.
here in Kenya. Is Raila Odinga. I think Kenya we're having an election in the next 2 days, right? So Raila Odinga is running for president, right? And we talk about Kenya's new constitution, right? Now, you remember in 2007, right? We had huge violence. Not huge compared to what's happening in Africa. In African standards, it was not huge. Like, but in Kenya, in our own history, that was like the biggest violence we've ever had, right? But as you can see, 3 days, three, is it what happened next is that there was this push, and it's not only Raila Odinga. We have who Pastor is Charles Njue, Charles Njue, Pastor Charles Njue. I might be calling his name wrong. Pastor, we have the pastor part, but these guys were the forefathers. You know, these guys who Kina Miguna, David Ndi, Miguna. These are guys who are fighting for democracy in Kenya, fighting for accountability, and these were guys who are not even in governments, right? But they because of their fighting from outside government, not just pushing for demonstrations, civil disobedience, all these tactics they were using just for that new constitution to become through, which strengthened right now. We are enjoying. as Kenyans because of the judiciary. Strong, you can see strong judiciary, strong. A little bit, some systems are beginning to look to make sense, but even that, but all those people who were responsible for that were not even in power. You get all those people who are responsible were not what is the tyrants? Were not tyrant. In fact, the tyrant was against that. All the tyrant, Moi, from Moi, even Kibaki at one point he was trying to increase his term. So did this guy, President Uhuru Kenyatta. He was trying to push some sort of funny before he left. Was trying to push that sort of referendum, and it failed because of the likes of David B again, the likes of Nelson Harvey, another group of people who believe in who are leaders who are not in power, but they went to court and they've been pushing through outside government for the country to look for and have had higher impact on the nation than people who are in government, the tyrants in government. So my point is that to me, these are strong leaders. To me, these are leaders. You don't need to whip people. You don't need to talk down to Africans, because these guys, even the likes of Raila Odinga, he had huge support during his time was an activist. During his time of, he didn't need to whip people or need to show people that you are indisciplined. The masses themselves, the most people. When I say the masses, I'm talking about the lower classes. These are not stupid people. These are people who understand the politics of the country. They understand the logic. They understand the nuances. All they do, they can tell you if you talk to any of them, and they'll probably even tell you something you didn't even know. They might even teach you something about the politics of the country that you had not seen before. So when you see the people like that, when you see the masses, the middle class, the dusty middle class, they don't see these things. But when you see the masses for who they are and what they talk about and what they want better country. They have better, even when it comes to ideas, they probably have better ideas for the country than that one leader. So to me, that's why my point is, when you talk about a strong leader, is a strong leader who allows for the people, the people in his mass, the people who even oppose him, the people who don't, who may not agree with him, or just allow for the voice of the people to be heard in his government. That is a strong leader. That is the leader who, even if he's gone, the voice of the people is still active. But if you point to leaders who have been showing tyrannical behaviors, people who have been demonstrated that they don't like to be opposed, that they are, like you have talked about bulldozing, that is not, to me, that's not strong. To me, that is the opposite of strength to me. Because that is, that is you've just replaced the white man. To me, because you have looking down on your own people, that they need to be bulldozed or they need to be whipped into shape. It's not true. The people know what's good for them. If you want the people to listen to you or to follow you, to want to what, to convince, you need to convince them to follow your agenda, like a normal person. Just convince them that we don't need this. And if the people are with you, it will happen. But if you have to force, or you have to shut down opposing voices, because if just because you see them as a threat to you, or you have to do all these things that I see Kagame doing, and I used to see Magufuli doing, things that I don't. To me, I'm like, nah, this is not things that we should be praising as Africans. That's my point. Let me not be too long-winded.
No, you're good. You're good. So, so to you, the workings of Magufuli, you thought that was heavy-handed in terms of requiring discipline from the people, accountability, expecting more from them. Because it will be nice to
what do you mean requiring discipline for them people? Look at that type of thinking.
But
Requiring discipline from
Casey,
them for the
discipline is not a bad word. It's not a bad word. There's nothing
it
wrong
is
with being.
it is because it is used to gaslight Africans into thinking they're indisciplined. I think we talked about religion. I think last Sunday in the hidden eye. I think we talked about religion and how
Mm-hmm.
when theology, theodicy is how explaining that God is great. God is, God is all perfect. God is does not make mistake, and if there is something wrong, it's probably you. You know
Mm-hmm.
that is the perspective that we are given as Africa. Even in Kenya, we suffer this. Although everybody, I think, even in I see even all over Africa, there is this people who are seeing through this type of stuff that no, this perspective that the government is good or the leader is good, it is the people that have a problem. No, people, a good healthy government, a healthy society is where there is a diversity of views. Even if you think you are right, and that there will always be somebody who thinks opposite. That is just natural in a society, you know. A good now, if you want to function well as a society, even that person who thinks opposite must be given a chance to convince other, to talk his opinion, you know. And that's how you have diversity of opinion. But if you go one way, you know, you are you're going to make some funny mistakes. I'm going to give a look at Kagame right now with the report that has been given out from the United Nations. That they are actually even 1,000 soldiers of Uganda, they were sent into Congo to help the rebels over there. That's like a report that has just come out, you know, just recently. So already look at what's, you know, look at the things that these strong leaders, you know, you're going when you praise now another thing is when you praise a politician, you don't what happens is, and I made this mistake also with the current president of Tanzania. I realized now I was wrong, that when you praise a politician, chances are you know, it's like you're endorsing also the bad things they're going to do, you know. So this is also, you should also be careful, because there are things that Paul Kagame, there's actually a Rwandese guy here, I don't know, I've forgotten his name, you've just read his comment, who is not a big fan of Kagame, right? I've
Mm-hmm.
forgotten his name, is Kagame. There's somebody here just right now, you've just read his comment. And even
Yes,
in
let
the
me
era of
see.
Magufuli,
Kagoma Aigle, I believe. That's his name.
yeah, Kagoma. Yeah,
Kagoma.
he's not a big fan of Kagame, and he has his right. He has his reasons. Even in Magufuli, when Magufuli was not, unfortunately, met his demise, there is I think Mika is here. Maybe he can confirm or deny. But I think there is a group of Tanzanians who are celebrating that Magufuli is gone. You know, and they have their rights, because there are things that Magufuli did. Maybe your daughter was got pregnant, and Magufuli said is not going to that is the end of her education journey. You know, in Tanzania, you know, that type of parent is going to be bitter. That daughter is going to be bitter, and when they hear that Magufuli has gone, she has her right to celebrate. You know, but because that was not a good policy, right? So they are and if there was a diversity, and because the government is good, people like those, they are usually stepped on. You know, they never get their voices heard, because they'll be opposing the president, and the president is never wrong. You know, it is the masses, that the government is never wrong, it is the masses. And that type of, look how dangerous it is. Look how those people, the people who are the minorities, the fringe people, the people who, you know, they because, like, it must be really terrible for them. That's what I'm just saying. A society like that must be, like, imagine, you know, you can just only imagine. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, that's my point. I think let me let others people speak.
Hey, Tenzin, hey, can I say something? I gotta drop off for a minute.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just want to say I get what both of y'all saying. Like, with the dick. Like, for example, like if somebody was to come and say, "Oh yeah, this is gonna be a Muslim country. If you don't accept Muslim, you're dead." You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with that. But also, every country, every place has laws, rules, and regulations, and certain things that you cannot violate. You know what I'm saying? Or it comes with punishment. Not that, you know what I'm saying, the people is corrupt. Like, but if you, for example, murder, that's an extreme example. But if you murder, there's a punishment for murder. So if you do something treasonous, or like, not everything can be accepted, or it will be lawless, or like,
Yes.
my
At
question would be like, if y'all were the leader of any country that you want to be, how would you turn things around? Like, what way would you do that? You know?
Hmm. Well, for me, and I'll let Mick and Jesse say, but for me, I think you have to start with the young people. I think that's always where I go to, because not only do they have the knowledge of of the past, they have learned how to the history. They know the history, they know the process of how they got to be here, but they also have the future outlook, that they can imagine a future, that they can see the possibilities of what can happen. They can envision and create new things. So I would probably start with the needs of the young people, and talk to them and see what it is that they need. Tezi, we seem to have dropped him. I guess he did say he was going to drop off. So thanks for that forecast, and hope you can join us again. So, Tezi, how do you answer that? What would be the best way if you got into power to start to improve the country? How would you start?
Okay, first of all, I don't know why we like talking about the young. I don't think young people are going to really change anything. I think we should also stop looking at this. Youth is not permanent, right?
Mm,
So what if you stop being young? You stop being classified as young. What happens? You are no longer effective to the country. You know, we risk alienating other demographics by just focusing on like young people. These old people are used to be they were in the 90s. It was, oh, that's the young people. Even in the 70s was the young people. But now these people are not young anymore, right? But they still have that fire. So we should also, I think the people we should talk about are maybe the masses. When I talk about, that's why I like to say the masses, because these are people who are under the middle class.
mm-hmm,
People people who the majority, basically the majority demographic. Sometimes, yeah, you can say maybe the majority are young, but you can go to people who are under the middle class. There are a lot of elderly people, but there are a lot of middle-aged people who also have something to say. Even right now, when you talked about the people who are fighting to protect the constitution, you can't really classify them as young. Some of them, like Nelson Harvey, they're not really young, but they are still fighting. These are not people who these are poor. Some of them are past 50, but they're still fighting for the constitution. They're still fighting for accountability within government. They are still strong activists. We have, I'm just going to mention them, the ones in Kenya, because even Bobby Wine one day is not going to be young, you know. But we have the CJ in Uganda. He's not young, but he's still fighting for, the against the dictatorship of Museveni, But
mm,
basically, yeah, that's if I don't think I don't think from what I've learned is that you don't really need to be empowered to change the constitution. You just need to have principles. And to me, I think we need to have parties, or was it political parties, or organizations or forums like this one here in One Africa, forums that what is it, that praise, not that promote the voice of people, that put the voice of the masses, because in the end of the day, that's how a country develops, by the education and by the opinion of the masses coming up. We need, and you find that a lot of dictators, actually, they don't like this. They don't like when you have public barazas, or people are meeting to discuss what just issues. You can even see it now. Just look at, even in Rwanda, I don't know, in anywhere, you see that leaders, they don't like this, because you feel maybe they are threatened that they might lead another revolution or something like that. But this is what is necessary: just public forums in which people talk about their issues and talk about the politics and talk about all these things. That then you'll find that a society, that's the best way for a society to progress, because that's where you'll find solutions that everybody is intact with. That's when you can say, today we want one Africa. If One Africa is discussed in such forums, that although the internet is replacing them, also in the ground, people are talking about maybe one Africa, or talking about removing hunger, and this is how we need to do with removing hunger. You find that you are developing what is it, a national consciousness. I talked about the black consciousness, a national consciousness that, okay, the whole nation is behind that. This is how we are going to remove hunger. And you find that's just how you think change. That's why you see that, and it will become, it doesn't even matter if you have such forums. It won't even matter what leader is on the top,
But let's
because there
talk
is
about the masses for a second now. You mentioned the masses. So, we talk about
Can I
the
have some time to contribute as well?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. You've been quiet for a while. Sometimes I know you just in the background, but go ahead.
No. I was just waiting for you to give me a chance to speak.
Oh, no, you can jump in anytime, anytime.
Thank you for that. Well, there are a few things. I mean, I love the topic, and I had to come in because there's a few things that I want to correct from what my brother Monzi shared, specifically about Magufuli. There's a few things that they were not right. I want to correct that. I can contribute to the angle, the question that our brother he raised. The first thing, Magufuli, he was on the room for 5 years, not 10 years. And the second thing, the issues. I mean, the first issue that he was dealing with, it was not Mzungu, but it was corruption. In Tanzania, because for him, he has been in the government system for a long time, for more than 20 years. He grew up there, and he been, let's say like the member of the parliament all the way to minister. So he knows the country inside out, and he knows the system. And ever since he was a member of the parliament or minister, he he was very popular. He was one of the most popular minister like in Tanzania, and that's because of his decisions and how he was dealing with things. And I think that is because he has been in the system for so long time, and he has been seeing Madudu that's happening, in the government, right? He has been like, so what basically every president did while he was working under different presidents, they were shifting him from one sector to another sector. Because, for example, there was this time he was dealing with the land, sector, right? He did an incredible job, really incredible job that sector it transformed like all of a sudden. So they had to move him all the way to the fishing and other stuff, and then they have to move to another sector. So basically, he was recognized someone that he gets the job done, right? And whatever you put him, he's going to change, that system in place, right? And that wasn't even during the previous regime before him. There was a time that they kind of felt like him and the president they're not kind of okay, because he was making like decisions that the people will love it, like everybody will love it, because they'll be like they will really praise the government. The government is really working, but in a way, it will be kind of um like in a way it kind of seemed like it's going against to the to what the leader wants, like the main leader of the country at that time, right? Those were just speculation that people were doing. But so when he became a president, this is the guy that has been there for a long time, right? Working inside out and seeing everything that's happening, and knows exactly what Tanzania has, and knows why Tanzania is it in the place where it is it right now, and why it should not be there, right? So this is the guy that came knowing everything, and knows like where is the weakness, like why we're not having like enough revenues in the country, right? And looking at the expenditures of the taxes of citizens, how it's been used, right? And that's why when he came, if you remember, the first thing that he was dealing just with the corruption, right? So he had to, to surprise different offices, if it is in the Bandari, or if it is like tax revenues, right? If it is at the, if it is like, cutting down some trips that a lot of leaders were just traveling to go abroad and they're using money, right? So he had to cut that down, and instead he said, "Yo, you know what? We have ambassadors in those specific countries. You don't need to go. Our ambassadors can represent us." because they're there, right? So he had to, to cut all these things because he knew that, we have a lot of money, but we're spending a lot of money in useless things. And while we have a lot of projects that we need to fulfill, for example, infrastructure and other stuff, right? And you do remember even, because of what he did, then he was able to correct a lot of money. Like, and the government was very transparent at that time because at the month giving report, like how much corrected, as a because of that, he revived this was not working, able to revive the plan, start working, right? He was able, you said something about education. Education is free in Tanzania. It's free from elementary all the way to high school. And it happened when he was in the regime. He's the one that came and said, you know what, our kids are not. So usually, people, they just pay when they go to universities, especially those who, let's say, didn't get like, there are people who got good things actually paying for them, but it's kind of like in form of loans. It's one day they'll finish, but then he had to make education free all the way from straight to to high school, and that's how it is in Tanzania, right? And so speaking about the way that he was handling things and the way that he was dealing things, as I said, looking at the context and looking at where he started, right? Like how long he has been in the regime, and he knows Magufuli always against that citizen. Like he was, in Swahili we say, was kipenzi cha wananchi, right? People, they loved him so much. They loved him because he was there for common Mwananchi. He was there to fight for Mwananchi. But he was against people that, this is the very important thing. People that he was always against with, for example, firing them on the spot, are those government workers, people who were serving with him, people that he specifically appointed to work with him, right? But if you are someone who is supposed to do your work and your work is not getting done, then he is going to take you down and place somebody else to do the work because you are there and not doing what you're supposed to do. And mind you, this is the system he has seen for a lot of years. People coming and not doing anything, taking advantage of the money, not really doing what they're supposed to do, and the country is still struggling and suffering while it has everything that it can develop itself, right? So even me, if I appoint you to do your work and I do, my brother, I'm gonna take you down and bring somebody else who can get the job done, right? So in the concept of discipline that Taryn was sharing, and for me this is how I see it, because I spoke about this before, that we need to be very honest with ourselves, and this is not just the wine mentality or anything, but we discipline. And when I'm saying that we lack discipline of work is that, when you go to the government offices across the continent of Africa, you know, you're gonna get like really shitty service. It's very rare to get like the good service when you go to the places like that. If you go to private sectors, it's a different case. But if you go to the government offices, most of the time you might get really shitty services because people, they don't really care, because at the end of the month they get their salary. Nobody's working against them. Nobody care about anything, right? They know that at the end of the month I'm get my salary. So whatever, customer service is shitty. They don't care about anything, right? And they don't do what they're supposed to do unless you give something. This is something that I haven't seen just in one country, but in multiple countries. And a lot of Africans, when you ask them, they're going to tell you the same thing in their country. Something that you can barely find somewhere else when you go. Like if you travel to different countries, you'll find people, they really work with discipline. Like they know their work, they know their duty, they give everything they can to serve the people. That mentality we don't have. Like most of our people, they don't have that. And he knew that. And he knew that no, where we are right now is not what we're supposed to do. Then we need to shift things. So to be honest, a lot of people who hated him, they were not common Mwananchi. They were leaders, fellow leaders, and opposition part, because leaders were always talking about it. And that is one thing that I agree with him on the Tezi, and I disagree with him as well, that, you cannot stop people from talking or from doing anything. People, they have freedom to do anything they want to do. But from his point of view, it was like, okay, this is what happens every time. Before election, people, they talk. After election, people, they continue to talk. They continue to speak about the same thing. But this is the time to build the country. Why don't we come together and build the country instead of continue, doing politics? The time of politics is done. Now is the time to build the country. So that's the perspective of where it was coming from. But hey, how we handle with that, I still don't agree, even though I still believe what he said and had to stop there. So a lot of people that they were against or they didn't like, there are people that in the government, because when he came, he kind of like all the channels of getting money, getting free money, free riding, it was gone. And you make one mistake, you're gone. So what did that do? Yes, it created fear, a lot of fear in people. So people, they really acted, out of fear, most of time. But at the same time, it increased the accountability of people. Like common Mananchi, they were happy because people, they could work for them, right? Most of the time, he could just go around the street to talk to people and listen to them. And once he listened to them, he can actually solve right away that, okay, go and do this and that. And people, they will go and fulfill what was done. And so you see all these multiple projects, different things, and people, they're always wondering, like, where does this guy get money, including the foreign investments that were here taking advantage of the country, right? A lot of them, they were not able to continue to do what they were doing because there were a lot of shitty ways going on behind the scenes. So he had to stop them from doing that because they were stealing, basically, they're stealing what was uh, rightful for the government and for the people. So that was basically his, like, there's so many things that I could share, but that was basically his first thing that he did, and it was to deal with corruption. And I gotta admit and share with you right now that during his time, corruption, it went down a lot because it was so effective. Not only that, but it was so transparent that you could know that a lot of people that they were brought to court, to prison because of what they have done in the past. Because even during his campaign, he didn't take money from anyone. He didn't take money from billionaires. He didn't take money from private sectors. He did it. He refused. He said, because if I take it today, then tomorrow I'm not going to be able to hold you guys accountable. So he refused because he wanted to be fair with everybody. And it doesn't matter who you are, he would come for you. Did we need that? I'll tell you the truth. Like, looking back right now, I'm saying we needed that. We needed that because the country was going like really in a bad place. People, they didn't care, and people, they just believe that this is poor country, regardless of everything that we have. But right now, the mentality of people completely changed. Like the mentality of Tanzanians right now, it changed. Even though he's gone, but the mentality has changed. And people, of course, they're sad. They're still mourning, but they still have the same spirit because during his regime, he kind of like made everybody believe that yes, we can develop ourselves, we can, you know, we can be accountable, we can really work for the people and not for our stomachs, not for ourselves. So there's that different kind of spirit that is generated in people's heart. But if we talk about perfection, man, he was imperfect. The same thing to any other leader in the continent or in this world. The ain't, but the ways and what he has done for this country in just 5 years, which I can go on and to mention one after another one. I'm not gonna be able to finish them, but it's incredible work, it's incredible job, and it's something that we needed. For me, I believe even right now we still need a leader like him to come. He might not be as extreme as as he was, dealing with some other issues, but we need someone who will be fearless, someone who will fight for the people. Because for him from the very start, he showed his position, that my position is with the Monanchi, I'm here to fight for Monanchi. And that's why even the country, the plan was in 10 years to move the country from the lower income to the middle income. 10 years. But it was able to be done that only within 5 years, right? Because of the work that he has done. Him, the spirit that he brought of Hapakazitu, and everybody that was working with him. That means, the vice president, who is the president right now, prime minister, and all other leaders. And you could see how hard they were working, and I mean, it's just visible, and there's so many other just. So I wanted to set that little bit, to set that straight, because the things that they are not right, you mentioned, but also to add another thing, the concept of youth. When that is, I think for me, what I believe, I think the reason why we are mentioning youth, because you can agree this with me, that the system in Africa, for a long time, it has been about old people. Even most of our leaders are old. That's kind of the system. That's our culture, right? We pay our respect to the old people, and those are people that they always have opportunities for the government, for different places, and that's how the system it has been in Africa. So us like talking a lot about youth is basically empowering youth, and saying that, okay, majority of the population of Africa are youth, but the number of youth in the government or in the leadership on different places is not as many as it should be. So why don't we empower youth? It's just like the same thing you do with women, right? That the system is more like manly system in Africa. So how can we change that? By start empowering women, by start giving them position, by start talking to them, creating different organizations of women, to make sure that we give them a voice, right? I mean, not really give them the voice because they have a voice already, but to empower them, to support them, that what, women can do this as well. So it's the same concept with the youth, that youth, they don't really have that opportunity in Africa. So we are fighting for that, because Africa basically is youth, right? Yes, we have old people, we have young people who they basically eventually become youth, but we need more youth in the government sectors, in the leadership, with their fresh mind and vision, right? Vision to lead the country, because they have a long time to live, right? They have a long time to live, and you can confess, with the youth that even we have in Soil Nation in Africa, you see people who are hungry for change, because they're worrying and wondering, like, how my kids are going to survive in this world, how my kids are going to survive in 10 years, in 50 years, if I don't do something about this continent today, right? So that's, for me, I believe why we are why we talk a lot about youth, but I completely agree with you that the focus, it should be everybody that we have, because all of us, we form this one synergy, beautiful synergy of Africans. But at the same time, we want to encourage youth to take initiative, because youth actually they have dreams, you know, and by the help of the old people, they can actually fulfill those dreams, and lead this continent to the promised land. I mean, to help this continent to work to its full potential, and to see changes that we need to see in the continent. I'll stop there for now.
Okay, let's welcome Gastem up to the panel. How are you this morning?
Hello, my Swahili people. Hello, my fellow Africans. I
Hey,
Hello,
what's up,
hope
brother?
fellow.
all of you have been gathering the dust that they call us dusty Africans. I hope you've been gathering the fairy dust, the house dust, and the dust bunnies, including the dust mites. How has that been going for all of us?
It's been
Uh,
good.
it's going. I was so dusty, I left the stream just dusting away. So,
Well, I wasn't, I listen, I had something to do on the last stream. I heard through the grapevine there was a lot of talk and dissing rural so-called Africans and whatnot. I heard about that, but yeah,
yes.
African leadership. I think Jose. I think I get what Jose's saying. There is a lot of indiscipline in terms of African behavior. Um, but one thing that I will notice that's interesting is like with African Americans, for the most part, they accept. Let me not say accept, but they empathize with those who are the malcontents of their society. So the Pookies and Ray Rays and the Shaniquas and the Shaquanas are explained away. And I find it interesting that we Africans don't take that same approach of finding ways to engage with them. Because I think, like being on the ground in Nigeria, a lot of it, like these people just don't know. And it's just fact. You don't know what you don't know. A lot of them just don't know. Right. And I've said this a lot of times. Africans are playing at modernity. Nothing of modern existence comes from us. We're waiting for the Europeans. We're passive recipients in this thing called modernity. And if you're a passive recipient, then there's no way you're going to create innovations for or from it, in my opinion. And so, in terms of African leadership, a lot of times, the real question is, who's grooming these leaders? Because let's be honest, almost all our leaders come from the West, are taught in the West, raised in the West. You know, most of the people who can afford to come on Swahili Nation and chat have enough money. If you're selling, samosas in Kibera, you're not going to take your money and buy MTN credit so you can chat with Tan and Jose on YouTube. You're going to take that money and buy some food and feed your kids and keep the credit so your M-Pesa doesn't have any network issues. That's what you're going to do. So I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think?
Well, we were talking about the masses and the population, and in terms of discipline, Tezi did not like us using the word discipline in terms of the population, but I still think that there's quite a lot that we can require from the population. It's not always just the leaders are bad, but bad. The population also has to be, politically savvy and sophisticated. I find in, a lot of African countries, people are still voting, along tribal lines. They're still voting according to petty issues or according to who's going to give them the money. So I still think that there's need for discipline, that there's need for for vision, for not just for the leadership, but it's to prepare the population as well. I think that at this point we don't really have a sophisticated population, and Tezi doesn't like when I say that, but our people right now, we're not.
Well, discipline. Let's push back on that. Let me be a little bit Tezzy like. Shout out to Tezzy. Um, you know, discipline. I do agree, but I don't know if I would use the word discipline. I think for me, the word I would use is standards and integrity. We don't engage with standards and integrity anymore, right? Because discipline has the connotations. It's like very Jeremy Bentham, like that whole Foucault discipline and punish, that panopticon engagement, and a disciplined society. Then we get into morality. We end up like the Puritans, right? Where instead of saying leg, we say limbs, right? We put tablecloths on the table to hide the legs of the table and stuff like that, if that's true, and things like that. We get into this, moralism that is entirely devoid in African, from what I've researched in African engagement. So I mean, yeah, I can definitely understand in terms of the word discipline is it's a tough word to use. At times it's necessary, but I just think we Africans, again, because we're playing at modernity, we have zero standards. So I'll give you a perfect example. Like you come down to Nigeria, right? You get on the local bus. Some of these buses are old Volkswagen buses that have pretty much been condemned. They wouldn't be driven in any other nation in the world except for Africa, right? These are buses and vans that um, stopped being produced in the late 60s, yet they're still on the road. These guys are calling
Yes, you went off there for a second. But Brother Bakari, and why are you saying that if you joined Gas Demap will leave? Is there a historical narrative that we're missing? Huh? What did you do to Brother Bakari? Well, can you hear me? Are you all still there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah, I think Gasdimap went mute there for a second, but yeah, I'm not sure what Badabakari meant that if he gets on.
Gotta the standard. Africans right now, I'm just talking about Nigerians right now, are gonna resist that so hard. Just being on the ground, they're gonna resist that. So they know that. Hey, listen, man, the tires are bad, but the mentality that I see on the ground is kind of like, well, look, man, it's fucked up. We're all fucked up. We're just gonna be fucked up, and God or Allah is gonna get us. Like they've accepted that existence. So the level of risk that the average day, again, I'm using a microcosm, a case study of Nigeria just being on the ground. The average day level of risk that the Nigerian or the Lagosian takes is just like mind-boggling. You know, like you'll see the guy on the moped scooter trying to sneak through every little crook and cranny with like a big tanker tractor trailer, which a lot of these, you know, the tankers, these oil things that carry oil and these dump trucks and these heavy, like, you know, 18 wheelers, they're supposed to carry, let's say, 20,000 pounds. Of course, you come down to Africa, particularly Nigeria, what are they going to say? Oh, man, this is not England. Fuck 20,000. Put 50,000 pounds. Screw that. Now you got 50,000 pounds. You're driving at top speeds reckless because most likely this driver wasn't trained at any state institution for defensive and safe driving, right? So he doesn't give a shit. He's just trying to get to his next location as quickly as possible. And the tires are screwed over. So when he's driving, he's always leaning. Literally every day you hear about these 18 wheelers capsizing and turning over. Well, not capsizing, but flipping over and tipping over, crushing people who are beside them. And you'll see the people who are in cars and buses knowing that, yo, listen, man, I have a good 35% chance that this shit can tip over. They will still go by it. How do you tell people like that without attacking their ego and their pride of their fucked up shit? There's one thing I've learned about people who don't have much. They take pride and they take their ego serious. They're like, I ain't got shit, but you ain't gonna tell me I ain't got shit. How do you convince them? How do you engage with them without seeming paternalistic, without seeming like a colonizer? You know? So I guess I'm putting it out there for people and to hear what you guys think.
yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. First of all, you see, this is the type of dusty middle class approach that I've been trying to fight. You know, in the people, the masses, this perspective that when you talk to somebody who is poor, he's already like foolish, or he's just a fool. That's why he's poor. Or then why are they the majority in the nation? The majority of the nation is fools. Or that type of thinking now is adapted to the higher levels, and now you find people make justifying that you need to whip these people into shape. We need to all this crazy, all this stuff that doesn't happen, should not happen in a proper democracy. And this is actually my opinion, that when if you allow people to speak, if you allow a forum, or even poor people, just put them in a forum, because that doesn't happen a lot in Africa. Just putting poor people in forums and let them speak, you will find a lot of intelligent solutions to the problems of poverty in a country. You know, that's just a fact. And yeah, okay. And also, just to build on my point, my brother back cast them up. Also, my brother Mick, when we talk about corruption, you know, what you know, sometimes you have to define corruption. I don't know the definition of corruption, but I'm just basically abuse of power, right? Or abuse of power to gain wealth or something like that, right? But if you talk about what is the cause of corruption, what is the source of corruption? And to me, and I think that to me, and I think to even I know President Obama is not popular in the Pan-African circles, But even President Obama, when he comes to Africa, usually he gives very accurate speeches. And to me, the source of corruption is weak institutions. If the police are not doing their job, if the judiciary is not independent, if the police are not independent, they're not strong, they're not empowered, if all these systems of governance that hold people accountable are not empowered, then that is where corruption thrives. So if a leader is being honest and saying, you know what, I want to actually fight corruption, he empowers judiciary, he empowers the police, he empowers the legislature, the parliament, he empowers people, these forums where people, even the small forums that where people should talk and give their opinion, that is also a form of accountability to the politicians, because people are, but that is now when a leader does that, we can say that is a
Well,
leader
Tezzy,
fighting corruption. Yeah,
Tezzy, can I
let
ask
me
you
land,
something quickly?
my brother. Let me land. That is a leader who now is actually fighting corruption at its source, And this is why I'm saying that leaders that do not do this, leaders who put themselves at the center, you put yourself at the center, that that is a little bit of narcissism, that you're the one who, people fear your name, or you're the one who will stop corruption, but you don't empower the judiciary to convict the people, or the police, make them independent to convict the people without you, because you are afraid that these people, if I empower them, they might go against me and they might hold me accountable. You see that. So if you really believe in accountability, then you should also believe that I am also to be held accountable by these systems that I'm going to empower. You find, even, and that is my point. So that's why when I say that, if my brother Mika, if I'm going to, I mean, maybe we might agree to disagree, but what I'm trying to say is that my President Magufuli, yes, he fired people. Yes, that one is true. But what about the systems that hold these people accountable? That yes, corruption is a crime. Where these systems where he says the police come arrest somebody, he goes to court and he gets convicted. These are and also the whole deal with opposition, how he was dealing with his opposition. That is a form of corruption. You see. So it's so this is there is a lot of nuance to this, that also him, by just dealing like that with corruption, with this proposition, he was also breaking the law, and that also requires accountability, right? In his own end, that might also require accountability. If you're going to hold people accountable, then even him, he should have been held accountable for his actions, and for everybody. That is how a country becomes, now maybe how it gets out of this curse of corruption, or this curse of lack out of accountability. But if there is now leaders who are above these things, like Paul Kagame, or even Museveni, even, they might make a roadside declaration and say, you know what, I'm firing that guy, but you have not fired the next guy. What's going to stop him from being corrupt as the first guy? Because you fired him, but tomorrow you won't be
But
there,
Tezzy,
and now you have, yeah. I
my
think I've
question
landed my
quickly
point
is,
anyway, but
no, great point. I just have two quick questions. One, you said weak institutions. I would push further to say perhaps weak colonial institutions, because typically you saw that when the African institutions were intruded upon, kind of like that Chinwe Achebe, things fall apart. All those writings, like people like Okut Bitek were writing and putting into writing that, hey, listen, we actually did have strong institutions. When we encountered these other institutions, that would kind of weaken our institutions. But I'm always accused of being idealistic. But I wanted to ask you though, would one argue, when you look at, for example, Dick Cheney and George Bush, they were not held accountable for anything. Corruption seemed to, they had the Halliburton scandal, included Nigeria, included Iraq. There's a lot of, what's the other guy that was prime minister? Tony Blair, right? You had was it the French guy before this new one? Was it Sarkozy? I can't remember his name. There was so I'm just saying that I think personally, because I'm sure I haven't been to Kenya, but I'm sure if I go to Kenya, there are local institutions, but they don't have power, right? They don't have the power to authorize. So I'll give you an example, like in the neighborhood, right, that I'm around. So there are some guys who they will come in early in the morning, like 5 o'clock in the morning. So you got the vans that pick people up to go to work and to go into different parts to get into the main city. What these animals were doing, they were basically robbers. So they would come, scream a bus location, or I'm going to, downtown. People would get in, they'll close this door, drive into the bush, rob everybody, steal their money, and leave them. So the people got fed up. This happened like 3 times already. So the people set a trap for them. So they caught them like about, week and a half ago. They caught them. They were able to set a trap for them in the morning. They got these guys. So now, they had to get the police involved, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just saying that I do think the problem a lot of times is that we're contending with Western interests that have an inherent need or investment for, our leaders to be in the position that they're in, which a lot of times is unaccountable, um, not effective at all. But there are local people on the ground who know better than that, who are like, no, you're not going to come into our communities and rob us. So the police are not worried about, the local people had to devise with the local security to trap the robbers and then go get the police, and then they were arrested. But if the people didn't put take it into their own hands, the local police, it's like they don't have the ability to even protect the people. So I'm just saying, I think for me, is it that we acknowledge, hey, you know what, these African institutions, these colonial institutions are bullshit. Let's throw them in the trash. Let's keep what we can keep, right? Maybe whatever nation state are, we keep a military, we keep a navy, we keep what we can keep, we keep some civil service, but now we just start revamping and creating these new homegrown local institutions that are paying attention to the local people and what they need on the ground. What do you say to that?
Okay, what I say is I agree with you that when you whatever institution you build, make sure you strengthen it. If you don't need the judiciary, you don't need the police. Just make it a monarchy, and we know that this is a monarchy, and the president is the king, and he does anything. All he says is the truth, and he's not supposed to be. Put it in a law so that at least we are following. You know that this is how these things work. But if you put exactly, if you have maybe laws that you don't even you yourself as respect, and you expect, it's not good. It's not proper leadership to break the law or not follow the law. And this is for all African countries. Even the president of Kenya, that's why he cannot even be put near anybody called strong leader. He is one of the most mediocre leaders we've had. And when you break the law, when you break the law and they expect somebody else to follow the law, it's not going to happen, right? It's not good leadership. You don't even have the strength to talk to even, I don't know, the foreign players in the game, right? So yeah, I agree with you, gas them up, that if these institutions that have come with the colonizer, that if we cannot respect them, if we cannot strengthen them, then yeah, we should do away with them and put our own that will work the way they're supposed to work. At least we know, even if the country is a monarchy or it's a chiefdom, let it work the way it's supposed to work, instead of all this chaos that now, then that actually puts down morale on the whole population. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, there's also one thing, if you can allow me to add, the point that you raised, gas them up. But I'll show you this video, guys, to listen to this video real quick. I think most of you maybe have seen this video. It's just to add to what you raised before.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Oh, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard, you liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Oh, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him. He feels compelled to try to act like us. He loses his identity and his racial anger, if he has any. He becomes alien to his brothers. They realize he sold them out and they grow to hate him. He becomes worthless to them and safe for us. No, thank you. In fact, in his love for the creature comforts, except for his color, he's become one of us.
So yeah, this is the very famous clip. I think you guys have seen it as well before. We kind of try to put some caption and we'll share it. But this proves what Gus stem up was sharing earlier. And I think the big question in something like this, especially to most of our leaders, because most of us, we are most of them, as you say, they maybe they started abroad or they grew up there. And that's not a problem, to be honest. But I think we should have one question to ask ourselves: um how can our people, our leaders, keep their identity, like going outside and study and being exposed to different environments. That can be the sign, or can be at the trigger point for them to actually fight for Africa, because they see what has been done. And I think we have seen that with some of our heroes who started abroad and came back to the continent, and brought about change. I just thought I should raise that up and to hear what you guys to hear your thoughts.
May I say something?
Yes,
yeah.
go ahead, and then Brother Bakari can also have a word.
Okay, and someone needs to mute their mic. There was a lot of noise when the previous speaker was speaking. But I don't understand. And maybe this little piece of video that you showed underlines what I am trying to say about what I mean when I say African minds are corrupted, and we need a strong leader to program the African population for decades in a row, because this little piece of video again speaks of African leadership beneath white power, and that's nonsense. We need to completely detach from white power structures, because there is no white power structure, because white power structure is the definition of corruption. I don't know how you guys see the most powerful nation on earth at this moment, but it's a European colony called the United States of America. And every time when something goes wrong somewhere, when the French got their ass kicked in Cambodia and Thailand, they called in who they gonna call? The Ghostbusters. Called the United States. And when the Dutch same for the Dutch in Indonesia, who they gonna call? The Ghostbusters. Called the United States. More recently, Libya, on our continent. Who they gonna call? Who did the French call? The United States. Our dear Obama. So the corruption is in many levels, and it's especially in higher places, and meaning in our minds. The previous example that Gaston gave about the police, we have similar issues with. I'm Cape Verdean, and we have similar issues, and the corruption is selfish. Is selfish. Yeah, it's selfish. So people that work in the police department, they are selfish. They are not about structure and order, etc. No, they are about their salary, and most of the times they have thuggish mentality. So they when they go out, when they go clubbing, they take their gun with them. The gun that ought to be in the police station when they go home. And stuff like that. The mind of the African is corrupt. Why? Because he doesn't associate himself with order, with law and order. And maybe it's not. Maybe we should drop the word law. Just order. The willingness to have peace where you live. It's the African don't looks in the mirror and he does not see the solution. He does it's the white man's structure under which he hopes to have a little bit of order. And the movie, the piece of movie that was shown proves that. Why show that movie? What does that movie have to do with us looking for a solution for our continent and our nations and our societies? That's a real question. Please, somebody answer.
Oh, can I speak now?
Yes, go ahead.
Peace to everybody on the panel. Peace to the chat.
Yes, brother.
I think that clip, I think it showed what it was talking about, the mindset of corrupt leaders, how they might be black, African, but they're trying to be white. So I always say defenseless people attack defenseless people, or weak, in this case, the weak prey on the weak. So when they are trying to be like the Europeans, they are gonna oppress their own people to benefit them. And that's, if I'm understanding the clip right, and that's basically what the guy said at the end of the clip. We can make them just like us, everything except color. And that's what they do. So when we're talking, they go places, they go other places to get educated, right? I'm a firm believer you can learn, whoever you can learn from it, right? But you're supposed to, anything you learn and what you do, you're supposed to be trying to build your people up. But we believe in tearing them down, right? I put, and we don't look out for one another. I'm talking about the African leaders, and here we do the same crazy nonsense everywhere, right? So, because everybody, we are trying to be like the people that's in power instead of being who we are and seeking power and trying to take power for us as a people. Like I put in the chat, we need more leaders. Like the first name I put was Idi Amin. And a lot of people have a problem with Idi Amin, but I actually respect Idi Amin, right? Because one thing I can say, when they found that gold in the mountain in Uganda, there wouldn't be no Chinese people over there arguing with the government saying it's their gold because you use my equipment. Idi Amin would did that with no problem, right? We need more people like Robert Mugabe. And I'm not saying these people are perfect. Of course, they made mistakes. But Robert Mugabe was strong enough to say, this is our land. So he took the land back from the white people, right? And it was some of our people that had problems with that. Once he did that, at that time, Zimbabwe had like the 15th fastest growing economy in the world. And you find someone like Barack Obama, who say they have to put sanctions back on Zimbabwe and don't trade with them anymore until they give the land back to the rightful owners. Well, he gave it to the rightful owners. And you can have someone who's half African and people will call him the first black president of the United States, in which I don't call mixed people black, he's mixed. But so what? He did nothing for black people here. And he did not stand with Robert Mugabe when Robert Mugabe made that power move in Africa. And at the time, he was trying to get African nations to build with one another, because the world needs Africa. Africa truly, 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 if we just stop being mentally lazy, we truly don't need anyone. The whole world wants the continent of Africa, except the children of Africa, majority. And I'm talking about people here in the United States, right? So then I say Thomas Sankara. And what Thomas Sankara did, and I hear people brag on that damn Arab Berber, who I don't have no respect for, who was in Libya, Gaddafi, I think his name was. But everybody forget, Thomas Sankara did that first. Thomas Sankara was already doing that. So we need leaders that can put foreigners in check. We need leaders that care about the people. We need leaders that would want to see African people be strong worldwide, right? And us working together. See, when Gas Them Up said that about the truck drivers, and I'm going to tell you, in what he said, he's not lying. He was absolutely right. I don't know about the rules in England, but I heard what he was saying. Like they might tell you 20,000 and they might put 60,000. And he said they probably wasn't trained nowhere, right? They may have been trained in the United States, because we get so running for money, right? Well, that's what we need. Like legally on the interstate here, you only legally supposed to carry 16 tons. What's that? 32,000 pounds, right? But you see people, because I'm getting paid by the load. They might, or not necessarily the load. I'm getting paid by the load, $6 a ton. So you will find people with 20 tons on their truck, flying down the highway, doing 60, 70 miles per hour, just an accident waiting to happen, right? So for me, when I'm out there, I can't carry that much no way. I have a tandem, but mine, I can carry 15 tons, but I very rarely go over 28,000 pounds. People are like, well, why you not, man, you should speed up. I'm not speeding up, because that extra $100 or $200 that I'm going to make rushing my life and the people life on this interstate is more important than that, right? So if they're doing building on the continent, right? I was talking to a young brother, he's 24, he's been in grading for a while, right? So he's trying to get his own grading company. That's what he's working toward. He's going to get a little old equipment, and there's nothing wrong with that. I have an older truck. My truck is a 1997, right? But we need to be figuring out how, if they're not being trained and they're not doing it right, how brothers or sisters here who has been trained and who can show them how to do it right, figure out a way we can get there so we can do it right, and we should be reaching out, and we should be getting paid to train and show and come and do that work, instead of bringing other people over there to do that. That should be us working together. And that's my take on it, and I yield the mic.
Yeah, well said.
Brother Bakari, can you send me your email in the back chat if you don't mind? I wanna holler at you or something if you don't mind. Appreciate that.
Oh man, hey,
Okay,
I ain't got no problem with. Hey, look, guys, them up. I ain't got no problem with that. I damn sure will. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it in the back chat right now, my brother.
Yeah, but Bakari, what were you talking about? If you hop on, he'll hop off. What was that beef about earlier?
Oh, it's not a beef. I was just messing with guys them up. It's not a beef.
Okay. Okay. That's cool. But
Yeah, Tanzania. I don't know if
May I say, may I say something? May I add something to Brother Bakari, and actually maybe word better what I said before. It's we are I understand, and all of Brother Bakari, all of what Brother Bakari said is true. You know, many people misunderstood my brother, my leader. Of Zimbabwe, you know, he was sick and tired going the IMF / World Bank way, and he finished 2 terms of 10 years. You know, the World Bank does terms of 10 years, and he obeyed 2 terms of 10 years, and then he was tired of it, and he just cut them off, and chose for his country and his population, and so yeah, Mugabe is you know, I ended up in Senegal, but I was looking for English speaking countries, and Zimbabwe was in my top two, you know. But the leadership, okay, yes, okay, but how about the population? That was actually what I was trying to say, you know. So on a local level, police, the parallel between the police that Gassam gave, and Cape Verdean police is also that there is no the employees at the police station, their desire is not order. Their desire is to have a salary at the end of the month, and that's the type of sickness that our leaders should focus on. Re-educate the population, and that's everyone. That's firefighters, that's doctors, that's policemen, that's trash handlers, that's bus drivers. You know, when Gambia is surrounded by Senegal, right? Gambia is yeah, Gambia is a country with only one neighbor, and that's Senegal, right? And when Yaya was still the leader, people would brag about the order compared to Senegal, and they would compare public transport, right? So Yaya was very strict in safety on the road, and when I was there this year, the beginning of this year, the first week, I landed in Gambia, from here from the Netherlands, and I guess the British Islands. Those sex tourists, they go to Gambia. Those flights are very cheap. So often I take the flight to Gambia and then go to quote unquote my Senegal, right? And this time I stayed a week, and the roads were fucking dangerous, man. That over there it used to be a British colony, but unlike Kenya, for example, or other ex-British, the cars drive right. So I'm in the opposite on the opposite side on the how do you know how do you call it where you walk the sideway. So I'm in the sideway of the opposite direction, and there's a queue, right? There's a queue coming my direction, right? And I'm walking with the cars in the other direction, and because there's a queue coming my direction, people drove on the sidewalk, right? It's sidewalk. People drove on my sidewalk. That's the opposite direction, right? And dangerous, like angry. They were angry, so they drive. They were speeding on the sidewalk because on their side of the road was a queue. And you would never see that type of shit when Yaya was ruling. So yeah, African people need a strong man. They really do. And for decades, so that people are born in law and order. People are born in a country where they are. If it's not respect, let it be fear to cross the line. So if people are born in a country where the minibus says maximum 14 people, and you get fined or even go to jail if you have like 35 people in a bus that can only have 14 people, and you have cows and 3,000 kilograms of load on top with a few motorcycles and three or four boys on top. If people get born in such an environment, they grow up to be that kind of adult. Like it's normal to obey the law. It's normal to be safe to behave. It's normal to behave in public spaces. If people are born in a society where it's normal to behave in open society, that's the type of adults that they become, right? And right now, I spoke to an official that he works at a bureau that tries to keep Gambia at a professional level. And I bought their annual book where every type of standard is printed, you know. And he was close to I'm exaggerating, but he was close to crying because he was one of the people that demanded democracy and demanded Yaya to go. But now, especially in his business, trying to get Gambia at a certain professional level, be it in food handling, food production, hospitality business, or anything is in that book, right? For anything Yeah, anything, contractors, hotels, anybody. The book is useful for anybody that wants to work at a professional level. I don't want to say Western level, right? At a professional level. And he was so sorry to have demanded quote unquote democracy, and because now it's the country, compared to what it was with Yaya, the country now is close to lawless. And I pass the mic.
Yeah, if I could also contribute.
I just want to ask one question right quick. Can I ask one question?
I don't know, I'd like to contribute. Okay, ask.
It was just
Yes,
a question, but if you about to respond to what he just said, go ahead, because my question was about something else. So go ahead. I'll just wait till you finish and ask my question before I go.
Okay. So my question, or my response and my contribution is what my brother spoke about is exactly what I think the point we are missing, all of us, even including my brother here. And I think Mika asked a very important question in the first before, I think a few minutes ago. She asked about the leadership in Africa, and I feel like the question we need to change our perspective in thinking is that it's not the leadership as my brother spoke about here. It's with the masses, right? So the question is, how do we strengthen institutions in Africa? How, instead of saying how do we stop having corrupt leaders, we should be asking how do we make strong judiciaries? How do we make independent police forces? How do we, independent courtrooms, independent police forces, who now can do their, because when this,
I think I can answer that question when you're done.
yeah, because in this institution, it's because it's from these institutions that all these the people who probably will be corrupt can now stop being corrupt, because they know that there is an institution that will take care of, will capture them, or will arrest them when they do anything wrong, right? Including the leaders and including the politicians, you see. But because this is why this is why I always say that these leaders who act like who push populist agendas, they may appear, that is how they may appear from the outside, no one is fighting corruption, but if you look at their if you look at why are they not strengthening the police force to be independent, to investigate independently without political interference? Why are not they strengthening the judiciary to convict independently without political interference? Why are they not empowering the parliament or the senate or the legislature to pass laws independently without interfering, as you can see even the other day? And if you look at countries, let me give the example of the UK, which is a bad example, but you can just, but I want to see a system that functions. And you can see that the Mzungu systems, that even when Boris Johnson just had a party, that will, African leaders do way worse and they are still in power. But that guy, he just had a party, and because of the functioning of the institutions that around him, he couldn't even escape that. He was held to account. It's not, and you don't need that. That's what I'm trying to say, that it's not a strong leader that is needed. This myth. It's a myth. It's a myth that we need a strong. It's not a strong leader. We just need institutions that work, are strengthened. So if you look at countries in which they have, and this perspective that I'm trying to tackle, the perspective that Africans have a habit or of being corrupt, or maybe a society is just now used to so corrupt. It's now corrupt to the point that it's not going to change, or without a strong leader. That's false. A society that is corrupt, is not because they don't have a strong leader. It's because they're not talking to each other. They don't have community societies. Look at societies that have community centers, or what we call barazas or civic centers, where people talk. Society, they come and talk and make political decisions or make civic decisions, with the local governments or local governance. You will find that these are communities that do not have a lot of problems like driving on the roadside or because when people talk, they realize, no, this behavior is dysfunctional, and the dysfunction is caught right there. If just people talk, if you allow people to talk in small groups, in the smallest in the small, you call it what, MCA constituencies, or in the small townships, or what, all those small units of governance, if you allow people to talk, dysfunctions are usually caught in very fast. And they are rectified very fast. But because there is no opportunity for people to talk, and there's no, because the leaders don't want people to talk, the people who you call strong, we like to call strong leaders, they don't want people to talk. The dysfunction becomes huge, and we assume that it's just our nature. It's not our nature. If we talk right now, we will stop those guys. It'll be so quick to know, by the way, why this guy is driving on that. We should stop this thing, and it will be quick, and there'll be laws against it. And because there are laws against it, the police are doing their job, because the institution of the police has been strengthened. That thing is stopped real quick. So in the end of the day, it all goes down to institutions. It's not about the leaders. Leaders are just people like me and you. They can be replaced like anything. They are not that special. That's what I'm trying. They're not that special. They can be replaced. They can go anywhere. If there's a bad leader, what happens? You can replace that leader. That's what strong institutions do. A bad leader is replaced, a new leader is put in place. But if you put a system where the leader is the most important part of the institution, the leader is the most important, then you're going to struggle replacing bad leaders, and even the good leaders are not going to be incentivized to hold themselves accountable. The ones we call good leaders, who are probably, I don't think they're good leaders, but because they don't promote institutions. But those ones that are referred to good leaders amongst the Pan-African circles, or they're not going to be having incentives to hold themselves accountable. So if they don't hold themselves accountable, I doubt that they're going to hold the whole country accountable. I doubt it. There's no incentive. So yeah, that's my point.
Tezzy, I think, Tezzy, here's my question to you, or here's my response, right? I'll give you an example. There was a study where I believe they took some, was it clams? They took them from one particular part of the world to another particular part of the world, right? And I believe at a certain point in time, they open up their shells. I don't know if it was clams or mussels, one of them. And so each region you find them, they don't open up their shells at the same time. They open it up. It's very difficult to open it. So they took them from one particular part of the world to another. And what ended up happening that was fascinating to the scientists was that after a short period of time, they reverted back to opening their shells at the time of the place they originally came from. So I've always said that deep down, for me, within every African person, there is some deep bush person that's waiting to rip off their fancy Balenciaga, go naked and just start banging on some drums and dance to the moonlight. Because, these systems that we are under don't have, in my opinion, for the lack of a better term, right? The body has a circadian rhythm, the sleep cycle. These institutions that we are forced to contend and live under don't have our circadian rhythm. As Africans, you mentioned a brilliant thing. You said we need to talk. What do the Europeans say? Talk is cheap. I'm all about action. That's an extreme contradiction, because talking is a verb. A verb is an action. So if I'm talking, that's action, right? It's just silly. And so, that's our way. We would call it, in West Africa, we called it the village gathering, right? People would gather in the village, and, they would contend their issues and say, okay, we can solve it. No problem. Say, hey, listen, Mama Chukudi, you got to stop being lazy. Okay. We know you're not chipping in. Come on, stop being lazy, chip in. And if it's really extreme, then we're going to talk to her husband or talk to her, family. And then we start to socially shame her and shun her. Right. And if it's really bad, then she starts getting sanctioned, and her family starts getting sanctioned, and they put controls on her and her behavior. And vice versa. It goes all the way to the top that even the king, who may be a strong leader, is held sway and held hostage by the power of the people because, and I don't know about East Africa, but in West Africa, in many, especially, again, particularly I'm using case study Nigeria, many of these cultures, if the women were to strip naked and walk to your palace, you had to abdicate. It's like you just are total failure as a leader. And so, you know, there are instances of women saying, "Oh, you're not going to make this village hospitable." The women would pack their shit up and leave in mass. And what's a village without women? You know, I need my two wives. I don't know about you guys. I need my two wives. I need my yams. I need my back rubbed at night. I can't live without it. So, you know, that was a great deterrent to make sure that there's order and function. But the question is, what type of order? What type of law? Right? As Jose said, law and order. Whose law? Whose order? I think what's happened is that we are caught within this, for the lack of a better term, is it Dubois who talks about this double consciousness? And Peter Ecke, I think, was mirroring Dubois, right? And he talks about the two Nigerias. Fanon talks about it. So we're in this proscenium stage, right? We're putting on this mask of civility, of modernity. And we have our PhDs from Harvard, Yale. We can talk about the atom and Bohr's model. But then at the same time, you know, we're using the chew stick in the morning. And we're, you know, roasting our yams. And we're eating our fermented, you know, corn flour with the sauce that isn't, you know, cooked in the way that Gordon Ramsay would prefer, but it's cooked in the way that the grandmas would prefer, and it's tasty and delicious and it's spicy. And you drink your homegrown beer. So we're contending with that. Where on one hand, to play or to be a player on the world stage, we have to put on this cloak of civility, which doesn't fit our circadian rhythm, in my opinion. So I guess my question is, I think that's where Pan-Africanism, for me, has to attack. How do you engage within this world system where you can still hold on to your essence, where you don't have that crisis of identity? You know, when I'm walking the streets in Africa and I'm not in the fancy parts, I'm taking the local buses with the people, getting all the smog and the terrible air and going through the, you know, messed up roads, and the roads are so bad, it's so bumpy and bouncy. And as soon as you come off, you have a bad headache. I'm in the same buses with those same people. So I'm just saying that, like, you know, in terms of institutions, how do we create functional institutions that not only are just functional for the sake of, you know, having a European prototype? Like, yes, we have a functioning African country. We have a parliament. We have a police force. We have a standing army, a la to Niger, right? But how do we have that and still have it fit what comes natural to us as Africans? And I don't think we ask that question deep enough for the locality that we're in, right? In my opinion. So I think you're right. Like, we need to have these village meetings. We need to sit down there and have these village councils. That needs to be brought to the forefront again. You know, how do you create strong institutions? Well, the institutions have to serve the people. I wouldn't want an Africa that looks like America, because in America, you know, they can cut off your lights and you'll be in darkness. But now the guy who wants to cut off your lights in Africa, you know, and then this is corruption. I know we don't like it. He wants to cut off your lights, but you explain to him, listen, look, my mom passed away. You know, the crops have been bad for the last month. I always pay. Look, come back in 2 months. I got you. And he says, okay, brother, I'll come back in 2 months. Now, the white European system will say, oh, no, that's wrong. It's rational, responsible, reasonable, logical. You don't do that. You cut off his lights. Tough luck. Like the British say, keep a stiff upper lip and pull your chest back and go on with it. Africans don't want to keep a stiff upper lip and go on with it. We want to cry at the funeral. Oh, he was such a good person. Why? She was such a good person. We don't want to do that. So I'm just asking, again, to the panel and to the people, how How do we properly merge our Africanness and get back to institutions that serve us and can still not only embrace our Africanness, not only serve us, but still be a player in this European world system? Those three things, I think, is the conundrum that we're in. I would love to hear what you guys have to say, and then I'll step off after that.
Okay, if while you're still thinking and pondering, I'll take a crack at it. I would say that integrating democracy into tradition, for example, when Tezi talked about the village, I think that we should start something with the village elders having a say. Maybe there might be something, democratic within that. They might have, the council of elders vote on particular local matters, and then that maybe be put into legitimate law. So, that's one thing. And I think I would also do the same with the youth council. I still think that the youth need to be more politically involved in in the progress of their country. I think having an active role and inviting the young people to take part in it is important. So I think that we should start with having those different factions and had them having to vote on certain matters, especially when it affects them. Students can vote about school, school fees and matters pertaining to that. The elders can have their say on different social issues. So I think maybe that would be a beginning. I also saw this story a few years ago about conflict resolution in Uganda, and they were talking about how there have been family feuds, sometimes things that go back generations, and so people still keep taking it out on each other. So traditionally, they used to come together with the village elders, and they would gather around a tree, and then they would go through this ritual ceremony, purification, and so on, and each side would have their say. And they started doing that, just implementing it, slowly, case by case. And it turned out to be very effective in healing a lot of communal strife and tension, and it brought a lot of people together, especially after the war, the civil war that had happened there a long time ago. So these are some of the ways that we can integrate our old system into it, so we don't have to always rely on a judge with a gavel, and that we can start looking into some of the ways that we used to legally mandate things, and some of the ways that we used to organize politically. All right, I'll hand over. Does anyone have a thought?
Yeah. Something. And I was talking. Actually, yeah, you've talked everything. Yeah, we need to have. I think if you're going to merge African culture with the modern culture, we need to involve the African masses, right? Basically, I think our solutions and solutions to Africa and to African problems, unique African solutions, will come when Africans can sit down, not even just have and just talk. The villages, and I don't even agree with the elders. Let the people from the old to young, let them sit in rooms in their respective villages in the smallest unit of governance. I'm talking about like maybe even neighborhoods, like let people talk, and they will be discussing some very wise things, and they'll come up with African solutions to our problems. And we will find that if this comes and grows into a national level, that happens. It becomes something.
Localized solutions. Jesse, before we continue, Jose just reminded me, and thank you. Brother Bakari had a question. So before we continue, let's go ahead and Brother Bakari.
Yes, it's back to what we were talking about when I and gassed him up when he was talking about the trucking and he talking about the tires. I just want to, why is it like here in Atlanta where I live, you can't hardly get in like the used tire industry unless you go through people from Nigeria and Cameroon. They control this. They control it. They have the used tires. They know how to do the retread. You can get new tires. You can control it here and you can have. So why don't they do it? If they set it up here and got the system here where they can get stuff under control, don't it seem like that they should be doing the same thing back at home? That's the only question that I only asked was like, why? They literally control it here in Atlanta. You're not going to get in the used tire industry without going through someone from Cameroon or Nigeria. And they all work together. Cameroon, Nigeria, Ghana, and they all work together in that industry. They're all on one team. You see, I saw a couple of Mexicans get in it, but they had to go through the Africans. That's who they got their spot from. They had to pay them for a spot to set up their tire shop. I'm just wondering why they don't do the same, set up things so they can do the same thing back home. That's the only question I wanted to ask.
Used tire is big business in Africa because the roads used to be, they are becoming better, but the roads used to be a hell. So it's the tires would go and would come and go. So I assume that those brothers that you speak of, that they have a used tire business in the countries where they come from. Cameroon, you mentioned Cameroon, Nigeria. Used tires is in Cape Verde, in Senegal, everywhere where I frequent. Used tires is big business.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, they do the retread. They know how to retread their own tires. They they do all of that. They do all of that here. So I was just wondering. Okay, thank you for that answer.
May I come back at what I previously said? Um, maybe I didn't word it uh, um, exactly as I wanted to say, and while the conversation was going on, you know, what is going on is, and what I'm trying to say is that we see, um, it's just like a lot of us have issues with black authority, with black male authority. We don't take each other serious. So uh, um, some of our complaints, I expect on this panel, our complaints are authentic. We really want a solution. We really want an African solution. But most complaints, for example, the example that I gave of the Cape Verde Island, I compared the Cape Verde police with the example that Gas the Mob gave, right? So and then another brother came on, and he spoke of, if you let the people speak, if you give the people local power. In Cape Verde, you can speak, you can say anything you want. It's as far as freedom of speech, it's like anywhere else where there's freedom of speech. But that's the problem when you give unprepared Africans, damaged Africans, Eurocentric Africans, if you give them the mic, they will complain about black people. And they will not be aware that what they are doing. They will only settle with a white governor. That's when the complaining will stop, because they are not complaining about the issues. They are complaining about the leaders, and they connect the color of skin with the problems, like the indirectly and unconsciously. It comes from the underbelly. It bypasses the mind. It comes from the underbelly. The 400 years of programming that blacks don't know how to govern their country. That's what you're hearing when you hear an average Cape Verdean complain. So I'm afraid that most of our complaining about African leaders is just that. We see a black face, and we don't expect a black face to be able to govern our countries. And that's locally. That's when we see the police. That's when the police sees themselves in the mirror. We let me stop speaking in third person. Let me speak in first person. We look in the mirror, and we see a problem. We don't see a solution. I'm a black male. I look in the mirror, and I see I see that guy that walks away from, if I don't do it. But when you hear black men on social media, for example, or in any conversation, you hear a black man that is convinced that that black men walk away from their children. It's not true. You hear you hear a black man that believes that black leaders are incapable, and that's not true. So if and that's where that's the healing that we need in Africa. We need to get that white voice and those blue eyes out of our heads. We need to look at each other through African eyes. We need to speak of each other with an African voice. We need to listen to each other with African ears. And we're not doing that. And I pass the mic.
Yeah, I'd also like to add
Great points,
some.
Jose. Listen, thank you guys for having me. Shout out to Tam. Shout out to all of you guys, Tezzy, Jose, Brother Bakari. I'm gonna step off. So yeah, I just want to reiterate that I think Africa's three things is how do we create a system that recognizes our inherent Africanness in quotations, whatever that means for you locally. How do we have that system serve the interest of the general people community, not some disembedded type of system that is not African culture, that's very helping communal based, and also how does that system perform on the world stage. So that's my little tidbits. Thank you all for having me.
Thank you for joining us. You're always welcome. And thank you for your contribution. We'll see you again. All right. So we were talking about, the leadership, and as we said, is both the people and the leaders working together. As much as we expect our leaders to be able to hold themselves in a certain way, the people also have to have the right expectations. They also have to look for leaders that have standards for. When you look at a lot of African countries now, people, they vote out of very superficial reasons. Maybe because it really goes deep. Sometimes it's tribal, sometimes it's historic. But when we start thinking of who is the best person for the job rather than who is going to benefit us, as a group or as a section, then we'll start to get a more better leaders, because they'll know that they don't just have to show up; they actually have to do the work. And also, when we talked about having conversations with the people on the ground, from the youngest to the oldest, we need everybody's input. At the same time, I also emphasize that if change is going to happen, it's going to happen from the ground up. So if we're looking for change, we also have to encourage the people on the ground to start those, even if it's small. And I was talking with Kaiser earlier before in the earlier stream, and we were talking about the chamas and so on. And those are some of the ways that the population can almost push their agenda upwards, instead of waiting for the government to put their agenda on them. So, for example, in Kenya, women have this chama system. It's also called susu in West Africa, where the women come together and they put money and they finance small businesses and projects and so on. So this also incentivizes the government to see that there's actually a need for change, for small loans, for this to start happening at a level that the government will see interested in it. Because sometimes governments don't want to embark on projects that they know there is going to be failure from the beginning, like helping poor people. Helping poor people doesn't bring money, but campaigning for them, or doing all this marketing work, that is profitable. So when people take the initiative into their hands and they actually want to do something, even if it's a small thing, I think that will also make the government and the people at the top also become more interested in the problems and solutions. Yes. Does someone want to add to that?
Yeah, I like to say, looks like the Americans are awake, and I have to say something about somebody. I think Neum Fax. He said about something about manufactured consent. I don't know if you can. I don't know, Tanzania, if you can find that comments. I think about the West manufactures consent. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, you see, this is something also I'd like to also address. That you see, without this system of baraza or chama or systems in which the masses or the people on the ground can talk and not just talk once, talk regularly, like in a regular manner. You talk and make decisions. The masses talk and make decisions on a regular manner, in which now what happens is that we get a situation where consent is manufactured, right? Popularity is manufactured. If you, like right now when you say, like I told you, my brother here, Kagame, he doesn't like, he doesn't like the president of his president. He doesn't like President Kagame, right? But you can say, but because there is no system in which there is public participation or public discourse or something like that, President Kagame can say I'm popular, right? But or you can say, somebody can say that yeah, President Kagame is loved by the people and is popular. But President Kagame, he has not he has disallowed public participation or public talking or that. So that's just opinion, right? That's now. So where is this? That is manufactured consent. There is really no way to know these things until maybe an election, and you know how African elections happen. So sometimes even on Twitter, if you maybe switch off Twitter, or you're like maybe President Museveni, he literally switches off the internet when it's about to be election or something. This that means that you don't want people to talk. And that's usually a sign that you wish to manufacture content, right? Consent. And so this is why this is also a reason why you see African leaders, strong African leaders, if they were really strong, why are they afraid of public opinion? This is another question that we need to ask. Like,
remember that the internet is international, and other forces can influence the internal affairs. I just wanted to say that we are we need to think with our leaders, and not expect the standard dictatorship of the leader that is afraid of his population. No, I'm not having that. I'm sorry, but continue.
Yeah, yes, the internet is international, but we know when we speak here in Kiswahili, how many people in the international speak in Swahili, right? It's very hard for somebody outside your country to really push issues through the internet in your country. It's very difficult. It's easy to detect, even when somebody who is not from Kenya speaks about Kenyan issues, even if they're trying to push something, it's not something you can, it's easily detected, right? And that's another thing that's what I'm trying to push anyway, that yeah, of course we need to regulate our what is it, these companies, these social media companies also need to be regulated. Yeah, like companies like Facebook are known to spread a lot of hate speech, and yeah. So yeah, I agree with you, my brother, that yeah, we need to regulate. We need the regulations, which are there even in Europe and in the United States. These regulations are there. Another thing why our leaders not pushing for this level of regulations in our own continent is another thing that we should also be questioning. So yeah, but my point is that in the end of the day, without public discourse, you can have manufactured consent. And that's something we need to just prevent. Basically, that's my point.
See, this is why you need a strong leader to manufacture that consent, because I think a lot of the time it's just it's just trying to make the best of a situation. That's why I'm saying by strength, I don't mean overbearing or tyrannical. It's simply somebody who has a plan and they're willing to do what it takes to get the people there. So and that would be somebody like Gavi. That's a strong. I don't know why the term strong has such a negative connotation. Maybe because it's been, oh, I'm a strong, independent lady and so on. But for me, strength is a good thing. Strength does not mean bullying or overbearing or anything like that. To me, strength is simply being able to follow, talk with action. So when you see somebody like Magufuli, he doesn't just say, oh, well, we need to do better. We need to stop corruption. We need to do this. He actually takes steps. Maybe some of those steps may be controversial, but he takes steps towards, for doing something. And I know that other leaders don't. It's just that theirs is usually more of simply, oh, let's get richer, which is still a good thing. I think Kenya has really benefited from our let's get richer policy, but there has been a lack of national morale. That has sort of been put on the side a little bit. It's not to say that you just want to make people feel good and so on, but you want also the masses to feel responsible for themselves, not just powerless and a group of serfs to be pushed around back and forth, but you want them to be responsible for their own destiny as well. So when I talk about strength, with somebody like Magufuli, even in propaganda, if he says, and I know that you disagreed with him outlawing certain press, and for me, it's not that I'm pro censorship or putting people down, but if the message is that you want people to have a certain mentality, if you want them to stop corruption, and somebody is coming and saying, oh, your measures are too harsh, you're pressing the people, oh, look at this guy that you punished and now his children cannot eat, but that sort of thing, it undermines your leadership, because it says that there's another narrative that is stronger than your own, that you're going to feel bad for troublemakers, instead of seeing that you're reading society of a menace. So I don't agree with it, but I say that that's the strength of leadership, that if you're convinced of the rightness of your position, then you should go ahead and create the systems, not to become an enforcer, but to create those systems. So if you're against corruption, you're going to create systems that are against corrupt individuals, and you're going to punish those individuals when they're corrupt. So that's what I'm saying with following through, and that includes propaganda. If there's a message that you want the people to be behind, if it's hard work, if it's this and that, and let's say somebody comes in with a film or a movie that glorifies sloth and stupidity and backwardness and degeneracy, then you say that no, this is not something that I want our people to follow, or this is not the kind of music that we want our young children to listen to, and I'll put a stop to it. It's not that's just an example, but it's one of those, if you're sure of the principle, then it will follow. And you've seen that in some countries being implemented, places like Singapore. To punish somebody for chewing a piece of gum is ridiculous. It seems harsh, overbearing, it seems extreme, but that is what they decided as a society, that they did not want people chewing gum. And so once that is decided as a group, then anybody chewing gum will be severely punished. So that's just an extreme example, but that's what I'm talking about. If somebody has that vision and follows through with it, that to me is strength in leadership, but not strength in personal leadership. Is leadership in creating strong institutions. I seem to have gone off, but yeah.
I think my sister, you may have run the risk of contradicting yourself, because
you're a
you
bit
said
low,
that.
Tezzy. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you hear me?
Okay, now that's better. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was saying that you run the risk of contradicting yourself, because
Go ahead. Oh, bye, Neil. In fact, good to have you. Thanks for joining. Yeah. Go ahead, Desi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
well, let's see. It was in and out, but let's.
Oh, you're hearing me now?
Yes, you're good
Hello?
now. Yes, you're good. You're good. Go
So
ahead.
I was saying, okay. So I was saying that you run the risk of contradicting yourself, because you say that when a leader wants to take a course of action, and then there is somebody who says, no, don't do this. You think about their family, and you overrule this person, or you deny this person an opportunity to voice their opinion to the masses because you fear maybe they might change the opinion of the masses, then are you really a strong leader?
Say that again. So, if you're scared of public opinion, are you really a strong leader?
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, like that's somebody who is telling you don't look at the family of that person who you want to convict. Are you really a strong leader?
Well, if the principle behind it is to punish wrongdoing, then you can't be sympathetic to criminals.
But okay, now what is, in the end of the day, it's not your, as I don't know, maybe also people have different constitutions. If you're looking at the constitution of Kenya, it's not the work of the president to arrest anybody. It's the work of the police. And it's not the work of the president to prosecute anybody. It's the work of the public prosecutor. The director of public prosecution is the one who prosecutes somebody. And it's not the work of somebody to convict. It's not the work of the president to convict anybody. It's the work of the judge, So all these are three different institutions, right? Mm-hmm. So why are you as a leader, you don't have any, your work is to empower these institutions, make sure that they work independently and the power, and they give them, they have the strength to carry on their mandates. So I don't know, when you start interfering with the mandates of all these institutions, and somebody's, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense how unless you are also not somebody who is straightforward and breaking the law. Because if you're breaking the law, then you don't want the courtroom and the police to be independent, right? Because they might also go after you, So, but to please the masses, to please a few people, the masses, and show them that maybe I'm fighting corruption, I'll do some, some 1, 2, 3 public things, public relation things,
propaganda, yes, which is very necessary, because between,
But you see, you're not really doing anything. You're not really stopping the problem. You've not solved this. You've not solved the problem. You've not empowered any institution.
You're instilling the mentality. You're instilling the mentality into people that that this is the new system, this is the new way, and the president might just, drop on you at any time. That is a great deterrent. If it's not for everybody, but for some people, just the fact that that happened to 1 or 2 people is enough for them to either get their stuff together or avoid certain things. So it is.
I don't think. I don't know why you. I don't know. I feel like. You think, I don't know, it's like there's this assumption you're going that these people who are leading is made of maybe small children or something. These are grown people who can make complex thoughts, and the only reason they are corrupt is not because they don't know they're doing wrong, or they don't need that. It's like they need a kiboko. Now this is a grown man.
Well, they do. It's not that they don't know that they're doing wrong. It's just that there's no consequences for it, and that's just
just because the president makes a speech. And I keep saying that's because the president makes a speech doesn't mean, oh my God, no. What stops these people from being corrupt are institutions. Knowing that if I do this, I'll get arrested, because not because the president is going to come to me and arrest me, because that's not his job. The job of the president is empower, make sure that everything is working smoothly.
Look,
everything they
Chelsea,
come up with
it's
economic
not a
policies.
contradiction at all. When the president wants stronger institutions, that means that the people who are working in those institutions are accountable and responsible. So you can't have strong institutions without at least some kind of conscientiousness within the people who are working there. So if people feel that they can get away with sloppy work or with taking advantage of their work, they might just do it. And also because we do not have enough as a people to ensure that that's not going to happen. People really do take advantage of their positions, and some people might not see it as corruption. It's just greasing your palm or whatever. But the effect of having the highest authority come down to that, firstly, it shows that the importance of it's not just a small thing, that if the highest authority can come down to your job, that means that firstly, the importance of accountability in your job is just as important as him being up there. So if it's your leader is going to be, then you also have to be accountable. That's the first thing. The second thing is it is propaganda. It means more, for the people in the headlines to learn that the president is that personally involved in it and actually wants to stomp it out instead of just talking about it. No, he's not going to be going to every single place, looking up on people, but that's why people have those ceremonies with the big ribbon, with the big red ribbon and the giant scissors. It's not that now you can really enter a city and start the building. It's just an imagery, and it's not one at a time. So it is dismissive and it is propaganda, but it's the sort of right propaganda that you want. Imagine if the opposite was true, that people just saw him maybe partying and having a good time with known criminals or known fraudsters. That would also send a message to people that, oh, this guy is just talking, but he doesn't care. So it's not to say that he's Superman dancing all over the place. It's just to show the people that if the guy at the top is this much interested, then it is an important thing.
You see, yeah, I agree with you completely. The problem is not my problem is not the propaganda. My problem is hollow propaganda. Propaganda that hides the fact that nothing has been done.
I don't think it's hollow at all. I think it has a very big impact, especially if it's going to change the practices of people. When people
Change the
feel that they
practices.
can get away with things, they do tend to try it. It doesn't take some people talk about the death penalty. I don't know if it's as true because the death penalty is not really a deterrent to people that kill because they don't think about those consequences at the time. But something as deliberate as a corruption, that one does take thinking. It takes somebody actually making an effort to do it. So if you know that there are consequences to it, you'll be much less, uh, you know, much less willing to do that if there's a consequence to it. So I don't think it's hollow at all. I think it's a powerful example that it shows people that everyone is still accountable. But you might disagree. How would you suggest that especially in African countries that we tackle corruption, let's say in Kenya, because we know it's rampant everywhere. Corruption is rampant in all African countries, and part of it might be corruption. Part of it, I think, is just black market. So also the levels of it might also be exaggerated, especially if you see the amount of corruption in other countries. So it's not always all corruption, but there is a certain culture of people, let's say, taking advantage of their positions, usually in government agencies, or mostly in government agencies, but in other places as well. There's a tendency of people doing side conflict of interest seeming things. So people do get, and also this idea that people should just get paid for doing something that they are already getting paid for. Um, that's also a bad habit that we have. So yeah, if you want to stamp some of that habit, then you have to show forceful examples. I shouldn't use forceful. You won't get me on that
Yeah,
one,
you
but
see, I think leaders should follow the law first of all. Whether you are the top or to bottom, they should
yes,
be
no, I agree. I agree.
and
Mm-hmm.
the protocols. So yeah, yeah, I agree that, and I think this conversation is going on in the right direction. Actually, we should be talking about,
Yes.
okay, how do we strengthen these institutions? How do we strengthen the judiciary? How do we strengthen the what the police force? How do we make them independent? How do we? That's how we're going to. I think I'm repeating myself, but that's how really corruption is going to be defeated. That's how we do we strengthen the lawmakers, that they can make laws without being threatened, and they can hold the president accountable without being threatened. Because the day you see the president, being held accountable, as
Mm-hmm.
you are seeing in South Africa, where the former president, that's a very good sign. That's the signal that, okay, even the president can't do this. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
that
No,
and
I agree
and
with
that
that.
sends
Making an
that
example out of
that
people,
that
both.
sends that is what sends the signal to.
Mm-hmm. You were going in and out there for a second. But yeah, I agree with the whole example. And when I was talking about making an example of, corrupt officials, it wasn't just them. That to me applied even to the highest official, including the highest one. So it's not to, exonerate the leaders from responsibilities. It's actually to say that you are just as responsible. And that's why he implemented even his policies to his own government people, where for a government lunch you wouldn't have anything more than, I think it was like water and peanuts or something like that. So if you're going to make an example out of people, you also have to be an example to people. If you're preaching prudence and you're living lavishly, then people will not take you seriously. They might be afraid of you, but they won't take you seriously. So it's not just also about having the right speeches or saying the right things. It's what goes a long way is those examples, both in making examples out of people, but also being an example, yourself. So I definitely agree that we have to hold our leaders accountable. It has to be both. It's a two-way street. The leaders are accountable and the people are also accountable, because sometimes it's easy to be in the masses. You're never at fault. It's always somebody else of societies and so on. But each member of society has to feel responsible for their own personal action. It gives them agency. It's not to say that, oh, you poor masses and so on. No, is to say that if I, the president, can be accountable, you as well, you're equal. In fact, that it gives that true respect to human beings, that you're not going to give them a moral leeway just because they're disadvantaged or poorer than you, or something like that. You're still going to hold them to the moral standard that you hold yourself to. So that's what I'll say about that it goes both from the janitor to the president. Everybody has to be made an example of, or be an example. Jose, did you have something to say? Oh, you're quiet. Tezi, are you back?
For me,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
Yeah, I'm
Mika, go
here.
ahead.
I'm here, but I don't have anything to say.
Okay, go ahead, Mika.
for me, I just wanted to add some another point that today I was somewhere and I was filming something that I think we're gonna release it tomorrow. Um, tomorrow around 2:30 p.m. East African time. I guess it's 2:32 East African time, and it's a very interesting video. So I hope everybody can watch that vlog, because it has been a while since we released the last vlog. What I wanted to add about that, I think I think with all the discussion that we are having about African leadership, I think it's the time for Africa to choose their priority. right? To choose our priorities. And I think the first thing that it has to be a priority to deal with in Africa, it has to be food security, right? And that's why we talk about One Africa, because I feel like in Africa there are countries that are producing food, a lot of food, some areas, and we need a unity among ourselves so that we may first of all in each and every single country they may secure their food as well as the other countries as well, even those countries that are struggling with the shortage of food, because at this age, no African should die because of the shortage of food, and I think that should be our priority to, as the leaders, of Africa, should focus on protecting their people by making sure that we do not have a shortage of food, not in this year, but even 10, even 100 years to come. You know what I'm saying? Like that should be one thing that Africa should focus on. The first thing should focus on, because if you don't have food, you're gonna have weak people. You're gonna have people that will constantly die because they don't have food, and it's a shame to the entire continent of Africa that is so blessed with so many things. And when I see people dying because of shortage of food, I gotta agree with Mandatezi. It's a lack of leadership. You can't even say strong leadership. Strong leadership is another level, but I think we lack leadership in Africa in so many ways, and that's very scary, because if if we lack leadership, that means we don't have anyone who is leading us, right? Not to ignore everybody, every single leader who they're doing amazing things for Africa. So I think this should be, really the first thing that Africa should, watch out. So if there are young people there who are interested in investing, it's very important to invest in, farming business, to make sure that we provide for our people. So this video that I'll be sharing tomorrow, I think it will be very interesting video. You'll be able to see, very young Africans who are, trying their best to do something, and it's pretty much the video about organic food, right? And how do they, make sure that, there's a good food, for our health, and for our people. Because at this age, still Africa is importing food from the outside, and we can't really trust food from the outside, right? You can't be importing food from the outside. Africa should be exporting food, to the entire world, right? But we don't have nothing to export because we don't have enough food for us, right? So I just wanted to raise that point because I think that's how our our leadership will be measured. If your dad or your mom, you can't brag that, oh, your mom and I have 2 kids and you don't even have food to put on the table for your kids. The kids are starving. Are you a parent or are you something else, right? So the same thing for leaders in Africa, I think, is something to pay more attention, to leave our selfishness, desire away, and to just come together as Africa and to solve this issue together. How can we provide enough food for our people and make sure that no African will die because of shortage of food. That's what I can add.
Yes, Mondatezi, Brother Bakari is asking, what is a strong institution? Because you don't like strong leaders. But what's a strong institution?
Yeah, a strong. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, a strong institution is an institution that completes or performs its mandate effectively, like without compromise, without fear of interference, without all the, just it does its job. Like if it's judiciary, if it's the police, they can arrest anybody who has broken the law, right? And they can, if it's prosecution, they prosecute anybody who has broken the law without compromise, without fear of any pushback. They are just doing their job. With the judiciary, they convict without compromise, without fear of anything. So those are people. Those are strong. That's how you say a strong institution, right? If it's legislature, they make laws that are not compromised, that are benefiting the people and not the politicians. And when they are called upon to put the president or the leader of the nation to check, they should be able to do their job also without compromise. If the leader of the nation is breaking the law, they should be the legislature should be able to to put him in check, to say, hey, don't do this or we will give you or impeach, right? But all these are just systems that are put in place so that there is accountability to everybody, including from the head of state to the clerk, who the bottom of the government. There's all these systems are just put in place to ensure accountability. And so it doesn't matter if any leader who doesn't strengthen this institution for fear of his own accountability, then this is not a real genuine leader. This is a narcissist. That is just that's just to be honest, right? So yeah, that's what I think. I don't know if I've answered correctly or I've satisfied my brother Bakari.
Brother Bakari, let us know if that meets your definition of a strong institution. So are you talking about something like the checks and balances that they have in the Constitution, in the American Constitution?
I'm talking about African Constitution. I'm talking about Kenyan Constitution. I'm talking about.
Yes, but I'm talking about. I'm saying that whole strong institution. Are you saying that the similar way that they have like the veto power, or the judiciary can make laws sometimes without the legislature and executive, that sort of thing? So each has the power to check the other one. Is that the system you're talking about? That you need a strong judiciary?
Yeah, that's a system. I'm not saying that we should have that exact. I'm talking about when I have an institution, it has a mandate, right? When you create an institution, you're giving it a mandate. Like when you create maybe police, your mandate is to what? To arrest people who do have crime. There's a mandate, right? Every institution has a mandate.
Mm-hmm.
So my point is, whatever institutions are in your society, make sure they perform their mandates to the fully, or we do like Gas the Map was talking about. Just if you don't feel like this institution should perform its mandate, then do away with it. Otherwise we're just clowning as a society, having people who don't even perform their mandate. That's bad for the mentality of the society. It's bad for the society's psyche, morale of the society. Because I see it even in Kenya. When a judge does his work, he becomes famous. Like the judge who who annulled the previous election, Justice Maraga. He was famous. He not even famous. He was praised, and he was held with high accolade because he performed his mandate in a moment of full pressure, in a moment full of pressure, in a moment full of all this risking his own life or risking his family's life. But he did his job. He performed his mandate, and because of that, the judiciary, it inspires the whole institution to be very to what to actually even perform their own mandate. And you can see even the last 5 years that the judiciary has been performing, although sometimes falling short, but it's strong, one of the strongest judiciaries in Africa, in East Africa, and that's just a sign. So if we did that also with the legislature, where legislature can do its job despite political pressure not to, or the police can do their job, perform their mandate despite political pressure not to, that makes that force strong. And say, and now we're becoming a society where we don't care about leaders. We care about the rule of law. We care about the constitution. We care about what people want to, we become a different type of society.
Mm-hmm. But
Because
with
either
the
way,
judges though, who gives them power to rule, to even rule over, let's say, a presidential elective or the dictates of the legislature, how do they have that much power? And also the question would be, they're not elected, so is this something that they are unelected dictators, which is even worse than one that's chosen?
No. Now here's the difference between that's a point that has been argued. I've seen that point a lot. But in the end of the day, they have been mandated by what is their mandate? They are following their mandate by the constitution. It's the constitution that gave them that power. You get and that power. And in the end of the day, when you go to court, you can say this person, maybe you're a doctor and you're having a malpractice, and you go to court, and you say, because you're not a doctor, why should you judge this issue? It's like saying that, in the end of the day, the judge, his work is to look at the process, and the constitution and the people of Kenya have given him that trust and that faith that he will make the best decision, because that's as is per his mandate. And when they do that, right, and if they take a bribe or if they are compromised, then we have the other institutions that are supposed to check that also, because now it becomes the police, becomes the investigative institutions. They're going to check that. They're going to now investigate, right? And so as we can see, there will always be all these checks and balances anyway. But
so who's balancing the police? Like, if somebody has a complaint against the enforcers, who do
in
they
Kenya? In Kenya, we have IPOA. It's the Institute of Police. I don't know if I don't have the full name. I don't know it's an acronym. IPOA. I don't know, Institute of Police Oversight Authority. Police Oversight Authority. So yeah, you see how people can make good constitutions. If people just care about the rule of institutions, you see how they can make good institutions just by caring about institutions. Yeah, we have whose mandate is now to check the police, and they are a civilian completely civilian authority, actually. Do you know that? Yeah. And their work is to take complaints against the police, and they have authority.
Well,
so if you see,
so, I like that there is such a thing, but I know that most of the time
they are not empowered. Yes, you know that they are not empowered. They are empowered. So imagine now a leader who empowers them. You see that? You see, the leadership becomes easy, right? You can tell a good leader and a bad leader who's posing for us. Because it's like, then power, because that's a simple thing to do. It's just empower these people. You're not empowering them. But the current president, in his way out, screw you, to his successor, whoever it may be. He has actually empowered the judiciary by actually signing a legislation that was supposed to be signed 10 years ago, but he's signing it when he's gone. That the judiciary can get, they don't get funds from the executive. They get funds from I've forgotten the name, directly from, what's that name? Where when KRA collects the funds.
The national budget?
Not the national budget. Before that, now they get it before that. Before they used to get from the national budget. Now they get it before that, as it was supposed to be. Meaning that they get the national kitty,
from the treasury or something.
It's not the treasury. I've forgotten. It's the public account. So before the money is budgeted, when the revenues are collected, before it's budgeted,
so they
it's going to be
get their cut gross, and everybody
they get their cut. Usually, yeah,
wow.
As it should be, because before it was the budget, and the budget was, who makes the budget? The executive. So they were a little bit under mercy. But now they don't get they get it the same way the executive gets the budget, gets their cut. They're also getting their cut the same way the executive gets their. gets their cut. You see how
But he just did it
accountable.
so like to thumb to thumb it at the next person coming in, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's really like a screw you to your successor, but we have benefited as the people. As the people, we have benefited.
Is
Yeah,
there any way that the next person coming in can undo
it
what
can't be reversed. It
okay,
can't be
okay.
reversed.
Oh,
It's you were supposed to do it 10 years ago, but he has been delaying it. It's in the to reverse it requires referendum.
okay, okay.
Can't
So
be
he took
reversed.
his time and
You see how now you see when policies and the politics of a country become focused on institution and not the leader, you
Mhm.
see you can see how things become more practical. But when you focus it on the leader, you lose sight in of a lot of things, and the leader can and you become prey to propaganda of the leader, like because now the next leader in one of the actually William Ruto. He's not
Mm,
the going to. I don't know who's going to be the next leader, but William Ruto, he made a promise
mm.
that he's going to do the same to the police. So the
Wow.
police force will also be getting its own. It's supposed to be done, but they have been delaying. But the constitution actually demands it. But there has to be. But the parliament has to actually sign a legislation to make it official, right? But he's one of his promises is and it's going to be. I'm going to do the same with the police. The police are not going to be subject to the executive when it comes to money. They're
Oh,
going to
but
be getting direct.
I don't know how that would work out. To give the police even more power. I would have thought
That's
that they
not
would
getting.
want.
No, no, no. You see, they need to be independent. Then, obviously, when the police are powered like that, you're going to have to power the IPOA. So, so even you're
You're
going to
more
have to also
optimistic
empower.
than me, but let's welcome our sister Senuti. Hey Senuti, greetings, karibu. You are on mute, but your camera is on, so I can't hear you. If you can hear us, we can't hear you unless it's just me. Oh, there you go. All right. Go ahead, sis. When you're ready. Okay. I will just okay. So just jump in
Oh,
whenever. Oh,
now you
go
can. Can
ahead.
you hear me? Yeah, I
Yes.
think I'm having
Yes,
audio
you can.
issues. Sorry about that.
No, it's all
I'm
right. Go
on.
ahead.
Yeah, I'm driving. So, yeah. So good morning. This is such a nice topic. But early start, eh?
We're just
That's
trying
it's
out a new time. We'll see how it
a
works
new
out.
time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, really, really, just listening in, and it's important topic. The never-ending discussion of these leaders, right? Uh,
Yep, never ending.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So I like, I mean, I see the comment that my dear, our friend, hold on, I can't say his name properly. I just want to say it properly. Manatezi, right? Manatezi, am I right?
Yeah,
Did
yeah,
I
yeah,
say it
yeah.
correct?
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, I saw the
The
comment that you put
masses.
up. Manatezi, right? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Chelsea,
yeah.
Um,
remind me again how to do the name things.
The name. Oh,
The,
you just click on your icon.
yeah,
no,
that would help. That way, I'm like really bad with names.
okay,
I'm not bad with faces, but with names, I need to improve. So that would help if I see the names, yeah, on the.
okay. I'm trying.
But
It
that's okay.
says hold on. I hope I don't disconnect you. Um. Oh. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Oh, but is it showing up on the screen? No, it's not. I wanted to see if I can put the names up on the screen. Like
Oh,
somebody, I think Maker did it for me the last time, but I don't remember how to do it.
it's
But you know how
it's
to
those
make.
icons. It's those icons just underneath the screen. They are like boxes, arrangement of boxes or something like that. You see that?
Okay. All right. So to continue. If things start moving around, it's just me.
Okay, okay. Yeah, no worries. So I was just gonna say, like, like your comment about what Obama said, right? I just can't go back to read it because I'll lose my screen. But I'm just saying, I just want to know, Monetizia, what do you think of Obama? How do you assess him? Do you think he's a good leader? Should we follow his example?
Yeah, Obama. I don't. Okay, first of all, Obama was the president of the USA. So
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
I'm not. So I don't know. I don't only when it comes to leadership in the USA. I can't really talk about it. Only the Americans can say what. But when it
do you
comes to
see him
Africa,
like? I know, but do you regard him as somebody that's that we should look up to as Black people?
yeah. He's done a lot. I'm not going to lie. Just by being president, he did a lot. Just that. Just that. Just not okay.
Okay. What is those a lot in your opinion that you think is good that as Black people we should look up to him or follow in his steps, or as Africans, right? What?
Okay. I'll say as Africans.
I just want to know. Yeah, I want to know as a because we see differently here, but what do you guys see being on the continent, right?
Okay. First of Barack Obama, as Africans, he's looked at as he's like Jesus. He's like he's put in high regard. Even now after power, he comes to Africa. He really, literally, there are guys on the road waiting for him to pass by, and he's seen great, and not because of what he's done as president, just because he became president, and he still has his African name. That is his clan's name. So you can there are Obamas in Kenya, right? There are people. It's a clan. It's somewhere you can. So he did a lot just by being president. As I said, just by being president of one of the biggest country in the world, and became president. And the word Obama, and so he did a lot just by doing that. He did a lot to the mindset of many Africans. And okay, yeah.
So you mean like in positive wise, right? You would think he did a lot in a positive state of mind, like. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Like when you say a lot, is that because we see a Black face, we feel like, or is it because of his name or the clan name that we feel
we see an African.
We see
pride. Yeah, pride is there. The word is pride. There's a lot of pride. You see the African name. He did a lot of pride. Then, second of all, I know guys like to. I know the speech about the gay speech when he came to Kenya. He didn't even that everybody likes to talk about that speech. Nobody talks about the speech he had before that speech. That speech, I remember I was there. I was in Kenya, and he was under a lot of pressure. I remember because a lot of pressure from USA. I saw Fox News. There was like, is he gonna talk? Because Kenya, we know our laws of gays. So everybody in America was talking about how Kenya was anti-gay. So he had to address it to his own constituency as American. So he had to, and he didn't even say the word gay. He just said that some traditions are not good even in there. So he was even being as vague as he could be. So I kind of understood why he said that, because I remember the context of that situation. But the speech that really was big, it was the speech he made after that. It was a whole 30, it's even in YouTube. President Obama in Kenya. He was the first actually American president to come to Kenya, when Kenya, independent Kenya. So that's like a first. And when he came to Kenya, he spoke about a lot of pertinent issues affecting Kenyans. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to be brutally honest.
Has he done any as a Ken? I guess as a Ken, that he has a Kenyan blood, right? Well, his father was Kenyan.
His dad was Kenyan.
There's a town, yeah. So has he done anything tangible in Kenya?
Yeah, through his sister. His sister is Kenyan. So yeah, through his sister, they have built schools and stuff like that. Yeah, but he can't do it. I think people don't understand. Just because he was president doesn't mean he had all the power. He was the first Black president of America, and he was Kenyan. So everybody, I understand. Everybody was waiting for him to favor Kenya. Everybody. In fact, the British Prime Minister, I don't know if it was Boris Johnson or I don't know who was the British Prime Minister at that time, actually complained because it appears that maybe he was doing some things in the background. He complained that he was actually impeding British interests in Kenya. Did you know that? The British Prime Minister publicly complained. So meaning that also during his time, I know Tanzan can say this, Kenya had got a new constitution. This constitution that we're talking about right now, Tanzan, did you know that it was during Obama's presidency?
Mm.
And what constitution was that?
No, I didn't know. I know that they have been working on it for some time, but I don't know the written.
Nah, it was during Obama's presidency. It was during Obama, and from what I've heard, I'm not saying he had complete influence, but he also, like
Yeah,
the
it was during
Americans
that
also,
time.
there was a push from also his side. So, and now look how we are enjoying this constitution that the leaders don't
What's a
even, that we are
constitution?
holding
What
our
are you
leaders.
talking like? What is that constitution? What, like, can you be specific? I just want to know
This
so I
one,
can
the
learn.
2010 constitution, the 2010 constitution of Kenya.
Okay, what is that? Like, what is it to benefit? Like, what is? Sorry, what is? Can you give a detail a little bit?
It's the laws, the constitution, the laws of the laws.
I understand, but what is it to the people? What is that law that he might have helped or influenced?
It's the whole book, the whole.
Oh, so they did. They replaced the whole constitution.
Yeah, the whole constitution. From the colonial one, it got replaced during his tenure as president. This is now Kenya's 2010 new constitution.
So you think Obama has something to do with that?
Yeah, that's what the word is. That okay, they don't say Obama directly.
No, I don't. No. I think we need to see proof on that. I wouldn't give him that much credit. But you know the meaning.
You're not gonna see proof, but politicians, the politicians in charge,
but
Kenyan politicians have said that there was American interest in that constitution. So who was the American president when they say? Well,
so when they say when they say American interest, I would delve back and look into it. What interest, like specifically, and then
the constitution.
I mean, the thing is, but I don't know that detail. But I just want to tell you, because we know Obama's very well on this side, and I'm sure Tanzan, you live in the States, right? So you might have some ideas as well. But that there's a term, all skin folks are not your. Is it all skin folks?
Skin folk is not skin folk.
Skin folk, something like that. I'm mixing it up. But what I'm saying is, based on his policy, because he was a president for 8 years, right? First of all, he was raised by his white mother. His father was, of course, he has that Kenyan blood, intelligence. I think that's what he got it from, that genetic, from the Kenyan, that's that smartness. I truly believe that. However, he was raised by his white mother, and his mother is related to the Bushes. I don't know if you guys know this. So there was a clear agenda for him to come into power. We also fell for it because we saw, the first black man, first black president in the U.S. People came from all around during his inauguration. Like, they flew, they took a bus. It was just crazy, right? But it was just an image, because we're so hungry for that image, for that black power. We've been so put down. We went through so much. Black people has gone through so much. So when we saw that, it's like a beacon of hope. And we said, okay, maybe this change is going to happen. Now we have a black man in power. But obviously, that was just like a picture, like an idol, basically, like Jesus, white Jesus, It's just idol. It meant nothing for black people. Zero. All the stuff that he passed in the US, before even looking at black interests, it was all about the LGBTQ, ABCD, all those alphabets, right? He pushed for that. He pushed for other immigrants, for Spanish, for Chinese, whatever, for everybody. He did not even look for the black people in the US. Not at all, nothing. And they're the one that pushed for him. They voted for him, right? So there was no black interest whatsoever. Now we're really seeing what he's about. You understand? And then he comes to Africa. He's good with words. I'll give you that. He's good with words. He's good, like words, the English word. It's trickery, I say the current president of Kenya, he's really good with words. Very intelligent man. Uhuru, right? He's really good. When he gives speech, I listen to him and I get inspired. But when it comes to action, it's another thing. You see what I'm saying? But he's really good with words, So Obama is very good with words. He fooled a lot of people. He fooled the whole world, the black people, right? So I would, because see, our African family, you guys don't see the depth of the policy that's passed in the U.S. and the things that he's associated with, who he plays with, who he does business with, and all these things. When you delve deep and you do your own research, you see these people are not for us, because if he was even a tiny bit for us, he would not dare come to Africa and try to push that nonsense. And the LGBT it is a very serious and then Uhuru made me really, really proud. Like I was, the response that he gave him when he gave that speech about bring the LGBTQ to Kenya and the rest of Africa, right? He stood his ground, the president of Kenya. So that made, I think that made Kenyan proud and Africa proud. That's not for us. To each his own. If that what you do in your bedroom is your business, but that's not something to advertise. If anything, we should be advertising the nuclear family. Husband and wife staying together with their children, because the child needs both parents. We should be advertising that. It's good for the child's mental, for the health, the support system, all these everything, economically, everything. That's what we should really be pushing, but that's not what's being pushed now. So what I'm saying is, it's really important to, just because I've learned this too, just because you're black doesn't mean you're for us. Just because your skin is dark, it doesn't mean you put Africa first or the need of black people first. He was merely a puppet. That's what he was. He was put there in position, right, to do a job and for his handlers, right? So, we have to be really, really careful, when we praise these leaders, because they're not, and because the person that doesn't know will fall for it and say, oh, okay. And then it's just like, like fire, it spreads, right? So, my husband, he's from Kenya. He's Kenyan. And this guy, he bought his books, Obama's books. He bought his calendar. I fell for it too. 2008, 2009, 2010, through the first, election term, we were all supporting him because we fell for it. And then when we see between the cracks, when we see year after year, especially African American, what they've gone through, like nothing. He has not done one tangible, zero, nothing. If anything, he made their lives even worse. And then they'll tell you themselves, like, nothing. You see, not even like nothing. So sometimes, we have to peel the onion and see things for what it is. The power that be, they're playing these games. Not even in America, they're playing these games with our African leaders in Africa. You see, look what's happening in Tanzania. Like they killed a great leader, and now that lady, she's bringing everybody, come India, come whatever, come invest this and that. I don't see her empowering the Tanzanian, the locals to start business, to do this and that. It's more like, come international companies, come IMF, do what you want in Tanzania, come, and the people are just silent. I don't know why they're not even speaking. So, and then the thing is, for us to have change, we need to mobilize the local young people. Like, the young people, they have to be involved with politics. They have to be involved in the local politics. And how come we only know like the two people that's running in Kenya? There's like, I think 7, 8 of them. There's another guy, like a third guy. There's another guy that's really interesting. I forgot his name. I think he has dreads, but he's really, a lot of young people support him. I forgot his name. I'm sure you guys know. But you don't hear much of him. Do you know who I'm talking about? What's his name? I saw an interview, I forgot his name, man. But
Would that be Wajakoya or no?
Is that, yeah, he has dreads, but like I think he has dreads. He lived many years in the
It's
Caribbean.
Wajakoya. It's
That's
Wajakoya.
him.
It's
Yeah,
what.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right.
Very intelligent
Tanzan.
man.
I was waiting for Tanzan to say, but she's pretending she doesn't know.
I said, is it
I
Wajakoya or
love that
no?
guy. I love that guy. You know, why don't we hear more of him? A lot of things he's saying. You see, the populace, they don't want, they want to crush him, right? And the thing is, you have to understand, like these policies, like you shouldn't have to have money, be rich to run
You
for
remember
president.
Mondetezi
You
did a
know,
whole episode program about him a couple of weeks ago.
I missed it. Oh, I missed it.
Okay,
Yeah, I
you have
wish
to go back.
yeah,
Yeah,
I have
that
to go
one was
back and see it.
a hot one as well.
Yeah, yeah. And you know what? He supports you know, doing business with marijuana, all that stuff too. I support that, to be honest with you. You know,
Okay, go.
they're
Yeah, go back and
utilizing it
listen.
here in
Go
North
back and
America.
listen to the
Yeah,
program. We did go over a lot of
yeah.
yeah, that was a good one. But
So
yeah,
I'll do that. I'll do that. So I'm just saying, like, you know, it's just my thing is like it's like the system, whatever is being practiced in the West, that system is also, remember, we're using the same system in Africa too. We want to dismantle the system completely. I wish people would try to think in that state of mind that we need to change the system. We need to get rid of this colonial system that was put by the white people that is not for us. It is not for us. Because the thing is, even when it comes to voting, I don't even bother voting, to be honest with you, because I feel like it doesn't even make any difference because it's all like triggered, you know. Or even here in Canada, you know, the prime minister that he took second time power, and I even know, I really feel like he cheated his way through, to be honest with you. There's no way he could win for what the policy that he's passing. So it's like to me it's a game, you know. There's a few on top that's, pulling strings here and there. You don't have the actual evidence, but you see it. It's being laid out. You see the same formula in the US, in Canada, even in Europe, right? Even here in Africa too. So my thing is, why do I have to have money to run in politics? And why are those people that have money put on top and looked up to? They've been in power for 30, 40 years, not power, sorry, in politics. What have they done? Why are we still supporting these people? Why are we not looking at their resume and say, okay, you were prime minister, you were this, that, or you were the vice president, like if I was going to use an example in Kenya, what have you guys done in the last 30, 40 years while you guys were in politics? What have you done for the people? What have you done to make changes? And then I'm going to reward you as a president? Like, to do what? To fulfill your pocket even more? To continue with the corruption that we have? Like, if most people are young, the most people are young, the unemployed, all this stuff, when are we going to take initiative and take action? When are we going to speak up? When are we going to get involved instead of just following like sheep, like herds? Like, when is that going to change? Because one of the most intellectual people I think in Africa are the Kenyans, in my opinion. Very educated, highly educated, but at the same time, just because you're highly educated doesn't mean you're aware of what is going on. If you're book smart and if you know what's going on, also, if you got to look between the lines, do we just want to go along and fit in with everybody and go with what's popular, or do we want to do our own thing, like create our own system? This is the time I feel like we should, as majority of the population in Africa are under, I think, 35, between 18 and 35, right? So I just feel like this is the conversation you should be having at the coffee shop with people, and dismantle because this thing of you're the same tribe as me, so I'm going to vote for you. Just because you're the same tribe as me doesn't mean you're a good person. I have a lot of people in my family that I don't even like. They're my family. I love them. If something goes down, I'll be there for them. But I'm not close with them because our mindset is not aligned. They're not like their mindset is like, it's completely different. So they will drag me down. If I stay with them or talk to them, I try to even improve their way of thinking and be open minded and look at what's happening. And it's like, no, they will drain you down. It's just like talking to a wall. So eventually you try, but then you got to move, because if you, it's like with these old people in power, they're not, they're crusted. They're like, they need to be retired. Go enjoy your money that you've made. Get lost, go away. But they're so greedy, and so, and the people that are in Europe, like those other people in power, they're using the same people, recycled people, to do their dirty work, and we fall for it every time. Anyways, I just wanted to say that. Thanks for letting me rant.
No, we all need it. We all need to, from time to time. The world is a a strange place, to say the least. So yeah, and just to go back to what you're saying about, for me, I don't even concentrate so much, on one person, because even with them, it's their system. The system still continues. What you see in your eyes, whether it's Obama, Trump, Biden, whoever, it's just the actors that are changed. It's like a Hollywood
Exactly.
movie. Yeah,
Yep.
it's like Hollywood. They can make the same film over and over again with a new set of, actors, but the plot is going to be essentially the same. So if you see anybody who's up there, and you know what they have to go through to get there, you know that anybody who has made it successfully in Hollywood, we didn't need the whole Me Too movement to sort of let us know what was going on. I mean, that's just one of the
Mm-hmm.
many things, but we know that behind all that glitz and fancy stuff, that there's a lot of ugliness. So that's the same thing in politics. The faces are just that, they're just faces. They're not movers or shakers or anything. In fact, they're the ones who are being moved and shaken. So once we realize that, you can take ire at maybe one or two people that you might have a particular dislike for, but you just know that it's everybody there is just terrible. It's like the cast of Seinfeld. You're not going to take sides because they're all just terrible people, but they're funny, but they're terrible. So for me, it's this the realization when we were talking earlier about leaders versus institutions. That's what we need. You need an institution where even if the leader is corrupt, the institution still stands, and this is one thing that if you see in the Western systems, they have a very efficient one, because it does not require one person. In fact, the president or whoever, those are just figureheads. The machine works whether or not he's there. In fact, there's even a contingency plan. If he's not, if he's taken out, the next in line in power is so and so and so and so. So it follows an order, so that everyone, nearly everyone, is expendable. The positions are important, but the people who fill them are not. They don't have to be there. There are some powerful people in politics. I'm not saying that it's not important, but it's not as important for them to be. They can also be replaced by other well-connected people. So once you have a system that almost runs by itself, then you do guard against some of the weaknesses of humankind, because it's not to say that they are less corrupt because they're just better people. No, it's how the system handles such aberrations that that defines how strong the system is. So if you can get away with, making shortcuts or doing things in a shoddy way, then that's not a strong system. But if you have one where everybody has to, pick up their slack, but not that if somebody doesn't, it will fall apart. It's just that that person, they will be eliminated and replaced. So that would be an efficient system.
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, and I completely agree with what you're saying. But I just feel like I think the system that we're in, it is actually, I think it is falling apart, to be honest with you too. Especially in the West, they're trying to hold it together, but because this like even in the States, they're printing money like left and right with no backing. They have so much debt, just you know what I mean. It's like an illusion. That's what it is, an illusion. And I can't, I cannot see like the African leaders why they don't see this. And we have all the wealth. We can back our money with gold. We can, with minerals, lots of different minerals that we have. God has given all us all this. Look at Uganda with their $1 trillion of worth of gold. You know, he can easily, you know, they're working on it, I know, with one currency with East African Federation. Hopefully there's a fruition, it happens sooner than later, right? But I'm just saying, why can't they wake up and just like and see the value that they have at home, you know, instead of looking outward. And I think I think the age system to these old leaders with the old mindset, right? Maybe they're fearful too, to a certain extent. But I think it all starts from the ground up, and I think we need to mobilize and have these conversations with a more young people. You see, I like what Malema is doing in South Africa. I don't know if anyone knows this, but he actually is gearing towards the young people, and also the young graduates, the students. He actually, I was watching, I think a few weeks ago. They do this every year. Involve the youth. Make sure they register to vote. Make sure they know the issues. They're talking about these things. You know, so if he's gone, at least he has a whole bunch behind him coming up. You know, so I just love that. You know, you can agree, disagree with what he say, but that's a type of mindset, and speak the truth and speak what it is. We don't need to make other people feel comfortable in order for us to do things. We're not trying to hurt others. We're trying to make ourselves better. So we got to speak out the truth and not say, well, we're hurting these colonizers' mind, you know, their feelings, this and that. To hell with their feelings. They work with each other. They help each other. They don't feel guilty doing what they're doing. So why do we have to feel ways? Why do we have to feel guilty or you know, like tippy-toe? Why? We shouldn't have to. Enough is enough. And I feel like the young people has that energy. We just need to give them more voice, support them even like as groups, even as diasporas, putting money together, doing like conferences, educating them, having a conversation, like, you know, instead of just them, you know, like not really focusing on them. They need to be because the thing is, the parents, they don't know nothing. I feel like they don't even know. They're easily swayed. If you give them a bag of rice, they're like, okay, vote for me, sure, because of the situation that they're in, unfortunately. But the young people, they're hungry, they want change. And a bag of rice is going to be like, they'll throw it back in your face. You know, they know they're worth more than that. They know the value they hold. They know the richness they have on their continent, right? So I feel like we just need to embrace the young people and put money, like put money towards them. Like, I don't know, like I'm just saying these things, but I really want to make it happen. Have like a conversation with them, have like an open, like, you know, start with 50 people, then 100, then 200, whatever. Give them, you know, if I have to pay them $5, whatever, you know what I mean? Just come first. Give them something, because sometimes it's like, what is it for me to come here talk, right? So you get this mobilization happening, and then they see the what we're talking about, what we're trying to achieve. And I think once they have that passion, you'll have great leaders coming out of those situations, you know. And this thing that we have to have money to run for presidency, for politics, like that is like a Western thing. Why is it applied to us in Africa? You know, why? You know what I mean? How do we fix that? I don't know.
Well, Sanity, in terms of, I know we sort of slightly parted ways with Ted.
Yeah, sorry, I know there's the next session coming in.
Yeah, you're good. Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So for me, the reason why in the first one I had the African youth leadership, the reason why I still say we focus on the young people firstly is because, like we said, we know we have a very big, significantly young population. And the second thing is, what you said about the older population, there were some things that they did right. I'm not one of those to just criticize, ruthlessly what other people did. I wasn't there. They were facing different circumstances and all that. They did what they needed to do, and we're better off for it. So in that regard, we also have responsibility to carry it on. And I think that the people that we have to pass the torch to are the young people, not just because they're the ones who are sharp and focused, but because they're the ones who are going to pay for this. We're going to be gone before the debts and the debt collectors come knocking. They're the ones who are going to either fight or be enslaved when the tax collector comes. So it's up to us to prepare them for this situation that we put on them. We don't know how it's going to turn out, but things are going to get significantly more difficult. Now, it's not that we didn't do anything. It's like if you take a loan, if you did something good with it, that's fine, that's good, it will help you. But at the same time, when it's time to pay back, it's always quite a pinch. So it's something. One thing that I always say with the politicians is that they should try more, not just to talk with the people and listen to the people, but to also be honest with them and tell them how the world is. If they're in a bind, if they're being put the pressure on, just tell the people that this is why we're doing this. These people have their foot on my
I
back.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I say I agree with yours. I agree. That was
Mhm.
what Magufuli was doing too. I don't, like I was
But
following up
but they
posts.
also with some discretion, because when you're talking to your people, know that others are also listening.
Of
So
course, yes.
yeah, so one thing that the former president of Kenya, he used to have his formal address where he would talk, and the press would quote him and all of that stuff, and then he would go to in the back room, or later on or whatever, and talk to the people in real terms in Kiswahili. So that was his real speech. That one was just for the foreign press or and all that. So yeah, as a leader, you have to be honest with your people, both in terms of your successes, victories, hopes, aims, and all that, but also with your losses. Sometimes we underestimate how much support people can get when they are honest, when they really tell people how things are, because sometimes we blame our leaders for everything. Oh, they're bad, like the Black Americans like to make fun of us. It's the government, you know but at the same time, we are that government and we have to ask of our government to be open with us, even if things are bad. It's better to know how bad things are than to be just led into this endless illusions that I think a lot of our people are under. So I think that one thing that would help build the relationship between politicians and the people is just to tell them how the world is, to tell them that we're taking these loans. It's going to be difficult to pay them back, but we're going to work hard to make money, and it's going to be a difficult 10 years or whatever, but this is what's going to happen. Rather than just when people are suffering without understanding their suffering, it makes it worse. If people have a reason to suffer, people can suffer for quite a long time and suffer many pains, as long as they understand the reason for that pain, as long as they understand the reason for suffering. The humans
But
can endure a lot.
yeah, times out. What do you say though? Like, the thing is, like, I feel like these leaders too take the easy way out,
Hmm.
take a loan, okay, hire the Chinese or this and that.
Hmm.
They don't even utilize their own people, right?
Hmm.
All these young, strong Africans, they're so strong, like muscular. They don't even work out. They're just naturally strong because of the food they eat. That's why slavery happened. See, they tried to do it with the Chinese. They couldn't last. With the white people, Europeans, actually, the Europeans were eating each other. So they were just a bunch of savages, right? So, like, the Africans, they're just naturally strong. We're like God given strength, like the sun, there's the melanated. We're just like amazing people. And I think when you don't know your self-worth, when you don't know what you have, and you look your neighbors, you think it's greener, and you think they take the easy way out. In my opinion, they take a loan, They don't even read what's the terms and conditions on the loan. They're like, okay, I'm going to be a leader for X amount of years. I'll take care of this. Then I'll leave that this pain, this next whatever's going to happen. It's not going to be my problem because my family's taken care of. That's the way I see these people, how they, because of their action that they're taking, right? The things that they're doing. Because you don't need to, yeah, of course, we all take loans. Loans are necessary to do things structurally to improve the country. That's a loan is not an issue, but you gotta also look at the loan. What interest are you paying? How long are you going to pay it? You got to look at the best interest of the country. Can I use the labor for my people? Because there's a lot of people that's unemployed. And I think Africans, once you train them, it doesn't take long for them to understand things. They're pretty fast. They're pretty quick. In Africa, it's do for yourself. That's it. No one really looks after you, right? So they have that mentality to excel, naturally. So they don't even use the human capacity that they have. They don't even take advantage of that. They'll bring somebody from China to build a road. When you have intelligent, even the diasporas out there who are doing excellent works across the world, they could reach out to the diasporas. Okay, first, right? Let's bring, give them incentive. Come, build. You're African. You don't even have to be the Kenyan or Tanzanian or Ugandan. As long as you're African, we welcome you. If you have that love for your country, come. We'll give you the contracts. We will work with you. And I'm sure they won't be paying them the same amount as the Chinese, or like the interest as much as the Chinese or the IMF or whatnot, right? But you have to understand these Europeans and Union, all this stuff, they come with you, give you a loan, they police you. They do that to keep you locked in a box, to control you, because their livelihood depends on it, So we don't even need them at all. And I think the leaders know this, that we don't really need them. But at the same time, they're too weak to speak up. They're too weak, to go against the grain. They love their skin too much. They love themselves above their people. You see? So to me, it's like we should not be so kind and so nice and be like, they're doing this, they're doing that. Who knows the situation? And we should forgive them. We should give them time. No, time. There's no time. Like, how much more time? 60, 70 years. What change has come? What have they done? What debt is the country holding? We need to, like, when the Kenyan, the two guys that are, I think it was Ruto, I don't know the other guy. He says, I'm not interested in debating the other guy that's running for president, right? People should hold him accountable for that. We want to hear a debate. People should be like, you need to debate. We need to hear what you're about. How are you gonna let somebody say, I'm not gonna? He's not worth my time. That's like, that to me, I feel like you're hiding something, or you're not confident about what you're trying to do for the country. So we need to hold these people. We need to put fire under their pants. Not make them feel comfortable. And then there should be like a separate department where the money, the person that's in charge of all the funding, the money, all that, separate from the president, like separate. Someone that's gonna like keep track of what money is going in and out, an audit, that needs to be done in every African country, because these people, they're just doing whatever they want with the money, and no one's questioning it. And when you come from poverty, when you come from nothing, and you see people driving nice this or house, you want that, right? You feel hungry, but that doesn't even fulfill you inside. That's just temporary desire, so you'll do things that are unethical, steal, lie to get that, so to fulfill your emptiness, you know what I mean? So we need to go back to that African way. We need to research, we need to delve back into that, I think, and we got to hold these leaders accountable. I'm not saying they're not doing positive things, but I feel like there's more negative than the positive, and it's the same cycle, same recycled nonsense. And so we need to hold these people accountable.
May I chime in?
Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Sanity, for your wise and logical. It makes so much sense. You're like, why are we not doing it already? Why are we still repeating the same mistakes over and over again? Um, and just to let you guys know, I didn't realize that we had gone into into the second broadcast, which starts around this time. Oh man! So just out of respect and so on, let's just go and have last final words, and then we'll close out. And well, I'll be on later on with the Beta Medicine podcast. So if you guys want to, to join in, it's the Beta Medicine podcast, and Jose is usually there as well. So yeah, but yeah, go ahead. So the question was leadership. For me, I was especially saying that we should give young people more opportunities and incentives to participate in the political system at this moment by engaging them in politics, by having discussions with them, by encouraging them to run. Unfortunately, politics needs capital. You can't run on a hope. You need money. That's why most of the time established politicians usually get power late in the game, because you have to work your way up there. But I still think that the input of young people, even if they cannot hold political power, their opinions and their thoughts should be taken into consideration, and we should have some sort of committee, fact-finding committee that takes in the opinions of everybody in the community. Everybody is represented, from the young people, the old people, the men, the women, even children. Even children have needs. It's not to say that they have, voting rights, but we should also listen to the children in the school and find out what are their concerns, what are their what do they need, yeah, how can we make their life better? There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that would be a good start. So I think that the more voices in the community that are heard, the more the community becomes both stronger and self-sufficient. And for me, the young people especially have a big role to play, because they have the ideas and they're also less programmed, as Jose was saying, less programmed than the people who were born into it or who've lived into it a long time. You can more change this perspective. If sometimes that's a disadvantage because they're very impressionable, but if you have the right propaganda, you can channel your young people towards creative ways, instead of right now, which is mostly just distractions and distractions with an eye. They're simply just living to party or to do frivolous things, and nothing wrong with that. Like I said, the young people should have a good time, but they should also have a passion and a vision that they're working towards, because this is the best time in their lives to be starting working towards that. So yeah, go ahead and if anybody has any thoughts and thought to add on leadership, on the youth, on how we can make our community stronger, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to add to the sister that spoke before you. We should all be held accountable.
You're a bit low, Jose, just a bit. If you can turn it up a bit.
A bit louder.
Yeah,
Is
the mic is a bit muffled.
Mhm.
it louder
Okay,
now?
I think so. Okay, we'll just make the best of it. Go ahead, but we can hear. So
Okay, yeah, I'll try to keep it short. So we all should be held accountable, right?
mhm.
The government gets a whole lot of smoke, as our African Americans say.
Yes.
Receive a lot of smoke, but we should also point the point that we should take note at the other three fingers when we point the finger, right? Us ourselves. My ideal government is not a government. They don't govern. They administrate what the population do. They are administrative, or they manage the logistics administratively. So we the people must force them back to administrator, right? So uh, uh, if we do as much as we can for our countries, for our continent, we should be able to force so-called governors back in the corner of administrator. Because if we give them so much work, if our entrepreneurship is so vast, so broad, and so much that they only can administrate or regulate the logistics of the administration, right? If you understand what I mean, because I'm not sure if I come through, but if we are such a wonderful and strong people, why are we pointing our fingers to governments, right? So we are, in my opinion, yes, that's true. We don't, what I think about our current handling is that we don't see we don't see the danger, because the danger looks like us. We have survived everything, earthquakes, meteors, dinosaurs, whatever. We have survived anything, and the witness of this is our hair, right?
Mhm.
Far away from there's I mean, primate, not one primate with us. We are so far away. We are so far away from primates. We don't even have a straight hair anymore, right? So the sun is shining on our head. It's so long that it's adapted to it, right?
Okay, now
That's
it's going really in and out.
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah, it's getting harder to hear.
oh man.
It's muffled.
So
It's
oh,
okay,
really?
but we had everything up to, what you're saying about the sun and how it's getting harder and harder to, you know, just to live, just to be ourselves and to be in nature.
Yeah,
Nature, now it's like
like,
we have to go ahead.
like it's as if we don't notice the danger. That's why we don't react to the present danger. And the present danger is our children, right?
Mm-hmm.
Europeans, Asians, etc. But still, we are the most creative because we survive anything. We are the strongest. Again, proof it. We survive anything. So what if we put that strength and that creativity at work, right? And we turn our governors into administrators. That's actually the resume of what I was trying to say. So let's hold ourselves, the population, accountable, not only the governors.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And it's not just it's always starts with us as people, as individuals. And if we do what we're supposed to do, and then the people above don't, at least we have done what we're supposed to do. Even like the young people I was talking about on the Swahili program. That's why I really really do want them to go, have an opportunity to come here. But the younger lady was saying that they have done their part as young people. They have gone to school like they were told. They have stayed on the right side of the law. All of that in Africa is not such a big thing, but yeah, they have done their part in society. And then when they come out of university, then there's no jobs for them. It creates it can create resentment, because it's like society is not paying back what they promised the young people. And I do feel the pain. I feel that we let our people down if we're telling them that do this, and then the result will be this. At least let's also be honest with them in that regard, that you're going to go to school, but you might not find a job immediately, or the job that you want. But if you don't, these are the options that you can take. If it's business, if it's working with your fellow students, if it's cooperating and doing something, those are the things that we should also be honest with our children, with our future leaders, that so when we instill honesty in them, they also will be honest when they get into power. But if we used to lying to them and about the reality of the world, or about how things work, not just society, but globally, then when they get into such positions, they will be no better than the people who were there before them. So I think that even when it comes to young people, we should listen to their concerns. Sometimes we're too easy to dismiss. Oh, they don't know, they're young, inexperienced, all of that. But they know far more than we think they do. And the ones who are even coming up, even younger than them, their worldview, the amount of knowledge base is going to be very different than the other generations.
Yeah.
So we must also prepare ourselves for this new knowledge based children. They'll have a lot of knowledge, but they'll have very little experience. They won't have the experience of running around, growing up with other children, climbing trees, and they won't have that experience of nature, but they'll have a wider access to knowledge and information. And so yeah, I didn't mean to go on too long, but Senuti, go ahead, and
Yeah,
then we have
thank you. Yeah,
Tizi.
in closing, just in closing, I agree with what you're saying, for sure. Just to touch base, one thing I would like to say to all of us, right, is that we prosper anywhere we go as melanin people, right? We push the limit. We're there for our family, for our children, all that, right? And I feel like if we take that energy, we take all that lessons that we have, and we've taken that all, everything that we were taught and experience that we have anyway, especially living in the diaspora. I mean, living in the West. We can take that back to our individual countries, or even anywhere in Africa, whatever you decide to go, and share it, share the thoughts, share the knowledge, because our people on the ground, they don't see what's going on in the world, because they're actually trying to make ends meet on a daily basis, right? And so they don't, when someone comes from the outside, or when they hear something good, it's like, okay, yeah, we have a fresh something's happening, maybe there's something's going to happen, but there is trickery, and so we need to be honest with our people. We need to be honest. And like you said, all these young people they're doing their job. They're doing what they're told, as going to school, behaving, doing all that, graduated, but then they have nothing to being offered to them when they come from graduation, because we are living, or we are borrowing a system that's not for us, you see. So even in the West, honestly, like, even there's a lot of graduates, depending what you graduate from, you will not find a job right away. They will ask you for experience, and that. So you will graduate with, maybe 2-3 years later, you might find something in your field, or you might even do something else out of your field. Whatever you went to school for is worthless. You know what I mean? And I feel like the system is designed for this, to keep us in perpetual, like, cycle, like little minions just doing like work, um, and honestly, just continuing to keep up the system. So I feel like with our young people, we need to have more entrepreneur type of mindset, to do for thyself, because the theories that we're learning, like, you can do political science in Africa, but what is that going to get you? Where is that going to take you? Like, a lot of these things that they graduate from, is there like companies waiting for you to hire you, or is there like a partnership happening as soon as you graduate? Maybe you work for 6 months for free because you don't have that experience, but after that, we're gonna hire you. We're gonna put Kenyans first. We're gonna put Ugandans first before other people, before international companies. Or are there like, when you graduate, is there like something waiting for you on the table? No, a lot of these things, and then so all these young people, they're going to drugs or this or that, into drinking, all this feeble things that just doesn't make you focus, right? And it's not their fault, because as the government, right, the head of the country, that's their job to provide jobs, to make sure that the people is functioning, the country's functioning, and progressing, right? So again, it goes back to the system. The system is not for us. The system was not created by Africans. The system was created by someone else to keep us in a bottle, and we need to see that. We, you know, capitalism, it's greed. There's a few things that's good, of course, here and there, right? But I think we need a balance of both. Not only capitalistic formality, because look at the West, look at the capitalism, and look what's happening, right? There's a few on top, especially now. Like, a lot of people are struggling even in the West. Groceries, gas, your rent, your mortgage if you have one. Everything has skyrocketed, but the people's income has not increased. So people are trying to make ends meet. It's really, especially if you have children too. You got to buy them clothes, shoes. You got to buy them, all these things that they need. And your income doesn't stretch. People think in Africa people are living great in the West. No, not at all. Like, it's a struggle. So it's the system. The system is not for us. We need to, like, I love this topic, by the way, Tanzan. I wish this was like prime hours, because I think you would have a lot more people listening in, maybe. It's just my opinion, but
You know what, Senuti,
yeah,
today was a funny kind of
8 o'clock I was
disaster.
sleeping.
Hey, welcome, Dad. You just got us at the tail end. So I was up early. And the reason why I did this weird time, or it was a weird time for me, because it was 1 a.m. in the night. 1 a.m. So I woke up. I was trying to sleep early. That didn't happen. So I woke up nice and got my coffee. So people are talking. My laptop is dying. I go to charge it, right? I put it on the charger. I mean, I go to put it on the charger, and I don't know how I did it, but I fell asleep. And when I woke up, it was dead, and I had missed phone calls. So here's the thing. I did try to get in early, so that the people in East Africa, the young people, I'm hoping that next week we can, maybe the next couple of weeks, we can have them, actually come in and talk, because
Okay.
yes, that's the reason. So it's 11 a.m. It starts at 11 a.m. in East
Ah,
Africa, which is my
okay.
1 o'clock there. So it's a crazy time for me. But on the previous one, we had quite we had we started a good discussion. Kaizo was there, and we talked about leadership classes for leadership, how to teach young people, actively teach them leadership, business negotiation, things like that, global trade. So if you get a chance, you can go back and listen to that too. That was the first stream that was cut off, and then I started this one, which I didn't think was going to go another 5 hours, but there we go. So before we Mondatezi, do you want to speak, or do you want the dad to come in?
Well, thank you so much for the time, and thanks for letting me talk.
And thank you. And Senuti, just to let you know, so it will be the same time next week. So just early, you can catch us whenever,
Yeah, I'll do my best to yeah. No, yeah, let's give it a try. See, yeah, especially if it's
Yeah,
the
and
month.
if you can't, that's okay. But
No,
we're
no,
really trying
I
to reach.
usually get up early just because it's Saturday. Like
Mhm,
Monday to Friday, I get up really early. So
mhm.
on Saturday, you try to catch a little
I
sleep.
know, I know.
Yeah,
Totally understand.
but no, but I understand where you're coming from, and yeah, that's really great, And if there's somebody like Monatezi, if someone is doing things on the ground, getting young people involved, you need the funding, like whatever, to set up a hall, even give them tea and snacks, just so they can come and conversate, you know, we can help towards those things. Those things excite me, to be honest. I feel like even if I contributed $50 towards that, it's going somewhere. It's not that because I have money. It's just because I'm so hungry for change.
Yeah,
You
no,
understand what I'm saying? I am so over it, and I just want us to. I want the young people to wake up. I want us to. We've been talking quite a lot, but like I just want to see action. Um, I do have a plan to go on the continent, to be on the continent very, very soon. But until my feet hits on the ground, if there are others doing things on the ground, help the young people to create awareness, and if they don't have, but they need, if we all put a little bit together, even $10 each, whatever, I don't know, right? Just with the right set of mind. You're not just there to corrupt, because we don't want corruption. We're there for the right set of mind, the right way. You're passionate. You love doing this for your people. Education, even if it's like an hour, 2 hour, like it goes a long way. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of intelligent young people. They just
Oh
need.
man,
I'm
like
telling
I
you,
wish you
man.
guys could speak Kiswahili, because just one session with them, you're just amazed at
Blown
the
away.
patience, the humility, the intelligence, the drive. Man, it's just amazing. I wish I could
They're
catch it
not being
more often,
harbored.
but it's hmm?
Yeah, I agree with you. They're not. They're because the thing is, I listen to even these young kids, like my own kids too. I listen to them and I talk like, man, these kids. We were not
Yeah.
even thinking like them when we were their age.
Man, they are more experienced than we give them
Yeah,
credit.
and so
And I hate to digress, but I think one time we talked about how Disney, it makes children, it makes parents very silly and dismissive, and the children are just these brats, and their parents are just this incompetent, idiots. But at the same time, it also gives children a very bad name, because it makes children to seem like this, then not caring, this bratty, this attitude infested. I mean, teenagers do go through some times when they're moody, and they go through their times, but to just characterize teenagers as that who they are all the time, even if somebody was not like that, they might think that that's how they're supposed to behave based on what television tells them, because it's not all teenagers who are just bratty and have an attitude problem. Some of them are quiet, some of them are shy, some of them are depressed, some of them are confused. But when you see on television, they're only one type. They're very confident, they're very sassy, they talk back to their parents and walk
yeah,
around and do all this nonsense. So
and
it
that's on
portrays
purpose.
both
That's done on
children.
purpose. My sister.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I
It's
mean?
very
Yeah,
much in purpose, both to destroy the image of parents as being just
yeah,
this useless idiots, and to
yeah.
destroy the image of children as just being this, inconvenient, troublemakers. And yeah, but let's let that have a word, and then we'll close out with Mondatezi, and then this is the regular program is on. So yeah, we're
Yeah,
not
for
cross.
sure. I will lock in. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. You always
You're
bless us
welcome.
with your
Thank
wisdom.
you.
Mhm. All right, Dad, go ahead and share your thoughts. Dad Revan, welcome. Or did you did you forget you're on? Okay, Tezzy, go ahead. When he comes back. Yes.
I'm here. I'm
Oh,
here.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I just walked into the channel, so I didn't know you were about to close and all that stuff.
It's okay.
I'm taking it easy this week and laying off and letting my body recover and all that stuff, and laying off the alcohol. Sometimes it's good. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But yeah, it's quite interesting. Leadership. What do I have to say? uh, I guess leadership is not just about the leader himself or the president himself. It's about building a system or building a generation where there are multiple leaders across multiple different industries and sectors in the country as well. You want to build those type of, you don't want to just focus on the president himself. You want to make sure that you build a generation of good leaders as well. You want to show them what it means to be a leadership, especially the bit of self-sacrifice as well. I don't know about that, but you know that you need to do that, and then so that in a situation like, look at the UK, we're about to get some of the worst leaders. They have no agency at all, but there is enough strong leaders in many different industries or sectors that they can afford to have stupid, incompetent leaders in power, and the system will keep functioning. In Africa, perhaps we need to have that and not just focus on the one president as well. We need to educate our youth to understand what it means to be a leader, to be an industry leader or something like that. That's what I got to say from the little I've heard.
Well said. Well said. Especially when it comes to educating. How can we educate children to be, how can you train something that is supposed to be like a gift? Because up to now we usually just look at leaders as people who have emerging talent, who had some god-given gift or some personal characteristics. But is there a way that society can actually bring this to the fore instead of waiting for it to accidentally occur? Because all our leaders that we had so far were what I would call accidental leaders. Not that they just popped out of nowhere, but they became leaders in spite of themselves. Sometimes because of, but it was not that they were being prepared. It's just that they had it. They had the focus. They had what it takes in them to do it. But there are societies that actively, create those kinds of people who actively want to create leaders. You might have to train 100 to get one, but at least you're still working towards getting that one versus just relying on the one popping out of nowhere, in the hopes. So that's one thing that me and Kaiser agreed about, making leadership training, focused and a part of training. For me, I say that it should start early. We shouldn't even wait for people to go to university or higher learning. I think that even when you look at children playing, they instinctively have they know what leadership is. When you see children playing, the strongest child, or sometimes the most persuasive or something, you'll see them usually have certain they call them the popular kids or whatever, but children also follow a certain people even amongst the group. There's some who are on the side and so on. So if they know how to do that, then teach them, encourage those kinds of traits in them, and give them opportunities also to do that. When it comes to sports, involve the children in areas where they have that opportunity. Sports is a great thing where they can compete, assert themselves, find out what they're made of, and so on. So for me, I think that leadership courses, even if it's just a week long, when kids go away and they train and they do some activities, like they do with summer camp over here. But we should really start early. We should start putting into children's minds that you're not just going to go get up and go to school and get a job. You're going to do beyond that. You're going to take advantage of the opportunity, and if you have an advantage, you're going to make the best of it. So
I
yes.
think I think it's tough to actually measure character as
Mhm.
well. It's tough
Mhm.
to measure character, and you can't instill or teach somebody character. Sometimes it's just natural with some people. But one thing you can do is teach administration. And
Mhm.
I think that's what the British are focused on. They teach administration. So in a way, somebody who doesn't even have those characteristics of a leader can still administer or have a little bit of that. From that administration and management, managing people and administering people, that
Mhm.
builds that leadership quality as well. But some
Mhm.
people are just born with natural characters to just you can't measure, say, that person's character. You can't measure. Somebody has more weight than other people, and some people are more persuasive than others. But one thing we can teach is learning how to management and administration. I think if we go that way, you'll probably tend to see the type of leadership that you want as well.
Mhm.
Because to be a leader is to be very persuasive, isn't it?
Mhm.
You are visionary, you have an idea, and you persuade people to follow you where you want, and all that stuff. And it takes a lot to be quite persuasive. But to be a manager, it's quite easy and all that stuff. So leaders sometimes can we train these in people? I think you can recognize such qualities and emphasize them in someone. You can recognize such qualities and train that person. But some people, not all of us are meant to be leaders. Some of us are meant to be followers. But some of us, there is the difference between leaders and managers and administrators.
And part of the leadership course or training is it's not to make leaders of all men, because obviously there won't be any followers, but to also make good followers. So one of the best ways to look at that is the sports team. That's one, but also the military. The military takes a bunch of green and untrained people and puts them through. During that time, they will identify who's the strongest. They will identify the ones who can't make it, and they will be cut. They will identify the ones who are average and they're good to follow. And what they do is that they to they, like they say, they break you down and then they build you up. So they build you up with those if not the character, then the characteristics that they want. If they want discipline, if they want strength and endurance and all that, that's what they will put into you, whether or not, if as long as you show that you have the capacity to to follow certain orders. And then for the leaders now, it goes beyond just following, because that's another thing too that people don't realize, that a leader has first to be a follower. Even to be a general, you'll have to start as a private. You'll have to know how to follow orders properly in order to even give them. You can't give orders if you can't follow. So every commander starts out as a soldier and then works their way and then shows their leadership skills, and that's what breaks them away from the rest of the platoon. So
you see, one thing that I tend to disagree with when people always come.
Say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me say something. Actually, I had points to say. Okay, let me start with what you're talking about right now. Then this perspective. What is this perspective of leadership? I think we need to question it. What, like my brother just said, it somebody like a leader and a follower. Like I don't know. I find it's a very weird perspective of life. I think it's a very weird perspective of society. Natural leaders, and there are guys who are natural. I don't think.
That's what
I think this is a perspective that is, and let me finish. I think this is the British perspective. I think I read the book. This book I read about Russia, actually, a Russian book. In fact, I was talking to actually Marie Antoinette and Kaiser actually once, and they started talking about how people in different languages have so much different perspective of life that you don't know, even the way they do mathematics and the way they do their sciences and the way they teach, so different. But because we all speak English, we don't really know how these guys' societies they talk. And I realized that in Russia, actually, in Russian books, they believe everybody is equal. Like everybody is born, like whatever. And I realized that even when they teach mathematics, they don't teach. It's not. They don't expect somebody to be a genius and somebody who is an idiot. Everybody is equal. In fact, the only reason is and everybody can become a mathematical genius. It's just you have to understand the philosophy behind the mathematics. And I was like, and I just read. I was just curious, and I read this book a few weeks ago actually, and I was like, wow, this is how they teach maths. Like they teach maths in a philosophical way, because and I read it from the book that everybody, nobody is an idiot. Everybody can understand maths. It's just that the philosophy. So I realized that their perspective is that all these qualities of a leader, and I see it even in here in life. Some people, they just have money and they are leaders and they are considered leaders. Some people, they are charismatic and they're considered leaders. Some people, they just good at doing that one thing. They're good at one thing, maybe, I don't know, they have a skill, specific skill, and they are considered leaders. So I don't know when you say you're training leaders. I think you're just training somebody to rule over other people. It comes. I don't know. Just check out that thing. That sounds very imperial to me. It feels like you're training somebody to rule, unless you're training somebody to be a good person, or training somebody to be informed, or training somebody to be skilled. But training somebody to be a leader, that sounds like it sounds a little bit imperial. That you're training somebody to rule over
a bit
somebody.
fascist, you might say.
It's like, whoa, what's this? It's like
young Hitler.
like you're training somebody to be a leader. I know, and then this part, being natural leader. What is a natural leader? Somebody can be naturally charismatic. That is true. Somebody can be naturally skilled at something that puts them in a position where they teach others, or somebody can also be financially well, right? And now because they have the money, they have leverage over others,
Yeah.
So there is no, natural leader or these are very interesting terms that you need to question yourself when you start speaking like that. And it's like, where do these things come from? because that's I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that's my first point. That when we talk about leadership, I think
You know,
this.
Montetezi, it's a
Yeah.
great point, right? It's a great point. Because me, I don't fall into that trap. That's why I say it's hard to measure character sometimes. You understand what I mean? So you can't say this person is trained to lead. We're measuring him to the point that he's a great, fine leader as well. You can't measure that kind of stuff. So what I say is, you're not necessarily a natural, or you may be a natural born leader, but it doesn't mean you're the best leader for every situation. You know, in every situation, I always say the person who knows best is the person who knows best should be the one that leads, and he's the person everybody comes to. You understand me? The person who knows best, the person who knows the way should be the leader, not the person that seems to have the charisma. You know what I mean? So I tend to look at it that way in every industry, in every sector, in every circumstance. The person who is the best to guide people at that time should be the leader. And sometimes this naturally takes place. This naturally takes place. When people are lost in the forest or lost in the jungle or something like that, the person who starts to be the leader, people will eventually follow the one they trust, the one they trust to know the way, and the leader will go his own way and get lost. So what I'm trying to say is, I don't know the idea of natural born leader. I think people uh, are pushed towards leadership when they are the ones that know best for that situation and all that. Sometimes they don't play up to it. They don't play up to the role of the person. You know what I'm trying to say and all that stuff. Tanzan. You get what I mean, Tanzan?
Yes, yes, I get you. I get
I
you
can't
that.
I can't come here and say I am a natural born leader. I know how to stay Swahili nation to the greater side. I don't know what you guys are doing. You know what I mean? Even though I've been told I have natural leadership qualities and all that kind of stuff, but the positive thing and the thing is, I know I'm not the one who knows this car, so I'm gonna step away and let the person who knows best drive a car. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes, absolutely. So it's not, we shouldn't be just cranking out, little um fascist. We should actually, for me, I used to look at it as more making somebody the best that they can be. So if making a leader is taking your qualities, even if let's say that you're a shy person, you're reserved, you don't like to speak in front of people, but you have that quietude, you're good in analyzing things and thinking them out and logical. The leader aspect that I would say in that is that management, that logic, the
Hmm.
strategizing, that sort of thing. If you're somebody who's outgoing, who has that charm and charisma, your leadership skill that would be enhanced would be speaking in public, being able to command people, being actually empathetic to people who are in the room, because sometimes people who are loud, they don't really see everybody and they just rush over. So in terms of leadership, it's for me to almost to be personal leadership. I would say that being able to lead yourself, because even leading yourself, when talk about control, there is firstly self control leadership, there's firstly self leadership. You have to learn how to take all your qualities and then make something out of them. And there are people who they may have great qualities, but they don't know what to do with them. They may have the gift of the gab, but they don't know what to do with it apart from just talking in public. But so it's more to take the qualities of people and see how you can best make it for them to socially assert themselves in public. But okay, well, let's start to wrap up, because we have two streams that are going on. The first one is SNN, the diaspora one is going on, and I also promised staff for Think Tank, who was kind enough to to honor us last week. So I'll go to his for a bit, and then we can
Tanzan,
meet up.
Tanzan, can you block or can you unblock MD2V4 of the channel, please?
Wow, how is that? Oh yeah, thank you so much, Jose. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I'll be on. I'll be on later. Oh, he's gone. But you said, can I unblock him? I didn't. I wasn't aware that I have blocked
Yeah,
anybody.
yeah. Just sometimes I like to say some shit about Keizo, so I think one of the moderators blocked MD2V4. I called him a dusty emperor. Anyways,
Oh, how? Okay. Let me see. How do I do that? Maybe
let me
settings.
send a comment and maybe you can see and all that kind of stuff.
Okay,
So,
okay. I
where
see
is
here, but I don't see any banned guests. No, there's
all right, then maybe it's just my comment got deleted and all that stuff. So I didn't say something too bad anyway. I just said Dr. Case is a dusty emperor.
Oh, yeah, and sometimes try to typing something else in and see if it comes out, because sometimes YouTube does do that automatically. Like you'll type, I've seen that you type a comment and it says message being held in review. So
Right,
yeah,
right.
sometimes it just self
Uh,
blocks based on certain words.
at the
But
end of the day, Tanzan is what it is. Yes, we may have the gift of the gab, we may have that, but I don't place myself in leadership positions where I know I'm not the best at it, I don't have the best knowledge. You'll just be a bullshitter, a waffler. And sometimes maybe that's what you need, a bullshitter. But bullshitters tend to get, But one thing you can say, leadership, people who are leadership, that tend to be very resourceful people, right? They
mhm,
tend to be very resourceful. If they don't know it themselves, they will go elsewhere and they will find the answer. They will find someone who has the answer and they will bring in all these talents together and make sure they deliver.
yes.
This is the quality, the quality that determines what a true leader is.
Mhm,
Somebody that is resourceful. You understand what I mean?
yes.
Somebody that has vision, but also he knows where to find what to bring forward to make it happen. He's very resourceful.
Mhm,
And somebody who has the self-discipline. I think self-discipline and calm-heartedness. Self-sacrificeness to actually control themselves and see the vision forward. This is the person that's the leader. I have two qualities in there. I have the persuasiveness and I have the what do you call it? I have the persuasiveness and I have the resourcefulness. So I always deliver. But one thing I do like is I lack the discipline element and all that stuff. I will slap somebody so quickly out of emotion, but sorry, I'm joking. I'm getting better at it though, Tazan. But I'm saying, yeah, my point is, you know, we will all naturally take our leadership positions when we are the best suited for the role at different times. That's all. Because come down, you're not gonna let an idiot lead you to a well, when you know the answer yourself. You know? When you know
Yeah.
when you know the answer yourself, why are you just gonna let some idiot that's prancing around saying, "I'm the natural born leader here" and all that kind of stuff? I'm the leader. I'm the leader. But you know yourself, he's leading you to a ditch. You're not gonna follow that person.
Mm-hmm.
So if you know best, that's why you see, if you know best, you'll be like, all right. So this guy has all the group together. All the group agrees with him. They love him and all that kind of stuff. But he's leading these guys to a ditch. I know best the situation here. So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna follow that person along with the crowd, knowing yourself that this? Of course, you will say no. You understand? And that's when you separate yourself, and that's where divergence come as well. Some people go with another person, the other idiots go with the other person, and then two results happen. You know what I mean? That's how That's how the tribes in Africa diverge many, many times. Anyways, well, you were wrapping up, Tanzan. Sorry.
No, no, it's okay. So, yeah, this one is actually a very, very wide topic because, like I was saying, we started earlier, and my apologies to the previous panel. We had Kaizo, we had Marie Antoinette, Abibi, and it was and Mendatezi, of course. So that was a very good discussion, and even that we didn't finish. There's so much to discuss, to open up, not just in terms of historically, who do we look up to, but also presently, who's in charge, and in the future, who's being prepared to take charge. So, and also, what are the methods that this is being done? So, I know it's a big one. And I also wanted the participation or the input of a few of the young people who are on the continent right now. That's why we had it at this weird time, because eventually we'll have some of the students at the university, at the local university, come in. So, we're going to continue next week. It's going to be African leadership. And also in regards to what Mondatezi was saying, how do we define leadership? What is the model or the ideal of a good leader? Because sometimes what I was describing sounds very much like you're training. It's a tyrant in training, a future dictator, which is definitely not what we want to go for.
I think we should define a leader by somebody that is self-disciplined, resourceful, and persuasive. I think these qualities make a good leader.
Okay,
I
well,
think they are these
well,
specific
Chelsea
qualities.
would argue with you about the discipline part, but let's not we won't start. But we did have a discussion about that. So
Yeah. Can I say something? I'd like to
yeah,
also, yeah, we had a good conversation, discussion. We also talked about human rights. I don't know why
yes,
Tanzania about that. We talked about the first progress, the first stream. We talked about human rights and they should be respected. Every human being and every human being's job should be respected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also I wanted to talk about in conclusion to everything. I also wanted to talk about. I think I wrote it down on the chat here. Leader, political science that I think Sanutia talked about. Like maybe people should not take political science because it might not get them a job, or may not even political science, but some causes that they may not end up with employment. But I also think we need to change our perspective on education. I think education should not go for. I think we should go for education. I think our parents and people in society, we should tell the truth about education. That you're going to learn something, and it might help you, and it probably make you a better person, and probably give you better perspective of life. But it's not going to guarantee you employment. You know,
Mm.
'Cause, I
In
think.
terms of
Yeah, let me finish. I think on because right now, because a few, I think it was last week, or they put in a video of somebody who did a master's in philosophy. But man, this guy, he broke down the psychology or the philosophy of Africans or of Kenyans, and he's a Kenyan actually. And I'm so and the knowledge he gave about how Kenyan philosophy is, the knowledge he gave it was like it was it was like go, we will never have gotten that knowledge if God had not told this guy go do philosophy. You know, and I don't know if you go to the last.
what's the name of the guy?
Uh, okay, the channel is Maisha Kazini. Just go. I think it's the latest video. The channel is Maisha Kazini.
Shaka Zulu.
Maisha Kazini.
Maisha Kazini. Okay, send it to me. When you get a chance, or in the private chat. But yeah, continue.
Yeah, but you see, this is somebody. If imagine if that, I feel like this is somebody who has really talks about philosophy. He talked about the soul of Kenya and the soul of Africa, and he really broke it down. And I was like, damn.
Okay, yeah,
This
that
is
sounds
a
like
cause. This is a cause that
stuff.
somebody can be told you're stupid. It was a cause that somebody you'll have told him, why are you doing this cause? It's not gonna give you employment. But look, the thing he did. He used the knowledge and he spread it to other uneducated people like me. In fact, he's the one who introduced me to Franz Fanon. I was talking about Franz Fanon. He's the one who he talked about Franz Fanon. That's how I knew him. So it's like, oh, okay. So all this is knowledge that you should not look down upon.
Mm-hmm.
Like no knowledge is wasted. That's my point. No knowledge is wasted. So even if you did political science, uh, any course, as long as it's even languages. There are guys who did African languages, linguistics, and you can track African. I don't know, is it anthropology or in linguistics? You can track all the people who are doing that. There's an app.
Oh
People
man, you
of,
guys, here we are trying to close out, and people will
yeah,
just
this is
not
my
stop.
closing statement. I'm not going to this is somebody just joined. Yes,
Senut is
continue.
back. She had to
Yeah,
say
yeah,
something.
I
Just
had to come
get
back
back.
to Chelsea.
yeah. Like I see people doing people who did linguistics or something. They created an app that can track the origin of African languages. I think there are students from Moyo University. Did you know? And it can track, like you can track maybe your language, They are tracking it from, and you can tell maybe where you are, maybe at some point, what point in which different tribes were one tribe, and all these things. So, and that's a huge contribution to the mapping out of our own history, you know. So I feel, yeah, let's not every knowledge, whatever knowledge you get, it's not wasted. You can still utilize it, and we should not look, we should not be overly focused on it, because that's why I see people going like, just take stem. These other causes are just as important. No, they're not. There is no cause that is superior to the other. Like these guys who did historians, these guys who did anthropology, these guys who do, languages, or philosophy, all these arts. They're not. Don't not Let's not look down on them. They also have huge contribution to our society, to the culture of our society, and you will never know when these things come in very handy. So yeah, that's my point.
Can I add to that? I know you're closing. I just wanted to explain myself, because the thing is, I agree with what you're saying, Monetezi. But the whatever you said, what you mentioned, that's not through school. You don't get those real knowledge, through the school education system. Because what I learned about Black history, and about Kemetic, about different things, is through reading books. I did not learn these things in school. I 200%. I did not. What I learned in school? I learned in school about the Vikings, about Columbus. All these lies. That's what I learned in school. So these people that are making changes, are thinking outside the box, are people that taught themselves, read books, not through the education system that we have in place. So, like when I say the school system that it's in place now, whether it's political science and this and that, all these things that's that's in place, that's not really feeding. Even if that was true, what you're saying, then why aren't our young people aware of what's really going on in the world? Why are they so infatuated by the West? They don't even know their own. If I ask any young person in Nairobi walking down the street, would they know about how Kenya became Kenya? Would they know what was Africa before colonization? Do they know these things? How deep do we really know who we are? Do we love ourselves so much? That's what I'm talking about. Like, these things are not taught in the school system. If it was, we would be one powerful nation. People, we are deep down, but we have to fetch it because we're not taught. So there's a difference. I just wanted to add that. But I know we're closing now. Sorry.
No, that's a good point. And I just want to tell you
But now
also.
see, Tanzan, we cannot close without. This is a pertinent issue. I know. Yeah, I know you're fairly long, Tanzan, but
You
how
guys are only hosting, but okay. Air it out. Just remember that we still have more for next week, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I was saying that, but you see, who else if not the university, our universities, who was going to? Because I've read a lot of papers. I've come to actually just recently. I've come to have a huge respect for the academic community in Africa. They are doing a thankless job. The things like that's why I keep saying that. Like their research, they have conducted even back as far back as the 60s. They were conducting research on the origins of African tribes, on how the society, how African societies used to do. I've been reading a lot of like academic work about even taboos, how the origin, what is the purpose behind all these taboos. So there is a lot of, and only the university is going to fund such research. It's not going to be just somebody who wants to walk around. It's going to be an academic who's going to be looking at our history.
If our history is taught by our people, and if the academic is, if they're doing research based on true African history, and that's what we want, right? If they go back before, what was Kenya before then, like we were kings, we were queens, we civilized the world. If they dig deep and see these things, and they're having these conversations, you know, and all these things, like, of us, by us, that's what needs to happen across the continent. But the system, the school system, education system right now, that's not what it is. That is not what it is. A lot of people are graduating 90, 80, 90%, even almost 95% unemployed. You spend your time, how many years in school? So what I'm saying is, we also need to harvest people. When you tap into working for yourself, entrepreneurship, people think outside the box. They create things, they make things, they do things. Like, Uganda is another great nation that we don't really talk much about, but the people, the Museveni, he's there, but he doesn't really do things for the people unless it's in his clan or whatever. But the people, when you're back to the wall, you find ways to do things. you know I think in Uganda, they have their own bus that they created from scratch, right? Like, they have a bus, like even cars. They're building cars, like a
Yeah, I
Ugandan made. I seen that on YouTube. Ugandan made from scratch. We should, look into buying those things. Like, there's Nigerian cars, Nigerian made vehicles. We should stop importing. I used to think, like, okay, I want to bring my car, if I go there, and then, you know what? I'm like, now, no, I'm not even taking anything, selling everything, because everything's there. But the mindset that was put into our mind, we feel like, oh, we're not going to find in Africa. We're not going to find this what we need. The car's not going to be as reliable, blah, blah, blah. But we got to give these people chances, right? The Toyotas, all these cars, they didn't start the way they are right now, right? They kept working on them. Their own people backed them up. So we need to back our own people. We need to stop buying these Mercedes and all this nonsense. Like, bring them to Africa. Even all these social media, people that are popular, right? They what do they do when they get popular and they have money? First thing they do is buy Mercedes car. Like, Mercedes. Wow, yeah. Now I have money. Like, that mentality needs to go down deep in the ground and buried. With materialistic. That's the emptiness that's given to us by the West, to make us feel like we're so well off. That's not even the African way. So we need to create our own, because it started with us. We need to believe in ourselves first. It started with us. Everything started with us. We have every material, everything there. So to me, it's like, I've seen some beautiful, like, people make handcraft art. Art, like the people, like the art, like in Tanzania that I've seen, in Kenya, in South Africa, like in West Africa. These people with, the way they do art, the way they draw, and it's not like that, it's just nobody really put them through the system to learn about this art, right? They're natural. They worked on it, and and they don't even make much money out of it too, but they're so talented. So that's why I'm saying to you, we have so much talent. We have so much things to tap into, but we have to think about, theory is fine. I have lots of books. I read. The things that I know now, I definitely did not learn in school. I grew up thinking Africa is a dump. You know what I mean? That was what was told to me. That was what I seen on TV. That was what it shown, um, and then even our parents are at fault, because our parents will tell us, well, there's a corrupt government. He does this. We don't have freedom, this and this and that. And they don't even know the geopolitics behind it. They just repeat what CNN tells them, and then they pass it on to the kids. So if I was thinking like my parents, I wouldn't talk the way I am right now. I'm actually educating my parents, telling them, okay, this is you got to think differently. Everything's in Africa, everything, the resources, this and this and that. So we're going back to educate our parents, and all our parents are just They just want, they had their struggle, but at the same time, they just wanted better education for their children. They made sacrifice. They worked 2, 3 jobs for their children to do better. But at the same time, they think the West is better. Not necessarily. Hell no. When you know it deep down, when you like layer the onion skin one by one, when you layer it out, you know what I mean? When you take it one by one, you see the worst corruption is in the West. The wealth that they have here is because of what they're doing to the other people, hence Africa. So there's so many things, there's so many details that we don't really look into. So I definitely commend everybody to read books, especially books written by Africans, books written by us historians, and everything. It's not like they're just making stuff up. When I told somebody, okay, read this book, and then you know what they said to me? Is it a black person that wrote this book? I go, yeah. So he goes, well, he's black, so how do you know he's telling you the truth? And he's a black person telling me this. You understand? So we think so little of ourselves, but if it's a white written book, they'd be like, okay, yeah, he's a professor, he's smart, they know this and that. And it's a bunch of lies that they tell you, and then we take it in. So what I'm saying is, we need to value each other, value our own history. We got to make effort to know. I would love to know more about Kenyan. What was written, spoken before the British came in, before all that, right? So even in every African country, we need to know that. We need to dig deep. This is why I say to you, the system is the issue. The system, we need to get rid of that. Completely, yes, but it's not going to happen overnight. We just need to love ourselves first. We need to love each other, support each other, protect each other, dismantle this thing that because you're in my same ethnic group or tribe, it means that you're smart, you know what you're talking about, or I support you. No, we're all Africans, and we need to share our mind, our thoughts with each other, and be open minded. Yeah. So I think, and that's good. Thank you so much. I think that's closing.
Yeah, otherwise we'll be here until next week. We won't be here
It's so
next week.
true.
We'll be
So
here
true.
until it will be days and days. But I do appreciate everyone coming on. That when I was up at that weird time at like 1 o'clock, and I was like, nobody's going to show up. But this time, I'm just going to be talking because that's I always think when I start, it's just going to be me just talking to myself out there to the airwaves. And then people showed up, and now it's just that I wish we had more time, but that just shows you how necessary all these conversations are. We have to
Yes.
literally turn every stone. We have to question every idea, every definition, every meaning. Even with the leadership, there are some things that we just assume, well, this is what's supposed to happen, but is it? Whose concept and definition are we using? What ideal are we working towards? So we have to look at where things come from, how we are using them, and how we can use them in the future. And this is a great place to start. It's not the end. In fact, it's not even the start, because we haven't even fully started with everything. But I think it's necessary to have these conversations, especially for the young people, because I still reiterate that they're the ones who are going to pay for it. And if we can't help them avoid them, we should at least help prepare them for it. So I appreciate it. We'll be here next week we'll just call it a part 3, because it's not going to end soon until we, so we'll just continue with the leadership series. I guess this will be a series for now. And then, yeah. So Monetezi, if you have a few last words before we close, that would be great. Thank you, Nathaniel. Thank you. You're too kind. Go ahead, Tezi.
I don't have. I think I totally agree with my sister Serati. Yeah, and I think I don't know. I think I've spoken all that needs to be spoken. So yeah, and also Yeah, so I read that yeah, we should read books that are written by Africans. I used to be one of those guys who didn't read books written by Africans because I felt like maybe this person probably exaggerate history or exaggerate, try to, I was trying to look like, I wanted to look at the reality. But then I realized, then I just, oh my God, they are actually credible Africans
Mm-hmm.
who wrote books about our history, and they did a very thorough work. It's not just some guy just pulling it from his head. It's somebody who actually went and did a lot of research
Mm-hmm.
on the ground, so yeah, I came to realize that. That's why I say I thank the academic community, because most of them have realized that they're academics, so they've approached it in an academic way. And so I like to, so I just encourage guys to read books because they are there. That's what I have to tell you. They're there, and they are
Mm-hmm.
numerous. Everywhere you can even read about the history of Congo. Before you can read about the history of Zimbabwe. They are there. As long as, and this is also just to give credit again. To the academic community, because these are the people who put these books out there. These are people who they did all this writing, they did all this research, and they did all this archiving of our history. As soon as they learned to read and write, they went to work and archived a lot of our culture and all we did. So yeah, so that's all I have to say. So thank you. And also institutions about leadership.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we should stray from this perspective of looking for the special leader who's going to save us all, or the messiah leader, and look at a country's institution. Like, because I came to realize that a lot of these leaders, I don't even, maybe they're not making the big speeches that to make, or they're not. But if you look at the institutions in their countries, they have strengthened all the institutions. Like I'm like you know Moi Kibaki. He was not a popular leader. You probably, even in the African Pan-African circles, probably wouldn't even know who he is. But as Kenyans, we know, oh yeah, he did this. He strengthened these institutions, and he did all this stuff. All the new constitution and all that. So I came to realize that even in Kenya right now, the perspective is never even, we expect, there's an expectation that the leaders are going to be mediocre, but will the institution hold? I think that's the perspective. Even you can look at this coming election in the next 2 days, that you realize that people are not even, the perspective is not about the leader, but it's will the institutions. What are they going to do about the institution? Are they going to be sabotage to the institutions? Will the institutions hold? So even the talk is all about that. And I realize that that's where we should be, because that's how that's why you judge a good leader and a bad leader. Not by what they said or what they are doing. Maybe one corrupt guy got arrested or what, or not even arrested, fired. I'm talking about what were they doing with the institutions? Did they empower the judiciary? That's a great leader. Did they allow for public spaces? That's a great leader. Did they empower the police to be independent? Did they empower their legislature? I'm looking at the three biggest institutions, but there are so many institutions in a country. That can be empowered, the anti-corruption, the civil rights institutions. All these yeah, you are supposed to be used to judge how a leader is, not just by what when you say what's a good leader. We talked about charisma, not just by the leader's charisma. You know, we should also see, like, okay, like when it goes down to the institutions, and when these leaders left, are we going to be feeling the effects of the institutions that he left that he empowered, or are we going to be in a crisis of leadership? Then that means that leader wasn't a good leader. So yeah, that's my finishing thought.
Yes, thank you. And Natal says that, yeah, we know who you're voting for. Your profile picture says it all. Well, Natal was here for that epic discussion on on the topic. So Seduti, make sure you catch that up because it was a very interesting discussion.
I will look it up. And there was an interview actually done with him, but it was like in Kiswahili in English. So
No, was it?
yeah, recently there was an interview done. He was talking about his policies and his plan. You know, it was on.
Okay.
Yeah. It was a few days ago. Like my husband was watching it because he understands both Kiswahili, right? And so, but I was doing something else. I wasn't fully 100% paying attention. But I want to watch it again because, I mean, he loves him. He's like, this guy should be running. You know, this is what what
Yeah,
we need. And
Tezi
so
did a whole program on him,
I'm
and
with you, Monatezi. I am with you. You know,
you might
trust
have
me.
to do a part 3, I think, because you did 2 parts, right?
Yeah,
Tezi?
we need to back people like him up. We need to. And why isn't he on the? Why are we not seeing people following him? You know, like, is it because not a lot of people don't see who he is, or is
Okay.
or
No, don't start
anyways,
because
I'm gonna
we'll
stop.
be
Yeah,
here for
sorry.
another
Yeah,
2
exactly.
hours. But
I'll cut it short.
let's keep that one. Like I said, I was telling you
Next
guys
time.
earlier. Keep all that good thoughts in mind. Just hold it in for about a week or let it out slowly.
Yeah. But thank you so much. I'm just gonna. That's it. I'm
I
done.
do look forward to
Have a
continuing it.
blessed day.
Yeah, it's a very necessary thing, and have a great one as well. So with that, we will um we will close out. Finally, let me get some rest. So once again, I give thanks to the ancestors who watch over us and guide our conversation and give us insight, guidance, inspiration, and help us to learn and to teach. And we thank everyone who was here today. We thank you all for your presence, for your contribution, your input, your knowledge and wisdom. And may we all have a wonderful week until we meet again another time. So thank you again, Asante, and Kwaheri.
Kwaheri. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, there's something. This is just a
Yes.
parting shot about prayer.
Mhm.
Did you know that when you pray? No, I just found out by somebody else who says that praying, be careful what language you pray in. Like, that's something. That's something I found out quite recently. That when you pray, maybe in praying in Swahili or praying in English, you're praying. Those are two different people you're praying to. I don't know what you guys think about that.
I like it.
I knew you would.
Praying Kiswahili. I like your closing prayer. You know, or whatever that word you want to use. But you got Manatezi. You have a point. You know the English word is a wizard. It's trickery word. You see, we're getting to something. It's true though what you're saying. So um, slowly we gotta you know
Yes.
yeah.
You tangle.
Interesting, interesting
Detangle.
thought.
Yes. Yeah, that will be interesting.
I wish people
So now
understand our prayer.
there's pressure to translate. What are ancestors in Kiswahili? Mwendatezi.
I don't know. I know it, but I was not satisfied by it.
Yeah, me too. Because I looked it up one time and they were saying something like mababu or something like that.
Babu, eh.
Hey, this is a homework for you guys to find out and teach us. Manatezi, that's on you now.
Yeah, we need a good word than
Wow. When Abby was saying earlier that it's a good thing that Gastemap was not there when we were talking about the tribes, Well, it's a good thing he's not here when we're trying to find out the Kiswahili word for ancestors.
Talk about the ontology.
We would have been roasted. Like, how are you Africans? And you don't know, what that is, especially. I mean, we do know it, but we're not satisfied with it. But it's complicated. It's complicated. Just leave it alone. But
Hey, for now it is, but you know what? It's a challenge. Especially Moneteza, you brought it up. I challenge you to tell us on the next one. There's a lot of things that's hidden from us. The more we unravel, the more that we get to know the greatness, because how do they, all these people, how did, like, our ancestors, how did they survive? How were they doing things? Like, they didn't have the technology that we have now. They didn't have, they were doing great things. They were surviving. They were, so it's just that we're not tapping into it. And I think the reason why we're so, as a people, we're just kind of like blah blah whatever, because we're taking in other people's culture instead of our own. I think that's spiritually, that's something that we need to tap in, our own. I think once you know yourself and your own, nothing can knock you down. Nothing can, push you left or right. Because right now we're so easy to persuade. Whatever the wind blows, we're like, oh, that sounds good. Okay, let's go. If the wind blows the other side, oh, that sounds good. Okay, because we're not grounded in our own. And that's partly because it's been hidden. Many years has passed. We go the easy way out, So I think once we know these things, you just feel good about yourself. You feel good of who you are. And it all goes down to that, But I digress, we're just going on and on. So good. Yeah. So yeah, have a blessed day, everybody. Sorry to keep talking, but that was a good point, Montezi. So I'm hoping that you can bring that on the next one and teach us.
Yeah, definitely. Like it's the right thing, actually. Once you read about your history, actually understand that your ancestors had a logic to what they were doing. There was a philosophy. You feel better. You feel just so good about yourself, even if it doesn't. They don't need to be that great, but just knowing that these guys, this is what their logic was, and this is what they were. This is when because also them, they were searching for their truth, right? The truth of the universe, and this is what they came up with when they searched for their truth. And it's just, I don't know, it's just some good stuff to read about, and gives you a lot of strength when you talk to people, or when you feel about yourself and your self-confidence. I feel I also dream of a day, like, I think it's happening. I know we criticize our own education system, but I remember in high school, when you write an insha, we were always told to write to sema in them same or msamiati, was it what? Methali.
Yes.
Tanzania, if you can.
There's the medallies, I don't know what they arte, and those analogies and things. Oh man, yeah, I remember. Stress.
That was like a good training though, because now you appreciate it, because I wish we just took it even more seriously.
Yeah.
I think because when we were doing it then, I think that's like, I feel like a guy who is in high school now, who's just finished high school, that guy knows a lot of African wisdom, because you used to write initials, and wherever, every part of the story, you're encouraged to write a methali, right? Like, put some little bit of African wisdom in that.
Yeah.
In that story,
and you pre-trump them. Remember, you pre-trump them before an issue, so you somehow fit it in there one way or another.
Yeah. You become the methali and create a scenario where that methali.
And listening to Paul and them, it sounds like somebody just reading a medallion out loud. Like, we were taught how to write it, how to write correct Kiswahili, right? But speaking it, we didn't really speak Kiswahili. So it's so strange to me still to hear, the Tanzanian people, the way they just speak it so fluently and so easily. Like, this is not a test. You can speak normally now, but that's how they normally speak. Good Kiswahili.
But I don't. Let's not also criticize our own. Our own Kiswahili is on. Yeah, it is a space. It's a different. I'm not saying it's a different dialect, but yeah, it's also Swahili in its right? Because even
Yeah.
if we,
But it is, be honest with yourself. Your Kenyan Kiswahili, my husband always says this. It's like a mixture of like the Kiswahili, and then they end. He was telling me it ends like the ending. They add the English, like it's like Kiswahili with English. It's like a laziness, It's a lazy Kiswahili
yeah, it has
language,
English,
right?
but people don't talk it. It also has a lot of additions from.
It's like, you know what it
Can
is?
you
I
read
feel
what
like
that
it's like
man just said?
yeah, like
Look at what
that.
he just said. He's
No, what
sending
did he
the
say?
curses on us.
The what?
Natnal is sending the curses on us because we were supposed to close out after the prayer.
Thanks for starting a conversation
Yeah,
after a closing prayer. Oh,
We're
the
doing our
point.
long goodbyes.
But let me tell you something. It's already 10:30. So okay, it's 10:30 in East Africa. But I don't know what time it is. But so we might as well finish so that we and rest in peace. We rest in peace.
The reason why
We
we
lay
should
down all
we
our
should
problems so that we go and sleep in peace.
You see, I had actually, yesterday I was on the, just for a brief, I had joined you guys as well, and yeah, he said he had diaspora talk today.
Yes, it's
And I was
going on
planning to
right
join in, but now I don't know because I have to go somewhere else. I was trying to join in, but yeah, great conversation. Honestly, it doesn't end. It's our nature to never end a conversation. I think as Africans, but at the same time, it's such a necessary topic. Like it's just a must. These are conversations that it's in our best interest. It interests us. There's so many things that as Africans, things that matters to us. Our language, our letters, our everything, as Africans. And if we could just open our mind, what I would love to see also on this channel? I would love to see a representation of all these young people from different parts of Africa talking about, having a panel, a professional panel, young graduates. Where is their mind? There's so many brilliant minds, and there's so many of them that are like pro-African as well, because they see, because of technology, because of what's going on, they see it firsthand, and put these people on the pedestal, and popularize them instead of popularizing these people that are, just copying the West per se. You know what I mean? So it's just we need we need to see our Africans in their traditional clothing represented and wear it with pride. You know what I mean? And I would love to see our Kenyan brothers and sisters represent their true ethnic clothing system, or whatever clothing, attire. You see it in Ethiopia, you see it in Eritrea, you see it even in South Africa. I love their traditional clothing. You see it in West Africa, but I don't see it in Kenya. I don't know why. I don't know. Is it because it's too colonized? I don't know. You know what I mean? There's no, I don't see that. Like you see all these handmade, secondhand clothing coming from Europe, from the West. Nasty, disgusting. Like second. I mean, the thing is, we don't even need these secondhand clothing, to be honest. So like we have cotton. We have so many things on the ground that we can make our own clothing, our own everything. And And then we all these old people, young, old, God knows what disease they had, they were wearing, and they bring it to Africa. And then we're like, we're joy to wear these secondhand clothing. You know what I mean? And so we don't need that. If we wear our own traditional clothing and we wear these with pride, we make our own stuff. We don't need that. You know what I mean? We and even if these government are making these policies to accept in exchange for something to dump their clothing into the continent, as a people, we don't have to buy it. If we don't buy it, then what's going to happen? We can speak against it. I think one of the guys that's running said they're not going to accept secondhand clothing. The older gentleman. Their name sounds similar, so I always mix it up. And so if he does one, I hope he actually follows through, So we just need to be more pride in ourselves, pride in our beautiful culture, with closing.
No, it doesn't sound like you are, but
I'm done. Have a good, yeah. Sorry.
Let's try. But that was pretty cool what Neo Emphax said about Sotho, that Wena means you and Yago means yours. So that's why, in Lingala, when I say, Nani Wena, Nani Mana Wana, I used to hear that a lot. Nani Wena or something like that. So, okay, that's interesting. So, Wena is the same as in Kiswahili, which means wewe. So, in Kiswahili it's wewe, and in Sotho is Wena, and then in Kiswahili, yako is yago. So, that's pretty close. Very interesting. Okay, so there's your more relation with Kiswahili and another Bantu language. Now
Swahili is a Bantu language. Swahili is a Bantu language. But I was talking about Kenyan Kiswahili is we like to hate on our Kiswahili because it has a bit of it has a lot of English, but it has also a lot of African language, our own ethnic languages has been mixed with Kiswahili. Like you have a lot of Kikuyu in Sheng. There's a lot of, I think even it depends on what it is, but here in Don Home there's a lot of Luo in Sheng.
Yeah, Sheng is just crazy, and there's so many different variations of it. Some of them by estate, some of them by schools, some of them just very interesting. And sometimes you're just floating, and some of them also by time. You can tell when somebody left and came back by the Sheng that they're talking. Sometimes. So it's very
And I feel like I used to think that Sheng is just something that's going away, but it's looking like it's going to become like the way you see it's going, it's probably going to become an official language. I don't know.
But it doesn't have any formal script because it's constantly changing.
It will start. But all I see radio stations, people are already speaking in Sheng in the radio stations, in television shows.
Yeah, I had that. That was so crazy to me. Like, how are they? You are not even allowed to speak Sheng, like even formally. Now I had it on the radio waves. That was that was quite a trip. So yeah, and plus it just sounds cool. Even if sometimes you don't know what people are saying, you just see you can hear the swagger. Sheng is like Kiswahili on swag. It's just it's cool.
Yeah, I think Sheng is extra, but it's been extra ethnic. They say Kiswahili is Bantu, around 70% Bantu. I think Sheng takes it a little bit harder. Extra Bantu, extra Nilot, extra. There's even some.
And just extra nonsense, because some of those words are just extra for nothing. They're just completely made up words, but made up in a very interesting way. So it's playing. It's like the jazz of music. I mean, the jazz of language. You just take it and then you try creative. Sometimes it's from a word. It could be a word, and then you just twist the word up in different ways until it's a different sound altogether. And then you're like, oh, what does that mean? And you're like, oh, of course, sponsor. From sponsor. Anyway, that's an easy one, but. Yeah, there's some that if you look at the etymology of the original word, you're just like, wow, how did somebody
Yeah.
twist twist this into this? Oh, yeah, some. Yeah. We were supposed to be going off. Some today has been a very stream interesting day. So you'll just go through SNL from today morning, you'll see the drama. You will see the drama, so don't worry. It's been a crazy day, but yeah, but we really should let Biggie continue unabated. Big is still on the other stream. And also, I also still wanted to go and say hello to Afro Think Tank, because if we want a concrete plan, something that was for the people, to help the people, a partnership with people on the ground and people in the diaspora or globally. Yeah, he sounded like he had a good plan, so I wanted to go check that out as well.
When is that? What is that?
It's going on right now. It's going on right now, Afro Think Tank. So we have Afro
Oh, so
Think Tank.
Afro. Is that another channel?
Yes, Afro Think Tank on the other channel.
Afro Think Tank. Okay.
Yeah, I can just do it. Oh, yeah.
But let's talk about farming. I've actually been checking him out right now.
I think I've heard of it actually. Afro Think
Yeah, he
Tank.
was here. He
Sounds
dropped
familiar.
by last week, and he was here with Biggie. We were here with Biggie, Marie Antoinette. Don't know if Tezzy was here as well, but yeah. So we had a good conversation with him, and he laid out a plan, and it sounded very from the ground, grassroots plan, not one of those just
Right.
abstract things. So
Is he the British Caribbean guy? Something like that?
no, I think he from
He's on the continent.
No, he goes to the continent. I know that he has land. I don't know if it's Nigeria or Kenya, one of those, but I know that he goes back and forth. So he lives in the US, but he goes back and forth.
Okay, I'll check
Yeah.
him out.
What was his plan?
So the plan was about agriculture and construction. So I haven't he's on right now. I think it's been going on for about an hour. So we might have to catch up. But yeah, it was something to do with empowering the local people and using agriculture and actually buying the products and giving them a fair price for it. So he gave like a short summary the last time, so hopefully today was going to be the more detailed one. So we will go see. I hope he's still on. But he did come to support us, and I wanted to hear the plan, because if it's a viable one, that's something that it would be good to implement, to actually implement on the ground. And he seems like it. He has started. So yeah, I like when people have concrete things to do, something that can actually benefit people, because that's the best way. If you want to persuade people, the best way to persuade them is to help them in a manner that they can see. Even if it's giving sweets to the children or giving, whatever. People will see that far more than they listen to you. They'll be far more willing to listen to you if you give them something.
Just say it.
Okay.
All right.
Better than a speech.
No, I didn't want to start on another speech, but you get what I'm saying. All right. So, peace. Thank you all for
Peace.
a wonderful session, for great knowledge, information. Um, yeah. What are you two on about? Okay. So thank you all, and let's make this a good goodbye. And it's not the last one. We'll see each other again soon. So,
Peace.
peace.
Thank you so
And
much.
yes. And once again, thank you to the ancestors for making this wonderful and productive. Peace.
Amen. Peace.
All right. The end.
Bye.
Bye bye.